and Coffee, and I'm here with Dan Fogler from Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. We're here camping out at Build Studio, and the vibe is just right, so we're gonna share some camp confessions.
I like that vibe, that's good. The vibe is just right.
One time I ate a hard-boiled egg in an Uber, and then my rating hit an all-time low.
Is that because of the egg or because you had like a weird farting issue after eating the egg?
Both. I was actually eating the egg and ripping ass the entire time. The guy kept trying to put the windows down, and I was like, no! Have you ever had an embarrassing moment where someone was like, ooh, it's a little bit tooty in here?
Oh yeah, I had it wasn't me, it was my brother. We were at grandma's. She made a wonderful meal. I'm hugging my grandma, goodbye. And I'm like, wait a minute, oh God, what's that familiar, disgusting smell? And I look around, I see my brother, and he's just all, everyone leaves. And like me and my brother just laughing, like imagining my grandma just like closing the door and just being like, help me, I'm trapped in this cloud of poop.
One time I went to go get a massage, you know, to relax. And when the masseuse came in, he pulled back the sheet and took one look at my back and was like, you have no muscles. Like, I don't know how you're holding up your spine. And I was like, cool, thanks. I can't wait to relax. I feel really good about myself right now.
Judgmental masseuse? That's his SNL character.
You'd be a great judgmental masseuse.
Judgmental masseuse. You're not muscular enough for me. Can you please put these on? You know, it's tricky. If you're getting a massage, right? And it's good, it's a good massage. And then you're in the middle of the massage, you're on like, oh, excellent massage. And then the masseuse is just all, then goes right back to, and you're just like, wait a minute. Did they just combine their mucus with the oils on my back? Are you about to throw up? Throw up in the fire. I want to see that.
I'll put it out. You want to get vomited on too?
I'm out of here. You're fucking disgusting.
Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna build a new friend made out of vomit. Make sure to check out Dan and Fantastic Beasts. And don't worry.
Oh shit.
This is just between us, Dan.
Thank you.
And the internet. I'm gonna put this on the internet.
All right, everybody strap in. Stupid piece of American steel.
He's already pulling a Marvin.
Not pulling a Marvin.
But of course he was. See, Uncle Marvin always found a way to screw up the simplest tasks.
Oh, I hate Thanksgiving. I hate it so much.
I'm a healer, let me heal you.
I am not irresponsible. Oh.
It is time. All systems functional. Are you prepared for Fogler's Fiction Fest? Buckle in. Strap it down. Whip it out. All Fogler all the time. Calibrating for fun. Get ready for full Foglerosity. Fogler, Fogler, Fogler. In 5, 4, 3, 2, blast off.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Fogler's Fiction Fest. Oh my God, hopefully you guys joined us yesterday for some amazing stuff that we had going on. We had the Women of Walking Dead panel. It was fantastic. We had Bob Odenkirk, George St. Pierre. We had a Balls of Fury reunion. We had so much fun with Seth Gilliam and some folks debating the best 16 stoner films of all time. Jackie Tone was here as well. It was an amazing, amazing day. But Day 2 is about to begin. So I first want to say, what's up to all the fine folks in our YouTube chat? What is going on? Hello to Reaper Girl and to Yejit and Ricardo and Claire and all the fine folks that are chilling out in there. And also in our Facebook chat, Laura and Shaler and Kira. I see Frederica is in the house, all the usual The Walking Dead and the Ross fans. Well, got something good for you, because in just a minute when I dip out of here, we've got Ross Marquand doing some impressions for an hour. He is fantastic at that. He's also got a great YouTube impressionist. Anna Brisbane is going to be with him. Then we're going to have Phil Lamar and Kari Payton doing a Fishkill read with Dan. Then at noon, the live Fanboys reunion panel with the director Kyle Newman and a bunch of the cast, Sam Huntington, Jay Baruchel, all the guys are going to be here. It is going to be so much fun. After that, we've got Dan doing a panel on The Boys with Derek Robertson. Then we have a Fogler's Comics panel at 2. At 3 o'clock is the cosplay parade. You guys have sent us your photos. We've put that all together, and Dan and I are going to give out some great prizes later on today. Then it's the 420 break, as we do at the Dan Fogler 4D Experience. If you guys follow us on the video cast on Facebook on NerdBot, we're gonna be doing some 420 fun, including debating. We thought we went lowbrow yesterday. We're gonna go highbrow and debate the last 16 Academy Award winning films into a winner. I believe Cooper Andrews is gonna be here with us for that one, and we'll see some other friends are gonna join us as well. And then 5 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting for this. Dan is going to sit down with Maz Mikkelsen, who has taken over as Grindelwald on Fantastic Beasts. They work together, Dan and Maz, on Hannibal. And all you Star Wars fans know Maz as Galen Erso from Rogue One. It is going to be a fantastic sit down. And we've got more. We've got so much more coming up. It's going to be a wild day. Do us a favor, please. Share this on your Facebook feed. Tag some friends. Share the YouTube channel if you want to do that as well. Comment and let us know. We'll ask questions as we can. And that's it, folks. It's going to be a wild ride. Strap in, and here we go with Ross Marquand. Take it away.
What?
Look at that face.
It's some face, huh? This is some face.
That's the face, buddy. Look at that face. What is that? What do you have on? Is that the Da Vinci? Was it Da Vinci there on your shirt?
Oh yeah. This is rock and roll.
Oh, is that the invention of rock and roll by Leonardo da Vinci?
Yeah, the Vitruvian rock and roll man.
I didn't realize that he invented rock and roll.
Yeah, we're all made of rock and roll deep down.
No, I know, but I didn't realize that Da Vinci created it.
Yeah, he did create rock and roll. Da Vinci.
That's cool. And the helicopter. And a helicopter and the tank. Didn't he create the tank too?
The flying machine, the winged manned flying machine.
Which was featured heavily in Hudson Hawk.
Hudson Hawk?
Dude, literally, everyone gives me shit for that. They either know it and they hate it, or they don't know it and they're like, what is this movie? I love that movie so much. It's my favorite Bruce Willis movie. Well, Die Hard.
Favorite. I love Bruce Willis, so of course I've seen Hudson Hawk. And yeah, I love that Danny Aiello's in that, and they have like a scheme, like a plan to rob banks. I always like that. They like memorize the exact timing of a song, and they would both sing the song at the same time as they were robbing the bank.
When they did Swinging on a Star by Bing Crosby, that's like,
yeah. When did you start getting into impressions, man? Do you remember like your first impressions?
Yeah. Mine was always Johnny Carson, because like money was tight for my family, like a lot of families in the 80s, and there was a lot of like tension and fights happening, and I felt like the only thing that really made my parents laugh and like let loose a little bit was Johnny Carson. And I thought, if I could make them laugh like Johnny did, then everything would be right with the world. So
all right, let's hear it. Let's hear your Johnny. Let's start it off with Johnny.
Johnny Carson, weird, wild stuff. That's actually Ed's line, of course, but yeah. It's been a while.
There's not much need for Johnny Carson nowadays, but
no, there is not.
Yes.
That was my that was my Ed McMahon.
You are
correct, sir.
Which again, it's got a bit of that Pacino in there. I love it.
No, everyone. Hey, what did you think of that animation, man? Did you like that?
Dude, I love that. What the hell, man? That's so good.
Dennis Calero is a comic. Dennis Calero is a comic book artist, writer,
Oh.
friend of mine, and
God, that was good.
I've been wanting to animate the 40X podcast for a while, and yeah, man, I'm psyched. I like it. We're gonna have another one too with Zoe Kravitz play sometime during this, but
Oh, cool.
yeah, I thought that would be a good one to put out to advertise this.
Yeah. It
It's
had
fun
like a
time.
real waking life feel to it, where like
Oh.
your outfits would change and the background would change when we were talking
Yeah.
about certain. Like, that's so good because like Waking Life is one of my favorite movies. So that was Tell
Yeah.
Him, nicely done. That was great.
Waking Life.
Yeah, remember
man.
that? Remember?
I do remember
Oh God, not Listburger. What's that? Like,
Right.
Slackers. Oh God,
Yeah.
Texas. Jesus, why am I blanking on his name?
Linklater.
Wow. Linklater,
Is
thank you. I was like, Listburger?
Linklater.
No, that's Tron.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Speed.
getting Tron.
Speed Levitch. You know Speed Levitch, who's he does the tour over the Brooklyn Bridge in the movie. Remember that part?
Oh, yeah.
He's in my movie Don Peyote, Speed Levitch.
Whoa.
Yeah, which we play at some point during the festival as well. But Speed
cool.
is, yeah, he's
That should be our next impression. He sort of sounds like no one knows who he is, but he sort of sounds like this.
It's almost like an American version of it from what's Casablanca? What's his name? Hey, Matt,
Hey.
come on.
Rick.
Yeah.
Rick,
What's his
you
name?
have to help me, Rick.
What is up with my brain? I haven't had enough coffee today. Forgive me.
that
But-
is
Yes, he was in the movie M.
yes.
Good. Please, Rick, help me. Help me, Rick.
that fucking guy. Someone will know. These are old, and we have to. Okay, so we've already done a couple impressions here. My first impressions, and then like someone will go back and they'll add up all the ones that we do during the course of this. We have someone else, Anna Brisbane is coming in, and she's gonna help us with some feminine impressions later, because you know you don't get a lot of female impressionists, but she's good.
Awesome.
So she's coming in a little later. So we have a little bit of time before she gets in there. Okay, so let's see how many impressions we can get in here. So I think we'll just go back and forth. One of my first impressions, because I was sat down in front of the Looney Tunes when I was a kid.
Oh yeah.
And was like, oh my God, Mel Blanc does all those voices. And so I'll start off with Daffy Duck. So one of my first impressions.
Listen here, Buster.
You know,
You are despicable.
that was pretty good, right?
Yeah. I dude, that's one of my favorite series, but I just recently watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And did we talk about the story behind where the writers got the backdrop for that story? I know this is like going to be fastball, but like,
No, go ahead.
talk to you about it at some point. Like basically Judge Doom is supposed to be Henry Ford. So Christopher Lloyd is like, his whole character is based on Henry Ford and why they wanted to tear up the rail cars during World War II, because he was actually supporting the Nazis secretly. And the American government was like, dude, you can't support the Nazis. And he's like, well, I'm hedging my bets. And they said, well, okay, well, I will give you my smelting plants. I will give you my machinery if, you know, you promise to tear up all the rail cars in Los Angeles, because Los Angeles was the public transportation capital of the country. Like it was the model by which every other city should have been based on. And they were like, we'll tear it up if you help us make tanks and Jeeps for the war effort. He's like, all right, cool, I'll do it. But he had this whole vision for LA and the country being a driving country, and he was really hedging his bets because he was an American socialist. So it's pretty crazy. Like the whole premise of the movie is we want to build a road through Toontown, and that was crazy, right?
You learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because I can do Daffy Duck, I can also do Sylvester the Cat. It's basically the same thing.
Suffering succotash.
It's the same goddamn,
But still,
right?
well, I was like trying to think of like Elmer Fudd, but that's like not
Elmer
even-
Fudd is, no, you're doing Porky Pig. Elmer Fudd is,
Porky Pig. Yeah.
Elmer is, be very quiet.
I'm mixing them. I used to do a pretty good Fox on Lego.
Ooh, let's do Fox.
God, it's been so long. It's funny. I grew up doing that stuff.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
especially with Tiny Toons and Animaniacs. That was like my jam. It's where I started doing all that. But I've lost a lot of that over the years. Sad.
What else? Well, let's throw them out there. What do you got? You got like a pinky in the brain?
No.
That was my pinky.
What? And Brain was based on Orson Welles, I think.
Orson Welles. We're going
Right.
to do what we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on my Tiny Toons references, but shit. I do. I mostly after like I went through puberty. I transitioned out of like animated characters. Like
Yeah.
so, yeah. Does it have to be animated or?
No, that's just where I started because that's where I got my start.
Damn. I mean, like I did like John Travolta when I was in high school. Like I did Pulp Fiction. And I was like doing like the really sort of like subtle, like, hey, how are you doing? Like what I want to talk to you about what's going on here. He's just like kind of clip jaw thing where he's like kind of clenching the back of his throat. I want to talk to you about what's happening here, And then he gets like really serious and like, what do you think is going to happen here? Like he gets like this really intense, like back of the throat thing. That's it's hard to emulate, but it's beautiful.
I always do the Travolta from, oh my God, Mr. Carter, oh my God. Does that even sound like him?
It's like, wow, Vinny Barbarino, I can't believe
Wow, oh my God.
up your nose with the rubber hose, okay?
yeah, exactly.
He was kind of like that in Saturday Night Fever too. He was like trying to distance himself from Vinny Barbarino, but he was like
Right.
him a little bit. He couldn't help it,
Sandy. Oh, come on, Sandy.
I've been like talking to myself a lot because of the quarantine. So I've been like trying to narrate my life as Morgan Freeman, as I'm like,
Ooh.
Then he poured his coffee into his cup, and it was very, very tasty. It woke him up, and he felt very nice. It was a warm feeling in his belly, and he was, I don't know.
I'm Morgan
Just
Freeman,
like
and
Morgan
I love
Freeman.
Penguins.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. He did do much. I also watched Seven recently, dude.
Yeah.
Oof, that movie, man, that messes me up every time.
You got a good Brad Pitt.
Yeah, thanks, man. Listen, he's doing this funny thing, like he's being a detective. Yeah, every 5 seconds he's pointing at Morgan Freeman, like, yeah, we got to find this guy, right? Yes, right. It's fun.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? No, that's not true. No. He's just constantly rubbing his head. It's great.
Who else from Pulp Fiction can you do? Anybody? You want to see my Bruce Willis from Pulp Fiction?
Sure.
This is my Bruce Willis from Pulp Fiction.
Okay.
Ready? Here, it's a facial thing. Ready? Here we go. Can you kind of see it? Wait. Let me try it again. Wait. Ready? The fifth my ass goes down. Wait. I said in the fifth my ass goes down. Did you hear that?
Dude, you want me to be Ving Rhames? Do you want me to do this?
Not in a fight, you're gonna feel a slight sting.
No, in the fight, you're gonna feel a slight sting. That's pride fucking with your ass. All right? Fuck pride. Now repeat after me. In the fifth, your ass goes down.
The fifth my ass goes down.
That's really fucking good. That's really good. Damn. I've never heard your Bruce Willis.
It's the only thing I can say. I gotta squinch my face.
Yeah, holy. Yeah. It's like easier to channel him when he's doing like the more subtle, like brooding Willis.
Yeah.
Come out to the cars, have a few laughs,
Like, close, have a few laughs.
That's good, man.
Some
That's
kind of
really
accent,
good.
Hans. It's a nice accent. Huh? Well, that was kind of like a fucking. That was a De Niro.
Fucking Academy Award for that accent, Hans.
It's a nice fucking accent. It's a good fucking accent.
Yeah.
You trying to have a good fucking accent with me? Huh? You trying to be
Michael J.
happy?
Fox?
That's my Michael J. Fox. No, that was my terrible De Niro. You trying to be a what did I come on, that was a good
Doc. I think I said it on your podcast before. Like my impression of Michael J. Fox is only one word.
Yeah.
It's like Michael J. Fox like stepping on a duck, and it goes Doc.
Wow.
Whoa! If what you're saying is true, Doc.
Telling me that Mallory is a DeLorean? That Whoa, Doc. Whoa.
Marty, we gotta go back. Don't you understand what's happening here? The space-time continuum is getting all fucked up.
No.
I was standing on my toilet, and I fell off, and I bumped my head, and I saw this. The force come on.
Have you ever done Randy Newman? He's one that I love doing.
Randy Newman.
Yeah, but
Like
well, he was a guy named Dan Fogler. He liked to write comics all day. He liked to draw all day long, and then he became a famous movie star.
like my
That's
favorite
fucking
to do.
funny,
Because you can't be upset when you're doing.
Wow. Ooh, I lost you for a second. Are you there? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Hello? Mommy? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Yeah. Wait, what were you just saying?
Oh, just that you
Randy
can't
Newman.
be. You
Okay.
can't be sad when you're doing Randy Newman, man.
I was gonna say that remind me of Woody, so I can do some from the Toy Stories.
Yeah.
So this is my Woody. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Buzz! Buzz! That was pretty good. That's all I can say is Buzz. No, man! No, that's terrible. I can only say Buzz.
Do you do any Sacha Baron Cohen? You do like Ali G or Borat?
Oh.
You ever? I mean, because like he's like, I've been revisiting like Ali G, like respect. You know what I mean? Like, I've been doing a lots of him because I watched Borat 2 against like twice already. Yeah, and it's really massive. But like it made me go down the rabbit hole of like how great he was back in the early aughts. You know what I mean?
Good, man.
It was real good back in, still is. You know what I mean? But I love Ali G.
This is my Jason Statham. I'm Jason Statham. This is Jason Statham lighting a cigarette. Is you want a cigarette? Or maybe I'll light it for myself. I'm Jason Statham.
Did you say Jason Statham?
Yeah, I'm Statham.
Statham.
With an F.
Yeah, with Statham. With a gun. You light your cigarette with a gun. You strafe them. Right across. Yeah.
Do you have a Michael Caine?
I do have a Michael Caine. I've got many Michael Caine. I've got your Michael Caine. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. And I've got a much more regal, but a much more slowed down Michael Caine in Master Wayne, in Alfred Pennyworth, not Pennywise. That's it, isn't it?
Pennywise. Yeah.
Am I Georgie? Were you a man in play? Yeah, that's Pennyworth. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go down my list here.
Great.
Here's my Jack. I was wondering, did you just cut me off on the highway there? Because I think I'd like to kill you now.
No, listen, I'm Christian Slater. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Christian Slater. This is I'm just young Jack.
Christian Slater. Yeah, you taught me that he was more chewy. He's a chewier version.
He's a chewier, higher version of Jack Nicholson. That's all he is.
And then there's young Jack. Younger Jack. I was doing older Jack. I was doing Jack right fucking now. Standing in his tidy whities. Demanding that he have another tequila. I don't know. Does that even sound like him? I don't even know.
Is it what's the name of the bartender in The Shining? What, Lloyd, old boy? Let's have another, shall we?
Little hair of the dog that bit me. You're the greatest bartender from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine.
That's right.
Danny. I'm not gonna hurt you. I can't help it. I like Mikkelsen a lot. Okay.
Do you like? Have you ever done Nick Offerman?
Oh, you do Offerman.
I enjoy doing Nick Offerman a great deal, especially when I'm doing manly things like chopping wood and making pancakes and drinking 7 cups of coffee in a row. It makes me feel like a real man, and that's very important to me.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good one. We did Lloyd. We did Jake Fox. You got a Nick Nolte? Here's my Nick Nolte.
You always ask me about this, Dad. Jesus Christ. I want you to get up the goddamn mountain. Would you just stop with the goddamn Nick Nolte? Is this another 48 fucking hours or what? Jesus Christ.
This is my Nolte from Afflicted. You ready?
Oh.
God. Goddamn tooth. God.
That's my favorite James Coburn performance.
Coburn. You do a Coburn.
You son of a, you're such a ninny. Come here, you. I'm tired of you. That's like for the younger generation. That's the guy from Monsters University or Monsters Inc. Monsters University.
Yeah, I just saw him recently
Monsters
in. He was in Sister Act 2. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
Did you ever see a little spaghetti western by the name of Duck You Sucker?
Oh yeah, I heard about that one.
Dude,
yeah,
it's wildly problematic. He plays an Irishman, and
yeah.
Don Rickles, I think, plays a Mexican, which is so unfortunate. Doesn't age well. Does not age well at all. But it's cinema from a cinematography perspective, and just the story itself is like, oh my god, it's amazing.
He's got a bad Irish accent in the Muppet movie.
Yeah,
that's my bar.
Here's what you need to know about me. I'm Seamus O'Shamahan, and I'd like to get you a bottle of whiskey. How do you say about that?
And you're like, what the fuck is this voice? But yeah.
Oh god. Okay, so I should not leave out Wallace Shawn, because Wallace Shawn is essentially Daffy Duck as well. So
Inconceivable.
that's my Wallace Shawn.
It's good.
But if we're going off of The Princess Bride, I'd like to do Peter Falk. Now, you said that the killer came in through the bathroom door, but I'm very sorry. The bathroom door was locked from the inside, and you said you don't like stories about kissing. I'm very sorry. We're going to get back to it. But there's some fighting. There's some good stuff. You're going to like it, you know.
He's got good arms. Wait, does that sound like him?
This word you keep on using. Are you doing Andre?
No, that was that's Andre says that. He's got good arms.
He's got good arms. He's very strong. I think he's going to win this one.
He's just like
got the peanut.
Like if Arnold Schwarzenegger took Dilaudid, basically. He's just like,
well, they want to do this, but we're going to go here. What do you want me to do?
Let's do this is Schwarzenegger from Total Recall. You ready? Did that kind of sound?
Now I'm assuming that's when he's on Mars and he loses his helmet, or is that when he's pulling the thing out of his nose? That's...
No, this is Get Your Ass to Mars.
Cohagen, give these people air.
Give the people air. Get down. Get back up again.
Give me 20. Do these push-ups. Do me. Prove it.
Prove to me that you can do it now. We had a thing that was You know what? When he had like, they started finding out that he was the father of many people. Like he was just like, it's like he's had like paternity suits all over the place. You know, where you know what I mean? Yeah, he had like he had like a lot of different kids with different ladies, and
Oh, I didn't know that.
so me and my buddies would do this bit where we would be like walking around as Schwarzenegger and just look at people and just be like, "You've been fathered. You've been fathered. Bam! You've been fathered." Like he just looks at you and you're his father. He's your father.
Who's your daddy? That's
Who's
right.
your daddy?
You're going to take a paternity test and you're going to find out that I am in fact your father. That's going to be a strange day for you, don't you think?
Not the tumor. Okay, so let me do actually a good impression before before we move on to Anna, who's waiting patiently. Okay. Okay, you got a Chris Walken. You have a Chris Walken?
Of course.
Hey. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hey. Ross, I can't hear you. Am I going deaf? Hey. Are you there? You're frozen.
Wow.
Oh, there you are. Now you're back.
It was like I was frozen in space and time. Space-time continuum, very strange. Wow.
One time I was frozen for 15 years in the 80s and part of the 90s, and they unfroze me, but I'd already done 5 or 6 films. It was my best work. Yeah, I don't even know if that was good.
That was good. That's good.
Okay, let's bring in Anna. Let's bring in Anna.
Yeah.
Let's get a lady's touch here. Admit this lady. Where is she? Oh,
Oh,
Anna.
hi.
How
Hi.
are you?
I'm just, fine. How are you?
Thank you for doing this so last minute. I appreciate you.
Hi, Ross. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I love your booth.
Wow, thank you. I don't
Wow.
want there's clothing behind me, so instead there's the empty void of
Oh.
space.
Cool.
Nice.
How
That's
long
good.
have you been doing impressions? You do a lot of impressions, don't you?
Regularly since 2012.
Oh, okay. And so we just been going around. I actually, how did I met you because we did this thing where we went back and forth and we did Fantastic Beasts noises, right? Yeah. And that was pretty hysterical. You guys should. We like. You were like, "Who? What does a niffler sound like?" You know, and then what does an erumpent sound like? And we just went back and forth, and we thought,
Try to guess what the other one was doing. Yeah.
yeah. So lead off with an impression here. And then we'll just go around for the next half hour or so. Well, actually, just 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes to do as many impressions as we can.
Right. So my main anxiety here is that I'm like a little millennial baby, and I'm worried that most of my stuff is like not your area.
No, that's why you're here, because you're picking up the slack for everybody that we're not getting. You understand?
Okay.
You're covering all the millennials.
Okay. Well, here's
I'm a
something
millennial.
I am not.
Okay.
I am not a millennial.
I'm the first year millennial.
Here's something that hopefully you'll get. Not that we're playing a guessing game, but now we are.
Oh yeah, that was R2D2.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, I thought this was someone from more recent. Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm trying to get stuff that I know
Okay.
Dan knows.
This is my Mark Hamill. This is my Mark Hamill. Okay, you ready? 3PO! 3PO, shut down all the trash compactors on the containment level! 3PO! Where can he be? Holy shit! Holy shit!
Was that your
You
new
listen to me.
record?
That was pretty good.
Luke,
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. You better shut down that trash compactor real quick, or Chewie and I are gonna become meat sandwiches. You understand what I'm saying? Get off of my Death Star!
Get off of my millennial.
Well, I gotta make him younger because that's like late 70s Harrison. So I gotta make him. He's got more swagger back then. You know, he's like, hey, princess,
so good.
what do you want from me? You know.
I can't get the gurgle. Ooh, that was
Very hit and miss.
How rude!
How rude. Yep,
That was nice.
droid is ready. Hey!
Jesus. The movies that we wish we could forget. Oh man.
That was pretty
I
good.
can't believe like my best Star Wars impression is from the last movie.
Ready? Here's Yoda. You ready? Okay, here's Yoda from Return of the Jedi. There is another Skywalker. Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, what about Grogu? Grogu?
Well, if you're doing that, we could also do Miss Piggy then, can't we?
Oh, Kermie.
Kirby. I cannot. I don't have Frank Oz's voice.
Do you do a Jar Jar?
Oh, I don't do Jar Jar.
Anna, do you do a Jar Jar?
I have before.
Take your time.
I need a line besides the how would Isa
There you
die?
go.
Don't know.
Just say Misa Dusa.
Isa do something. Wow.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I know I'm missing somebody.
Yeah.
There's so many Star
Well,
Wars.
everyone's been in those movies now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Okay. I'm sure we'll think of another one.
Yeah.
What about does anyone have you have a Vader? You have
Yeah. When I smoke a lot of cigarettes, I get a good Vader. But no, I know. Not anymore. But it's just really like round sounding, you know. Luke, I am your father.
I am your father. Here's the I can do the this is the here's the
I can feel your anger growing inside of you.
Do it.
Pick up your weapon. Strike me down with all of your might, and your transformation to the dark side will be complete.
that was all right.
No, that's good.
It was fine.
Senator Palpatine, baby.
Ooh. Yeah. And what about Star Trek? You got any
Zero. Utterly
no Star
zero.
Trek?
You should do a pretty decent Patrick Stewart. Oh yeah, you got Shatner. Your Shatner's great.
My Shatner's very cartoony.
Well,
oh my God. I can't stop pooping my pants.
That's my
but it's funny because with the mustache and when you pull back, you look like Brando from Godfather.
Ooh.
It's kind of like, I can't understand what's happening here. I'm very sorry. I made you an offer you can't refuse.
I want to thank Dr. Spock for giving me all the logical advice for this new.
That was my Brando. Ooh, I can do young Brando too.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Charlie, what? You said that the night of the fighter wasn't my night, Charlie. Wasn't my night, Charlie.
He's got such a dorky voice for such a like macho man, huh?
He really does.
Yeah.
It's got a lisp. It's got the.
I could have been a contender instead of being a bum.
I could have been a contender, Charlie. I could have been somebody. Wait. Wait. So back to Star Trek.
Oh yeah.
I can do a Ricardo Montalban impression because he tasks me. He tasks me, and so I must have him. That.
So focused.
You like that?
Good.
I
was
would
good.
chase him round the moons of Nebaris and through perdition's flames.
That's my favorite Star Trek movie
Oh, me too.
by far, hands down. Have you seen that? Wrath of
No.
Khan?
I've seen nothing.
Hey, I've seen nothing. And how did you get into doing impressions? Did I ask you that already, or did you?
Just theater school, being bored one summer, just wanting to do more voiceover stuff, and so uploading impressions to YouTube.
All right, give us another one. What you got?
Okay. Can you say "Vamos a la fiesta"? In English we say
Nice.
"Let's go to the party." In Spanish we say "Vamos a la fiesta."
Amarillo.
Oh, amarillo.
That's so perfect. That's perfect.
That was very good.
Wow.
Groot.
Hey, Boots.
I am Groot.
Oh, that's
Hey, watch
Baby Groot. Baby Groot. Yeah.
Can anyone do adult Groot? Since I can't do that.
I am Groot.
Hey.
Hey. Years of smoking. Hey.
Groot. What about? Anybody else from those movies?
From Guardians? Or
Yeah,
From,
or from any of those Avengers movies, or
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't really know anybody.
Yeah.
I could do Jeff Goldblum, Thor Ragnarok. Sturdy Lightning Man. Gold. Love that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's hilarious.
Any Nintendo stuff?
Nintendo stuff.
He's
Hey,
Mario.
Hey, Mario. Hey, Mario.
Oh, with the mustache. Wonderful.
That's right. Hello, Luigi. That's from the Hey, Mario. Hey, Mario.
Oh, Peachy's got it.
uh,
Oh, I'm the best. Hey!
Wait, what's that?
what was that?
Toad.
Oh,
Toad.
nice,
Okay.
nice.
There you go. Here's my John Wayne just to balance out the old school with the new school, Pilgrim.
You know what I realized the other day? It's basically just an older Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell is basically doing John Wayne. Am I right? Come on.
Wow.
He's absolutely right there, Pilgrim. That's terrible.
I get a little Yogi Bear from that.
Oh, Yogi Bear. Hey, boo boo. When I get a picnic basket. Oh, I can also do boo boo. Hey, Yogi. I want to. Hey, Yogi. Wait, does that sound like it? A little bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, boo boo. Hey, Yogi. Oh, God. Ooh, what about, you idiot. Ren. I can do Ren and Stimpy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Gee, Ren. What is it, you idiot?
Stimpy, why are you doing this to me?
I've made friends with my farts, Ren.
Do you remember Gloopy?
Oh,
You remember Droopy?
oh,
You remember
Dog.
Droopy?
Yeah, totally.
Gloopy the dog. No, not quite.
Yeah, his jowls.
Yeah, I can't do it
I've
without
been,
physically grabbing my face.
I've been doing a lot of Casey Kasem recently.
Ooh, yeah, get into that.
I just wanted to say that this has been a pleasure, and I can't wait to watch this over and over again. This one goes out to Dan in London.
Zoinks! Like he said my name, Scoob.
Yep. Wait. Do you do what?
Shaggy.
Like Scoob. I don't know what to say. Like Scoob.
Like we should get ourselves some Scooby snacks and get wasted, Scoob.
Anna, do you have any Family Guy people?
Family Guy. Giggity.
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so Meg, are you excited about turning Peter? Yeah, Peter.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty sweet. I gotta say, that was nice. That was really nice.
Yeah, that was pretty
Thing you've ever said to me, Peter.
Ooh. What about King of the Hill? Bobby, get the hell. What is the deal? Bobby, get off of my lawn.
It was some propane.
Propane? Boonhauer?
What about Simpsons? Simpsons characters?
Beer.
I'm in danger.
Wait. Let me. I used to do Marge.
Homie.
Wait.
Homie. Gee,
Homie. Gee,
No.
homie. I never watched enough Simpsons to have it in my brain.
Oh,
Oh,
I
you
could
missed
do
out.
Silver bells.
That's all I can say is most.
Silver bells.
That's funny.
Hey. I'm Dr. Shrink, I'm Dr. Flake. I like the steak, I like the flank.
What the fuck is that?
Yes.
Somebody-
Smithers.
Anna, who are your favorite shows to watch? What are some of your
Right,
favorite,
sorry, you don't know any of those.
I don't know. Golly. A lot of mine are Disney stuff.
Disney, yeah.
Peter Pan. Oh, I knew you'd come back. I saved your shadow for you. I do hope it isn't rumpled. But she's literally Alice, right? Who's also. If I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense. And it's all the same.
Oh, bother.
Yes!
I can do Winnie the Pooh. I just realized I can do Winnie the Pooh. Wait.
You just realized?
Bother.
No, like in the last year or two, I was like,
I want some honey from my rumbly tumbly piglet.
that's kind of good, right?
Yeah.
I think that I just realized that sounds a bit like a young David Attenborough.
Whoa.
David Attenborough is going down trying to find some honey, and then
Yes.
he spots a very strange pig indeed. Then you
Yeah.
I wonder if they're
connections, brain, synapses firing. Yes. Impressions find a way. Yes.
Does anyone have
I'm sorry.
a Popeye? Like,
Oh.
Popeye, why don't you do something? Oh.
That's all I know.
There he is.
Anna, you do such a good.
Which one?
What is it?
No, what did you say?
Oh, no, I was gonna say you do such a good British. Did you spend a lot of time in Britain? Are you from America? I'm assuming, or what's the story
No.
with?
I just watched too much Harry Potter, you know?
Oh, cool.
No such thing.
Like, pig moaning battle.
Oh, I know Moaning Myrtle. Wow.
There I saw a bit of Polyjuice potion. I mean, she's Babu Frick, so
Harry,
same impression.
you're a wizard, Harry.
Yes.
Mr. Potter.
Wait, was that?
It was my Alan, right? My Snape, Mr. Potter. You must. Yeah.
Well, you're going, Potter.
Motherfucker.
Well, you're going so late, Potter.
That's why I can't really do that one.
Did I tell you I saw the play on Broadway?
Broadway?
Brother.
Dude.
Yo,
I watched the first half in the West End with my buddy Paul. He played Ron, and then I watched the other half in New York with Paul reprising the role as Ron, and then my friend Jesse played the Cursed Child, and it was like
That's a wild way to watch it.
I
Like
mean,
one half on the other side of the
totally.
world and then come back.
with like 7 months in between too. It was nuts, and I loved it. I like, you know, I was a fan of Harry Potter, but I wasn't like crazy about it. But like watching that play made me like, wow, this is incredible. Did you get a chance to see either of you? Magic,
Yeah.
You ready? Here's my I'm George Harrison. Did that sound like him at all?
Yeah, it did.
Ringo. You guys have any Beatles? You know any of those?
Yeah, of course.
Alas.
I mean, I've got John, of course, right up here.
I've John. Well, I've got John. Well, I've got. Well, I'm George Harrison. If you're John,
I
maybe
suppose Ringo Moss was what down here.
maybe Anna could be Ringo.
Paul was just back here like this. Paul was just like, oh yeah, right, I love this.
Wait a minute. Now I realize I can do Wacko from.
Yeah.
I just realized that.
Exactly.
It was basically just Paul. Oh no, is he Ringo? Who was he more? Paul or
I
Ringo?
think he's Ringo. I think Wacko is Ringo. Ooh, you ready? This is one I learned I can do recently, along with Winnie the Pooh. All right. This is okay. You tell me who it is. You ready?
I wish to go back there someday.
I hear Marge, so I don't know who it is.
Is that Rizzo the Rat?
It's so close. That was Gonzo. I was me trying to be Gonzo.
Damn.
I want to go back there someday.
What the fuck is the one when he's with the balloon? You don't know. What?
Yeah, Elmo. Elmo is good.
Oh, Elmo. Yeah, fucking Elmo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Elmo is a
Elmo's
monster.
great.
Elmo's supposed to be scary.
Hey, Bert. Hey, Bert. Yeah, so if you can do Ernie, you can also do Kermit.
Hi ho, this is Kermit.
I told you before. My dad's name is Kermit, right?
What?
Yeah.
You did tell me that.
I've never met a human Kermit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's
I
his
got
dad.
teased relentlessly as a child. It was not fun, but you know, it made me who I am. I got bullied a lot. You know. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
It made me who I am, and the pain made me stronger.
You know, that's messed up. Oh, who else we got here? We got you know, my dad was named Sylvester Stallone, so I got teased all the time for that.
What?
I mean, I feel like you're making fun of my story of real war. I mean, like, what are you doing? Come on, Rock, give it the old college try. Get in there. Come on, show 'em what you got. Go on and knock their head off. No?
Gotta be. You just gotta get down low.
What the fuck is it?
You're getting creamed out there, Rock. You're getting creamed.
They told me to lead with my head, so I led with my face. So I tried to hit him with my face, you know, and then I realized, whoa, I got hands. And then I started punching him with my hands.
Oh, I just realized this Star Wars person I do, and I can't believe I forgot about it.
Is it?
I forgot that I do Obi-Wan.
Oh.
Yes, you must be the Force, Anakin. Your midichlorian count is all over the place.
God damn
you
it!
have to be Force. You must be careful.
But that's like
Otherwise-
you. Wait,
Yeah.
that's you and McGregor. That's you and McGregor.
That's Ewan McGregor, of course, yes.
Yeah, McGregor.
Oh my god.
Ewan McGregor. And he's getting his own show, isn't he? It's going to be lovely.
Really?
Can't wait for that. It's
The
gonna be really
Jedi feels the Force flowing through him. Does that kind of sound like it?
That was you were doing a little bit of a TikTok dance there.
Jedi feels the Force flowing through him.
That's dumb.
So
good.
Oh, I love you guys. You guys are hysterically special.
Oh, anyone have a Joker? A Mr.
Ooh.
J?
Ooh.
There are so many to choose from.
This town needs an enema.
No, I think she's talking
That was the
about
last
the
one
hand.
I was expecting.
No, I know. That was my nipples.
Are you doing animated Harlequin? I'm
She's doing
assuming?
animated.
Yeah.
So she's looking for a Mark Hamill.
But
Yeah.
there's so many to choose from. I'm not gonna be picky.
Well, Harley, does it sort of sound like it?
Does that kind of sound like it?
I want to hear more from Harley. Let's
More from Holly? What do you want to hear, darling? I don't know. A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I actually I don't want to
What?
Yeah, no. That's fucking great. Oh, what about Heath Ledger? Does anyone have a Heath Ledger?
I think I have Heath up my sleeve here. I don't know.
Goldblum
why.
Joker.
Yes, a little Goldblum.
Little
It's great.
You know how I got these scars?
Oh man.
That was a little SpongeBob Joker.
Whoa, that was my SpongeBob Joker. Oh wow. This is
Patrick!
Used to be able to do that troll better.
Patrick!
I was on Broadway too. Did you guys know that?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we only have a few more weeks. We only have one more week to do this guy. Okay.
Oh good. We have
No! We made it so far.
we got a little that good. We have some time here. I thought she was coming on right away. Okay, so cool, man. I think we fucking did a lot of these. I can't wait to count these all up, man.
More, man.
Please keep going.
No, I mean, I know we're up at the hour, so.
Well, you're like, all right, we're done. Jesus Christ.
No. I mean, like, I'm down to keep going, but I want to hear more from Anna.
Anna, you got any? What other Disney ones you got, Anna?
Oh, Mickey, I've got to do some spring cleaning.
Some wow. Oh, man.
Peace. I'm Mickey Mouse.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Does anyone have a you have a Donald?
Oh, it's awful, but I can't talk as him.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
There's like a specific pocket that people talk out of, and I can't find it.
Yeah, it's like yeah, he's good.
There we go.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Wait, this is my Goofy. Wait, let me see. Darsh, Mickey. I'm realizing I can't do impressions without making ridiculous fucking faces.
Yeah, that's my life.
Oh, for the love of.
Either of you know What We Do in the Shadows?
Oh yes.
Yes, of course. This is Laszlo. Yes, right. It was back in 1749, and I was at the most amazing rave of all fucking time. I drank everyone's blood, and it was majestic. Yes.
Werewolves,
Yes,
not
I know.
swearwolves.
Right, that's good.
I think I'm. Can I do Stewie? Does it sound like Stewie from Family Guy?
Not at all.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's great.
I'm Stewie.
Nope.
No. Whoa.
Oh, does anyone have a Jimmy Stewart?
Oh, sure. I'll give you a Jimmy. I'll just lasso right around the moon and pull it towards you. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Zuzu's paddles. I got Zuzu's paddles. I don't know. That doesn't sound like it either. What about you don't even know what Jimmy Stewart is, do you, Anna?
Wait, Anna, do you do Bo Peep?
From Toy Story?
Because he does a really good Woody.
Not really. Bow! Bow! Buzz!
Woody, calm
Bow!
down.
Meet Buzz!
Why are you freaking out?
I don't know! Wow! Ow, my string!
I'm gonna go find my sheep.
Okay. What about a put him on? I'm gonna it doesn't even sound like it.
Heavens to Megatroid.
Wait, that's exit stage left even. That's
Yeah.
Live.
Heavens to Megatroid. That's fucking what about
Was that your Art Carney? What were you doing?
that was my Art Carney.
Nice.
Let's just say that was it. Oh, my Art Carney is basically yeah, it's the same thing. Hey, Robbie boy. What about any Thundercats? You don't even Snarf. Yeah. Listen here.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Snarf. Thundercats. Ho.
Oh, I love the dramatic pauses.
Panthro. I'm trying to be Lion-O. I don't know what's right. I don't know.
Wow.
The Eye of Thundara.
Wow. You know that Owen Wilson's going to be in a Marvel show? Wow.
Oh,
Owen Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Is he?
It's going to be Loki. It's going to be weird. Wow. I can't wait. Wow.
That damn blousin' Simaflange. That kind of sounds like Panthro. What I was doing. Well, schnaggledy bats. Okay. What about?
And I bet you a good Gollum, don't you?
No.
Oh,
Oh, I think you'd.
Axis!
No, not good.
All right. Wow. This is we've done quite a bit. Kirk Douglas. I'm Kirk Douglas.
That's Kirk Douglas if he was a Pokemon.
Kirk Douglas is a Pokemon. God damn it. Capture me inside your little orb.
There's a little bit of Charlton Heston in there too. Goddamn dirty apes.
Damn dirty apes. They blew it all to hell.
What?
Wait, did that even sound like it?
Spot on.
Was it? They blew it all to hell. Why did they do that? Gee, Penny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That kind of sounds. You're like, yay. All right, I guess we can wrap it up.
Dr. Claw. What's his
Oh
name?
yeah, we got a good Dr. Claw. Catch it.
Yeah.
Get them. Catch it.
The claw.
The claw.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Randy the Macho Man.
Well, if you're gonna do Macho Man Randy Savage, I'll do Jesse Ventura, the body.
I'll tell you what, Macho Man, I'm gonna take you down to the ring and I'm gonna lay you down flat.
You can try it, but then I'll take your head and I'll snap into it
Like a Slim Jim?
like a Slim Jim.
Look, Jesus. Neck
Roid rage.
tendrils. Could play banjo on that. Ding 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 ding.
Ah.
Is that weird?
Oh man.
Oh. What about Gee, Bonnie? Oh, Fred. Barney is also Art Carney, isn't he? Hey,
Oh yeah,
Fred.
yeah.
Basically, right?
And Homer.
Kid, oh no.
Oh, you guys are fucking funny, man. What about you have a Seinfeld, don't you? Seinfeld.
What's the deal with impressions? Who are they trying to kid? You're not the real person. What are you doing?
Probably something he's actually said.
Ah. Get off the stage, Ralphie.
I just realized I can do Chief Wiggum.
Oh, right. So I just realized you guys do you have Colin Farrell in your movie there, don't you? So
Yeah,
could do that. That'd be great for you know, he can make an appearance in the next one. I don't know what you're filming, but sounds like a good one. Yeah. Cheers.
And I want enough dilithium crystals, Colin.
I don't know.
What was
Wait,
that?
what was that?
That was Scotty.
I can't hold it together, sir. The ship is falling apart, sir.
Ooh, that reminds me of Billy Connolly.
Oh.
Have you heard Billy Connolly before, Anna? He's got the most amazing voice. It's the most round-sounding, most lovely voice ever. I love this voice.
Get a little bit of Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, for
Yes,
the
of
millennials,
course.
you know what? For the millennials, check this out. You ready to go
Yeah.
along with your Dora impression, Anna?
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm a map. I'm a map. I'm the map. Hi, I'm the map.
Does it kind of sound like it? Not at all.
That sounds like the scientist from Simpsons.
Go
Sure.
Wait, who is that? Who is that from Dora?
The map. I'm the map. I think I did it
Don't
wrong.
say that. I mean, they say that. They don't sound like that.
Remember, doesn't the map say
I'm the map. I'm the map.
Yeah, but it's not like.
it doesn't sound like that at all. It doesn't sound like that at all, does it? Fuck. Sorry, everyone. Sorry I ruined your childhood.
Get a little more Nick Jr., a little more. I'm the map. Like, just.
Never
cute,
mind. I forget that
clear.
one. I thought I had it.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I never properly watched Dora the Explorer, but that does not ring a bell.
Okay, let's go to the other side of the spectrum. This is Ray Liotta.
I was wondering if you were gonna do him.
Karen. They never would have found it.
Wait, does that even sound like him? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Karen. Shh, Karen. You're funny, you know, just the way you tell your story, you know.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I what, funny like a clown? That's a terrible Joe Pesci. I'll be being James Gandolfini. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? I'm funny. What do you mean? The fuck is this? Eh?
Gandolfini, no. But you're, just the way that you like. When you.
What, the way I breathe? You say the way I breathe is funny? What the fuck are you talking about? Eh? I'm gonna break your fucking legs, you son of a bitch.
Gandolfini! I thought you were gonna kill me.
If you haven't seen Goodfellas, Anna, you have to see that as soon as
No,
possible.
I'm clueless.
You've never seen Goodfellas?
It's
No.
gotta what?
You
gotta watch it, man. It's a great movie. You know, it's like right up there with the bowling one, man.
Big Lebowski. That is good. That's a good one. Not a lot of people do him, man. That was really good.
He's one of my favorites.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Sure.
let's do one more each, and then we'll call it a day.
Okay.
So, who wants to do their final impression of the? Oh, maybe did people have? I wonder if people had requests for us.
Oh.
On Instagram. This is an impression that only my father will get. This is a Dr. Richard Fogler, a spot-on impression of my dad, explaining how the intricacies of the iPhone apps work. I'm in Instagram now, and I have clicked on the correct the square. Okay, so this is, they said Du Pacino. This says Du Pacino. I can't believe this is the first one I looked at. Du Pacino finding Shatner banging his grandma.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this premise.
Let's not. Okay, this is Ed's Dash Library. I'm just gonna do the Pacino side of this. Okay, you ready?
Grandma, I'm fucking home. What? Shatner. Fuck off of my grandma.
What? She came on to me. I don't know.
Why don't you take your filthy little phaser and get out of here?
Your filthy little phaser.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Okay. No one else has given. Oh, does anyone have you have a Negan, man? You have a Negan impression?
Yeah, I got Negan. Oh, hell yeah. We're going to have a real nice time. We're going to put on our shitting pants and shit all over the place.
Sorry.
I'm paraphrasing, of course. I can't remember how Jeffrey said it. But.
No, that's exactly it.
Okay, Anna, you got one more? You got one more for us?
Okay. Geez. In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun. You find the fun and snap. The job's a game.
Is that Mary Poppins? Is that Mary Poppins?
Yes, it is.
That makes a lot of sense. A little bit of sugar.
That's right.
Down.
That's right.
Holy fuck.
Awesome.
Well, I would like to add. Someone's going to add up all of these impressions that we've done.
Yeah.
Let's see if Donkey. I don't know. I was trying to do a random Shrek impression on the way, which is terrible. So awesome. I really appreciate you guys coming on. And these impressions made me laugh very much. And Anna, what are you doing now? You guys why don't you say what you're up to while I'm doing it?
Just on the internet doing some impressions and talking about nerdy shit at youtube.com/brizzyvoices.
Sweet.
Brizzy?
Ross,
Brizzy?
Yeah,
Brizzy.
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 My last name is Brisbane, so.
And Ross, are you shooting now? You're shooting some. You can't tell us anything, but you're shooting The Walking Dead right now, aren't you, or something?
No. I'm going to be. I'm shooting something else right now, but
Huh? Oh, what are you shooting?
Can't say.
Oh, you can't say.
You know how it is, man. It's NDA City, you know.
But hold on, they were shooting. We can talk about this though. They were shooting some like extra episodes to tack on to 10, right?
Yeah. We
Season
did. We did season 10B, which was the 6 bonus episodes. We finished that in October, but they finished in mid-November. But we're going back in like 3 weeks to start filming season 11, the last season of the show. So,
shit, man. I hope I get to jump on for that last season. I gotta fucking.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Some phone calls. Yeah, I don't know, man. The world is crazy. I'm in London. You know, they're storming the castle. Bye-bye, have fun. Have fun storming the castle. You know, that's what's going on, man. So I'm just basically standing at this precipice, waiting to see what will happen. Maybe I'll come back. I'd like to. Well, I mean, I'm Peter Lorre. Oh,
Rick, thank you, Rick. This is the name we were trying to remember earlier. It's Peter Lorre.
I'm glad that we got it. I'm glad we could do that.
Anna is terrified. She's like, "What just happened?"
She doesn't know Peter Lorre.
Yeah.
That's Peter Lorre. Peter. Yes, he's like every Igor is based after.
Yes.
Okay.
You know Peter Lorre. Okay, that was good. That was good to end on. You know what? You guys are awesome. I want to thank you guys for coming on the Fogler's Fiction Fest. We did impressions galore. You better have liked it. And we'll see you next time, Ross. We got you doing a little bit more stuff. If you are available for other things, Ross, think about it. Just think about it.
Okay. Great.
And Anna, if you are available, we may bring you back as well. It's very hectic, this organizing these festivals, but you have been a pleasure.
As hectic does.
Okay. Hectic is as hectic does. All right, guys. Bless your hearts.
Love you, man.
You guys, I love you guys. You guys, man, I can't wait to hang out again. Hopefully, really soon.
Yeah.
Me too. Nice to meet you, Anna.
Some 40X movies. The last movie theater thing I ever went to was 40X.
Was it?
Yeah.
With me?
No.
No, for somebody else.
In LA.
That's LA. What did you see?
Onward.
Oh, cool. All right. Well.
All right.
Onward and upward. Huh?
Onward.
Thanks,
Happy
guys.
Fogler Fiction Fest. Fantastical.
I'm a maniac.
You're
I think that maybe half of my impressions were spot on, and the other half were like, "What the fuck? What is it?"
Really good. You don't give yourself enough credit. They're great.
I don't know, man. We didn't wait. Give us some McConaughey. Your McConaughey.
Oh,
is amazing.
sure. Now, once y'all remember right now, as we're going into this very strange time that we're in. Did y'all freeze up? I don't know what happened.
Oh, we can hear you though, man.
You're frozen, but I see McConaughey.
Yeah.
That's cool.
There you are.
So here's the thing about life: it's all one big thing. It's a cycle, right? With the time of this thing, we'll look down at this from a third dimensional perspective. That's a thing. You can't look at this as a linear thing. This is all one big cycle. You look down at it like this. We're all doing this all over and over again, and that's fine. You got to just chill out and be all right.
That is so fucking good, man. Thank you guys. That was a great one to go out on. That was so spot on. Bless you. We got someone else coming on in a little bit. I'm gonna take a little break. That was impressions. We did so many for you. Thank you guys. See you. I was in Wilmington shooting this show called Secrets and Lies, and it has a tiny little fucking airport there, and I asked for a pat down, and they brought out this like army sergeant, and he was just all ready for a pat down, and I was just like, I guess so. And
Bend
he's like,
over.
Well, first I'm gonna go upside your leg like such.
and he did this like kung
They
fu
do that.
move.
No, they do.
And I was like,
they
hold on. I was like, let me stop you right there. There's no one going up inside my leg like such. And then that really upset him. While he's doing, it was ridiculous because it's a tiny airport. So I'm basically like, everyone's seeing this, right? You know, like
everyone that works in the airport is watching.
I was having people laughing while this guy was like, stay on the yellow feet. And I was like, I can't because you're jostling me like a goddamn maniac. And he's just like, oh, I'm a maniac. And I'm like, yes, you are. And he's like, karate chopping my armpits and shit.
No, dude, they karate chopped my crotch.
Yes.
The women were like, I'm going to go up till I reach resistance, okay? And they and I'm like, that's resistance.
That's major resistance.
And I'm like, so the options are going through like this like evil machine that's taking my soul or something, or you're gonna karate chop my crotch, and just because I have to fly to Phoenix, like what's going on?
And then insult to injury, I always got some asshole with his hand right on my balls going, "You're Jack Black, aren't you?"
Oh no, yeah, me too. They're like, "You're way smaller than you look on TV," and you're touching my vagina. Like you are not allowed to critique me when you're touching my vagina. That's a rule in general. That is a rule for everybody.
What the hell is wrong with people? So I'm doing the Spelling Bee show on Broadway, and Michael J. Fox comes backstage, and he's like, "I want to meet Dan." So I was like, "Oh shit!" So I find him, and we're like in the bowels of the theater.
What?
And it's like backstage in the theater, and I see him, and we're face to face with his family. Basically, long story short, he's just like, "I hear you do an impression of me."
Oh, that's good.
Okay, and I go, yeah, I do an impression, yeah, but it's for my act, and it's like it's silly. I don't want to do it. He's just like, no, do it, right? So I'm just like, oh shit. So I go. I had this whole thing where I was like, wow, Mallory, tell me.
Adjust the tie.
What?
Adjust the tie.
Adjust the tie.
Run your hand through your hair.
Jump up on my stool, just backwards, sit on it. DeLorean, whatever the fuck. I was like, what? Okay. I did this impression for him, and he goes, "My voice isn't that high." And then he walks away, and I'm like, oh, fuck me in my face. And then I was just all, Marty, look out, the Libyans, right? I did like my best, like Christopher Lloyd, and he was just all, whoa, Doc, okay, and then like suddenly it was like okay again, right? So like that's one of the times where like impressions like save your life.
Yeah.
But they can also like sink you.
Yes.
Never do the impression.
Never.
Do you have a Christopher Lloyd?
Oh, Marty. We gotta go back to the year 1955. I'm telling you, it's about your mother and your father. I saw the door. Christopher Lloyd from Taxi. I think I left my keys here. Marty.
Do you like fucking...
that's who's that mixed with? Sounds like Al Pacino a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It sounds like...
I think I shit my pants. I think I shit my fucking pants. Doing that Christopher Lloyd impression.
Oh, that's good.
You like that?
That's really
do
good.
Do you have a Al?
Do you want to do a young Al?
Oh my God.
Young Al Pacino.
No one does a young
Al Pacino. Yeah, just a young Godfather. If I may, just have a moment of your time.
Oh my God.
No, I do the typical like, son of a woman, that type of thing.
Do it.
Well, you did it way better, so I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, yours is way better.
You go, okay. I'm coming out.
You do. Do you do your Scarface?
Well,
what do you think? I got this eating pussy, man?
Oh, I gotta watch that again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How awesome was that? Dude, those guys are hilarious. Those are some fantastic impressions. I love that animation too with like Saturday Night Fever Dan and Ross. That was super cool. So that was great. Here's what's coming up next on our schedule here at Fogler's Fiction Fest, Day 2. This is so awesome, guys. So coming up next is going to be an awesome 45-minute read of Fishkill. This is Dan's comic, and it's going to be read with Phil Lamar, who's voiced like so many amazing things, BoJack, Green Lantern, bunch of stuff. And then Kari Payton from The Walking Dead is going to be a part of that as well. coming up around noon, maybe a little bit after, we're going to have a live Fanboys reunion panel. Dan with the cast, with director Kyle Newman. It's going to be awesome. After that, Dan is sitting down with Derek Robertson from The Boys. We're going to talk The Boys for an hour. Then Fogler's Comics, Jeff Boucher is going to be around. Then we're going to do a cosplay contest, and then the 420 break. You guys know how the 4D experience rolls. It's going to be fantastic. And at 5 p.m., Maz Mikkelsen is in the house. So stay tuned for all that awesome stuff. But coming up next, we're going to have the Fish Kill with Phil Lamar and Kari Payton. And by the way, throughout the day, you're going to see Joe Pallone right here of Bad Mojo Art, and he is going to be painting Dan live as a superhero. This is going to be super fun. Very excited about that, and very excited about the content coming for you guys today. I hope you guys are excited too. What's up in the chat? And we're going to have a song. We're going to have a cool song by a band called Sorry. That's going to be coming up right here, right next. Enjoy and stay tuned.
Hey, you guys want to hear a crazy coincidence? My upstairs neighbor is Asha Lorenz, whose band is Sorry, and they're making a big splash, and they said that they would perform a song for us. So here they are. Asha, take it away.
Hello, I'm Louis.
Hello, I'm Asha.
We're from Sorry, and these songs are called
Heather and Rosie.
Thank you.
All them on to you. All that you could lose. The only one you choose. To spend your rainy days with, blazing in the winter sun. And when the hour's up, well, I like dead birds in the heather. What are you to me? It's not easy to decide. I suppose we still have some time to make up these lousy minds. We'll count the rainy days down till it reaches our thumbs. And when the hour is gone, well, I like dead birds in the heather. So what's a guy able to do, a boy to do? Oh, what's a guy able to do, a boy to do? A boy. Oh, what's a guy able to do, a boy to do, a boy to do, a boy to do? What am I to say? Back to the things that you asked me. Nothing is ever that easy. I spend my rainy days now looking for your song. Now that the damage is done, we lie like dead birds in the heather. So what's a guy able to do, a boy to do? A boy. Oh, what's a guy able to do, a boy to do? A boy. So owe them all to you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
There he is.
What's up, guys? Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, man. It's one of those weeks.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. I'm
Thank
good.
you.
I'm good though. I'm packing to leave to go back and I don't know when I'm gonna see the kids again. Because the COVID thing.
Right.
So yeah. So it's like I'm just packing up stuff and like my daughter made me two little bookmarks. I'm sitting here with the bookmarks. I'm like,
Oh.
yeah. I'm just I'm just I'm having one of those days, man. It's like where I'm gonna take that. What is he saying? Tropic Thunder. I'm gonna take that shit. Use this shit.
Let me tell you something. You're getting misty. Let me tell you something. I'm getting misty. All right,
man. Dude, I don't know how Andy did it. For 9 years, because they would go back to London for 5 months. He wouldn't see him for literally half the year. Because that's why he finally quit, man. He just couldn't take it anymore. His son, he did it for 9 years. His son was 9 years old. He missed half his kid's life. Yeah, it's crazy.
But I have to thank you specifically, and I have to thank Phil. And I got a chance at Larry and Hillary, who I just met. Thank you for helping me with this, and Larry, of course, you're the co-creator. But let's take a second to you two guys. The fact that you're here right now, just you even read my comic book. I get to work, obviously on The Walking Dead. That's a dream. Phil, you've been on my podcast. And we know each other through that and the video cast. But between Cyborg and Samurai Jack, okay. Bear with me a second here.
There's my Danny. Coming out.
My wife is watching here. Okay, between those two characters, not to fucking blow smoke up your ass, for the past 20 years, there have been times in my life where, you're sitting there, you're an actor, you're waiting for the phone, and all you got is a fucking bag of weed and Cartoon Network. and I'm just being totally honest here. You guys have been making me happy for fucking 20 years. So,
oh man, brother.
Fuck, I'm sorry. So it makes me very happy that you're here.
Thank you, man.
And I think a lot of shit. I didn't think it was gonna be like that. Whoo! A lot of fans out here are very happy too. So, shit. I didn't think it was gonna go there. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get this comic book up while I'm.
This is what happens when actors write. I have so much feeling. Writers just sit quietly and just let it all stew.
Fuck.
Exactly.
Right. Does everyone have?
I just met you guys, and I can't tell you how. I can't express in words how thankful I am you guys are all doing this. I just don't. And Dan's been telling me this is gonna happen, and it's every time something happens, it's more and more surreal because we're both such fans of this, and we wrote something together that we both love, and this is just. I can't put this into words. I still pinch myself, man. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it right now.
You're pinching your. We see this as I would love to see this as an animated show. I would love to see fucking Samuel Jackson and Denzel Washington in this. I don't know what this is gonna be. It's just amazing for us to hear it with this talent here. So I thank you a million times. I'm gonna try and figure out how to screen share this. Here we go. Am I doing it?
You're almost doing it.
I'm almost. Oh shit! There it is. And are you guys here with me?
Yes. And I just want to say it's nice to meet you guys, all of you.
Nice to meet you as well.
You know, and congratulations, you know, on creating this, and it's incredible.
Oh, here's everybody. Oh my God, I did it right. Okay, okay, here we are, and I'm gonna make it so everyone can read it. Oh shit! Oh shit! Ah, hey, I'm a genius. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you, everybody. Fishkill, issue 1.
Okay. So in the first chapter 1, I'm not in there, right? I'm in chapter.
Yeah, you do have a couple lines, but if you miss them, I'll jump in and take them. Don't worry about it. This is for fun, you know.
Okay.
All right. So yeah. So I'm just trying to follow along. Now I know that I'm the names of some people. I think I know who they are. I'm not positive. You're gonna have to help me out a little bit.
You're this first guy here. You're this guy.
Yeah,
here.
I did know that. I figured that out. But,
I'll help you along, guys. We're just having fun. I'll help you along. You know what I'm saying?
So you might have to make some cuts here just to make sure that you know that I'm on the right.
No, this is it. This is what we're doing. This is they're seeing the sausage made, man. This is how we roll. We're having fun.
All right. Okay. And I'll try and keep you know, I'm just throwing voices out. So I don't know. So here we go. All right. Fishkill, here we go. Fishkill, goddammit. What kind of moron are you with no fucking warrant? They suing us, you know that?
They broke the law.
Cracked skull, 13 broken ribs. You like a fucking stalker.
They resisted arrest. He deserved it. She would have ran. It's a 288, Lieutenant.
You off your fucking meds. Cause she crying police brutality.
They would have got off.
Yeah, that's you right there, Car.
I'm sorry. Here, I'm sorry. I lost the Oh, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. Shoot, I'm sorry. My computer's not
it's not showing it.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm trying to. Yeah, maybe I should just read it. Where
can you see it right here?
Yeah.
Is it big enough here?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Should we start again? What exactly? I'm coming in here a little bit blind. How
We're just having fun, man.
Okay, we're just having fun. We're just playing with this thing. You're gonna cut it up and do whatever you want to do.
No, we're just watching. You know, this is it. This is the panel. We're just like, let's read this thing, and you know, let's hear it. That's it.
Oh man, I feel so unprepared. Okay, all right.
Now, come on, man. This is for fun. This is great.
All right. Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's
Yeah, I love how people say that. Just be yourself. It's like, well, fuck, I'm a professional actor.
I know. Okay, all right, here we go.
Just suck. Okay.
Let's
No, you just
start
get the one
again.
more
Let's
line.
start again, and I'll try and keep this a little bit more together. Actually, let's stop just for just a second because I'm gonna get my reading glasses that I have just realized that I actually need now.
Okay.
And make sure that I can read this without having to worry.
Well, the tricky part is also like, and this is what I find with guided reading comics anyway. You can't see the whole page. So some like this first Fishkill line, they broke the law. The off-camera line, until you get to the next panel, you don't know who's saying it.
Well,
yeah, I found that too, that it wasn't color coded.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happens in comic books sometimes. Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I hope you to do that in your
hey, that's better.
because you have bubbles coming out of the wrong mouths, man. You gotta say which character.
I will.
Yeah,
I will
I'm
jump
like,
in and say.
I'm like, okay, I'm not sure. All right, I'm gonna go with this here. These are Rite Aid
These very
specials.
sharp glasses, dude.
Okay, hold on.
They're
Let me
very
explain.
sharp.
Sometimes these squares here in comic books, they're captions. They're kind of like voiceover, you know. Yeah.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah.
No, and the only narration, other than that, overlap line there would be Fishkill, right? There's no narrator.
Right. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. It doesn't seem like there's any. I mean, maybe as you're going through, I'll do the I can do some of the.
No. You don't have to worry about the sound. Don't worry about the sound effects, man. Don't worry about the sound.
By the time we get through the end of this, we'll finally be in a groove, and I'll be making fart noises at the right time with under my arm. It's gonna be amazing. All right, let's start one more time.
Now that you stop trying to be cute and you're ready to be old like me.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta embrace it, dude. I gotta embrace it. It was one of those deals where it's like, I can see this. No, you can't. No, you can't.
See? Oh yes. Remind me when you hit 90, Kari, to make sure your kids take your keys away, because you're gonna be the one saying, "I'm fine. I've been driving for 80 years. I'm fine."
It's true. But I don't even want to see what my insurance premiums are going to. It's gonna be real bad.
I just spit all over my computer. Spit water around everything. So this would be interesting.
All right. I'm reading right into the camera. We're gonna do this thing. It's gonna be amazing. Let's start again. Fishkill, Last Storm, Fishkill, part 1.
Back up to
Make legs, everyone. No pressure.
Yeah. Let's go back up to the top, Dan, and let's start.
You got
again.
it, sir.
All right.
Last Storm, Fishkill, Chapter 1.
Fishkill, god damn it! What kind of moron are you? With no fucking warrant? They're suing us. You know that?
They broke the law.
Cracked skull, 13 broken ribs. You're like a fucking stalker.
They resisted arrest. He deserved it. She would have ran. It was a 288, Lieutenant.
You off your fucking meds. Of course she's crying police brutality.
They would have got off.
You even listening, detective?
No! Ah! Suck on this! Ah!
Yeah.
Crunk.
Ah! Back in the war, we thought we knew what we were fighting for. Most of the time. I've had authority issues my whole life. I asked too many questions. That's why I made detective in the first place. From day one, I was instilled with an ineffable barometer of justice. I could just sniff it out. Didn't need some asshole adult telling me what was right. I know. Don't judge your packaging. They say I was kicked out because of insubordination. Only me and my Sarge know the real reason. Dishonorable my ass. I walked away because that war made 0 sense, and it stunk to high hell. Smelled like a fucking scam.
Demoted to bridge duty. Now get the fuck out of my precinct!
Story of my life.
Thank you. Fuck, this is amazing. Okay.
I'll take the rest of the day off.
Welcome to the Rotten Apple. My name's Fishkill, by the way. Detective, Officer Bartholomew Fishkill. It's unfortunate. But my mother was a saint, so I ain't changing it. May she R.I.P. Stuck in limbo on this godforsaken bridge. Should have collapsed 100 years ago. It's like a whole system. But still it stands. Swiss cheese rust holes and all. Hard to fight crime when they stick you in your own personal jail cell. Freedom, my balls. See what they try to pass off as a memorial at Ground Zero? 2 empty black holes. I was there the day the towers came down. I was duped like everybody else. That's why I enlisted. Thought I could figure the whole mess out for America, all by my lonesome. But the deeper in I went, the less sense it all made, and the harder it was to focus. Everything blurred. So, here I am back home where I thought I could make an actual difference. Don't get me started on Building 7. Whoa. Did I just say that out loud?
Hey, wake up, Bart. You're monologuing again, son.
The head? Shit! Wait, come back!
Be alert, son, because the world needs more alerts. Ha!
Dad!
Maniac.
Sorry.
Jesus, dude.
Sorry. Dad! Wait! Fuck! Fuck!
Idiot.
Gone. Focus, Fishkill. Maybe the universe is trying to tell me something. Shit. My last wood fell. Maybe it's time to give up the good fight. Hey, Leon. Want another hot dog?
Fuck off, Fishkill. And yes, and the large papaya juice.
Leon means well. He just been stuck on the bridge too long.
The fuck you say?
Takes a certain amount of faith to eat a hot dog, let alone 2. Luckily, as of 5 minutes ago, I'm suicidal. Nitrates.
What? Oh, that's you, Phil.
Hold that thought.
What?
Not my problem anymore. So far out of my jurisdiction is scary. Hey, Leon, you owe me... While I was flying like a ragdoll through the debris, must have been in shock, because all I could think was, fuck, that was my last picture of her.
Mom?
Felt like I was floating for a full 60 seconds. Rain woke me. Don't know how long I was out.
That's fucking great.
That moment forward, I finally knew I was done sitting on the sidelines in my shitty little penalty box. Pretty sure seeing him bounce back too soon from a hit like this. Not a goddamn 9/11. Now in this day and age, not with the current administration. Going fuzzy. Gotta hunker down. Regroup. World needs more alerts. Fuck you, Pop. Thanks for the warning. Didn't look like it, but it was a quiet before the storm. And I had no fucking clue that my biggest lead to this whole giant clusterfuck just slipped through my bloody fingers.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you. That was amazing. Let's take like a little break if anyone needs to take a pee, and then we'll do chapter 3. How do you feel about that, guys? You feel good? Take a break, take a drink, and then we'll do it.
Good stuff, man.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah,
That was
Leon,
incredible, man.
That was
Leon,
great.
we barely knew you.
Leon, man. I love that bit on the bridge with Leon where he says, "Hey, man, you want a hot dog?" And he says, "Leon means well." He says, "The fuck?" He's like, I love that bit because I love how. Anyway, I love my work. No, I love how. I just love how he monologues. You know, he doesn't even know he's talking out loud. It's fucking cool, man. Okay, so we're at chapter 3. Let's take a short break and then we'll read this.
Okay. Well, back a sec.
Guys, that was wow. Thank you, man. Unbelievable.
It's fun. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was awesome.
How long have you guys been working on this?
We had the idea for it a couple of years ago, like a while back, and then we just, it was funny because Dan texted me the name. I had forgotten that we had come up with the name, and I had just shot a series in Fishkill. I was like,
right.
"You were up there in Fishkill?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And then we met. I'm like, "Fishkill." He's like, "The guy," and I'm like, "Oh wow!" And him and I working together, just boom, 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 boom. Unbelievable. What a cathartic experience, man. Working with him has been just amazing.
Don't you love that? Don't you love that? I mean, yeah. Getting it all out on paper and and starting in the and the beauty of it is when you've been working on it for a while and then there's nothing, and then all of that time that you think is wasted has somehow built all of the things, and then it just comes.
It's just, and seeing it, like, it's just been each step of the way. It's been like, really? This is unbelievable. Because I'm a geek, man. I have a collection of comic books. I read comics, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. And Dan and I will text each other, and we just click on stuff because we'll text each other, and then he'll text me the same exact thing as I'm texting him something. You know what I mean? It's been just an incredible experience, man.
That's cool. That's cool.
Thanks. And you guys, this is surreal, guys. This is surreal.
Well, I mean, you got the best one when you got Phil to do this. I mean, he's just a man. He's just a man. It's been the fun thing for me was when I got Young Justice. I think Phil does, I don't know, maybe 20 different parts on that show, and so me, I do 3. You know what I mean? So it was cool just to sit back and watch him figure out, like the little things that happen to make a character unique, And
how much did you must have learned? Like, how much did you learn? Tons?
So much. I mean, he literally. I remember there was one time that I was like, what do I do with this character? And he was like, don't make a big change, make a little change. A little change means a lot, and it like colors everything that I think I've always, because you think to go big first, and but a little goes a long way a lot of times, and that came straight from Phil, and it's one of the best lessons I've ever heard.
I got to work with Alan Alda on a TV show, and we were talking. He was telling me a story about something when he was working with somebody, and the advice he was like, I told the director I wanted to be a leaf in the wind. And it's like, what then? He goes, the director told me to be the wind. So I just try to be the wind now. And I was like, wow. And I've taken that with me every step of the way, man.
Yeah. That's awesome. That
was cool stuff.
That's a great analogy, man.
Right? He's like, I'm just trying to be a leaf in the wind. Don't. Just be the wind.
Just be the wind.
It was great, man. That was Alan Alda. Just that advice.
That's very
he's a good one. The hell did I... Just be the wind. That's hysterical. But it's so true, isn't it?
Just leave yourself alone.
True.
There he is. I like be like water. I like the whole Bruce Lee thing.
Right. That's karate.
Stay sticky.
Yeah.
Is that stay sticky?
Stay sticky. That's what he says. Stay sticky.
Never heard that one.
Oh, sticky. Right. Sticky hand.
Yeah, sticky hand. Stay sticky.
Okay. Sticky hand. So okay, so let's keep going. This is everyone ready to rock? You guys ready to go? Okay, here we go. This is Fishkill 3. Stable. Oh, Let's make sure it's okay. Chef share. I really hope everything is recording because this is brilliant. Okay. It looks like it's recording. Doesn't it say it's recording?
It says recording, yeah.
This is recording.
Okay, chapter 3. Here we go.
You guys can hear me okay, right? Level's good?
Yeah.
That was great.
That was awesome. Everyone's great, man. That one. Out.
The fuck?
That's Phil.
And the dragon will come with the sound of a drum. What to do to die today? A thing distinctly hard to say, but fuck. Always fuck up that part.
That's you, Hill.
No! No! Help me!
Fuck. Not again.
Help!
Exactly 7 friggin' years ago.
Help!
No, that's somebody else. Help! And that's Phil in the car there.
You're always too early or too late, Mayor DiNapoli. Details, deadlines,
Help! Somebody call 911! Shut the fuck up! We ain't supposed to be out here, man. That's you, Phil.
Now! How long you been on there, kid?
Fuck it, at least a minute or two, mister.
Detective. Fish kill. Watch your mouth.
Holy fuck. This is fuck, man. Yeah!
Goddamn punks. Always in trouble.
Oh, God. Does anybody know CPR? It's you, Phil.
Don't bother.
Johnny's dead?
Watch it. First time, so I don't know what's going. Clear.
Ah!
Too cold for this crap.
Who the fuck was that? The patron saint of punks?
The Black Friday Massacre has affected us all most profoundly, and I would like to take this moment to personally thank Senator Caspian for endlessly toiling on behalf of all New York State in our time of need. He could not be here today, but rest assured he is working diligently to obtain aid and resources, and I am glad to announce that due to his boundless generosity, we'll be able to obtain flu shots for all New Yorkers at no additional cost to the city. To ensure the current epidemic does not reach critical conditions, as you can see, we have all had our vaccines administered this morning.
So Hillary, you and I go back and forth on these, right?
Okay.
Real evidence, Fishkill is dead.
Any word on final body count still missing?
Fishkill, the only suspect.
Is flu shot mandatory?
Support Nanai bill?
Thumb scanners, retinal checkpoint, facial recognition?
Perceived to be fascist.
One man caused the deadliest attack in U.S. soil in all modern history?
Treated as homegrown terrorist? What do we really know about Fishkill? When will bridges and tunnels be open?
Labeled a terrorist and not a lone wolf simply because he's a black man?
And please give a statement on the fate of the 5 boroughs as it pertains to the enactment of martial law.
Settle down. Federal assistance is spread thin. We have no choice but to declare a state of emergency and to impose martial law for the safety of our residents, documented or undocumented. The court systems will still be operating. Curfews are set to go into effect at 8 p.m. this evening, where all New Yorkers and fortitude and perseverance will see this nightmare through as we will rise from the ashes renewed and
Mute. I said I was not to be disturbed. That's your car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Too late.
Oh, it's you.
You don't look surprised, Sebastian.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
Speaking of which, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Observe. At one fell swoop, no more guns, no more protests, no more weaponized vehicles, no more civilian cars, period. No one will question authority anymore. That's what we do, Sebastian. We kill several birds with one stone. By the way, your baby boy signed his work again. We are no longer amused. You have 48 hours to find her.
This is you too, man.
SOS, SOS, tis. Same old shit.
What in the hell?
Oh, it's your lucky day, Angel. I ain't never fucked anything worth more than $50. $1 billion pussy. More the clams we can eat. $1 billion blowjob, baby. You're a star, Andromeda.
Please, how do you know my...
Put your mouth, bitch. All in.
Help!
Daddy can't hear you down here. Baby, relax. Just you and us and the rats.
Oh, God. One step closer and I'll scratch your eyes out.
Ooh, feisty. So he's got all these different personalities, Kai.
Right. People think I'm disgusting, but it's just me and the mayor I'm discussing. Paper planes crashing in. And I ain't fussing cause I'm a player cousin, kill 'em by the dozen. And the play's the thing, wherein we'll catch the conscience of the king. Murder has no tongue, but miraculous, it finds a voice. Got no choice. Well, the king's the thing, cause they all want their bling, but they're just kids in a game, and they know nothing. Birds is the word. The Caspian Sea will surge, and the one true will lead the purge. Women, tell your daughters that the Moors are now making the beast with 2 backs, and they will attack, and you don't want that. Oh, no, 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 no. You better fight. Fight for the powers that be. Fight the powers that be. He.
Please, someone help me!
Oh, with the flow, just a beautiful dream. We're in the money. We got a lot of what it takes to get along. Yeah, I better get panties off. Fucking whore. You see, that wasn't so... Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh! Wait, no!
Motherfucking fucker! Christ. Jesus.
Was this right? It's him. No fucking shit. It's gotta be. Look at him. It's Kill. Kill me. Who is this thug in my house?
Dad?
Ladies, clean up on sub-level 6, please, now.
Dad, Father, I thought you'd be at the press conference. I need more time.
Torture him all night long. He'll tell you he's the queen of the Nile. This is that's you.
This is an
Oh, that's me.
associate
Wait, wait.
of Andromeda's. She's gone underground apparently, and
Sit. Kill. I see. Our old friend Render stopped by. Seems you're getting quite the reputation as a big tipper.
Father, I...
Silence! Thank you, ladies. Scraps for the dogs. So, my dear boy, this is how you've been getting your cheap thrills, huh?
But...
Don't snivel, son. All actions have consequences, you know that. What separates a man from a coward is the true man will accept the outcome and embrace his success, but most importantly, his failure. Did you know when Mother Caspian was pregnant with you too, I knew I would have a son as well as a daughter. My hope was that my boy would be born first. You were not. Although lacking, I did accept my son for who he was, and I made a pact with myself to teach him and to groom him, and it seems at times I have failed you, and for that, I am sorely sorry. I gave you the means, yet still you cannot stomach your soft little hands getting truly dirty, can you, son? You had one job. One! Keep an eye on your sister. Well, we learn from failure in this family. This is how we guarantee success. To oversee this, I granted you a modicum of responsibility, and you have endangered us all with these twisted torture sessions. Now, this is a lesson in sacrifice and consequence. It will be a reminder of your mistake and a guarantee that you will not fail me again in the future. Choose. I have wagered a considerable sum that you will have only lost the fingers on your right hand by the time you reach 45. If you make it that far, please don't disappoint me. Be grateful, Angus. I had to sacrifice so much more by the time I was your age. I hope you learned from this little fiasco. My consolation, any consolation, it can always be worse. You could be like me. I'll be keeping my eye on you from now on. Oh, they messed with the wrong Holmes.
Bless you, boys, but we're gonna need a lot more supplies than this.
Hey, Kill, you saved our asses. I don't know how many times. We got you. Big Papi said, yeah, there ain't no way Kill did this. You know, not Kill, yo. He saved the gang all the time, man. Kill's on point. This shit ain't right.
Bubble again?
Number one, G, but it's okay, Kill. Lay low. Gang will get restocked. This martial law crap will be it's crimping, yo. But there's still ways. You know, the Duke of the Air Ducts. He's always be in your debt. And we got the boys street side to catch word up top, and these creeps will be checking out the bumps too, man. And everyone's be looking for that fat check, bro. It's straight up bad, bro. It's like, what the fuck, shit. And if they find Kill is still ticking, I mean, then you got to be ready for anything.
You guys won't help me. I need more meds and cigs and fluids, more milk. Keep it coming. We gotta rest, heal. Then we can move her someplace nice.
Anything, Mr. Kill. Stay put. We'll be your eyes and ears. You can get you all re-upped by the AM. Peace, fish. Let's go be invisible, boys.
And no flu shots, you hear me? I got a bad feeling. Info, provisions, details, deadlines. Thanks, fellas. Oh, you want?
You want all shit, fish? Word, yo, the wizard is on a prowl.
Hi.
Got a ciggy?
You ain't hungry?
Nope. gotta pee though, so turn around. Don't. I don't mind.
That's her.
Oh, that's some fancy needlework. I should know, Mr.
Fishkill. Bart.
Fish killed Bart? Sound like a cowboy or a pirate. You a pirate?
I'm one of the good guys.
Never seen someone so big.
Sure you don't want a bag of chips?
I'm a pescatarian. I eat fish.
Whoa, hey, you're just a kid.
I'll be 18 come January. And you saved my life. Let me repay you.
Yeah, well, you can reward me all you want next year, okay, kid? Till then, you want to smoke something? Smoke this, sweetheart.
Whoa. How'd you know my brand, stalker?
Your brand? It's my brand. my mother's brand. Long story.
I ain't got no hot date, silly.
There was an accident. My dad couldn't help it. Took the pain out on me. Threw me in the basement and said,
"Don't come out till they're all gone."
I just missed the smells, all. Been smoking Lady Brand cigs ever since. Comforts me. What? What's wrong?
The girl. Oh God, I remember now. Oh God, the little girl.
You remembered it all wrong, dummy.
No, Pop. Who? What girl? Give me the details.
Oh God, the
We
girl.
didn't have a basement, Putz. Putz. What do we have?
I'm gonna be sick. Oh God.
Quiet! I can't think. You just breathe. Breathe.
What do we have?
I'm sorry. Oh God, Christ, the missing girl. I saw her. Oh God, sick bastards.
It's all gonna be okay. Just breathe.
Kill! Fuck! They got him! Kill! Oh, they got them all! Fuck! Fish! Kill! Oh, fuck me.
Fucking rat. She's around here, sir.
I found her.
Jesus. Caspian's gonna shit fire.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's some deep ass conspiracy shit.
That is some crazy
political party with this now.
What do you say? We're gonna start a new political party? Is that what you say?
God, it goes down the rabbit hole, guys. Big
Yeah, man.
time.
Who knows? That political party's maybe already started.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, listen, we started writing this two years ago, Larry. And
Yeah, we saw like the idea like before that, but then 2 years ago is when we started jamming it out.
basically I live in Brooklyn, and I walk the Brooklyn Bridge every day, and I would see this guy, cops, sitting in a three-wheeled, little meter maid car, which just fucking sits there. It's like they're in a little cage, just watching life go by like a fucking toll booth. And I was like, what happens if the shithouse goes up in flames? Something happens on the Brooklyn Bridge, and this guy has to save the day, and then he somehow does, rise to the occasion. And then it's become like The Fugitive, man. It's like there's a lot going on, but
yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, it touches on some dark stuff. Goes down the rabbit hole hard, but hey, man, I like those questions. They're entertaining. You guys are fucking entertaining. That was brilliant. I mean, I like. I know, like whenever we had a little turbulence in the beginning, whatever the fuck. People who are watching this are gonna like be watching and just be like, damn, like fuck, like they're gonna be riveted. And you know, this is your guys' first take at it. It's hysterical to me. It's like so much talent. It's oozing out there. Wonderful job, everybody. Just amazing.
Guys, well, thank you for asking me to be a part, man. This was fun. I'm glad we could find the time to do it.
Yeah.
And yeah. So let me know what's going on. Phil, amazing as always.
Likewise. Safe travels, man.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Gotta pack.
Thank you so much, everybody. I can't express that enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Where are you, Hillary?
Nice to meet you, Hillary.
I'm in New York.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Everybody stay safe.
Take
Yeah.
care. Stay safe,
Thanks a
stay
million.
healthy, guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Yes.
Year.
Yes.
It's gonna be a good one. You know what? We're just
Every
this
day,
is- we're
a little bit.
washing off all the dirt from the last one. That's all this is. You know, exactly.
What a
Yeah.
crazy time,
Yeah.
man.
The tide is
Crazy time.
coming in. The tide is coming in to clean everything away.
Exactly. Cleanup is, you got to scrub to clean up. This is what we do.
Yeah. And hey, we got to remember, progress takes time. True progress takes time. We got to get out of our internet Twitter heads.
Exactly.
I want it now.
We'll get it
Well,
in May.
congratulations. Awesome. Thank
Take care, you guys.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
And we are back here at Fogler's Fiction Fest, Day 2, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw the amazing Fish Kill read. We had Phil Lamar and Kari Payton joining Dan, bunch of folks. That was a lot of fun. And we are here live for the Fanboys reunion panel featuring Dan, the cast, Kyle Newman, Adam Goldberg, holy cow, and Dan in the UK. What's going on, buddy? Welcome.
How you doing, pal? I'm a lot better.
We're having a blast here. These guys are having a blast. It's so kinetic in this group. I couldn't wait for us to get this broadcast rolling.
Yeah, Bernard. Listen, Bernie. I see what you're doing, pal. We're trying to hang out here, man. You're trying to jump in on this hang. I see what you're doing, Bert. I see what you.
I will be quietly sliding into the background and get your images ready for you, sir. But you guys enjoy the ride and have some fun. If I get anything on the chat, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you.
Wonderful. Hey guys.
Hi, Dad. Dan.
Look at you all. You all look so lovely and wonderful.
You don't look a day older. Not a day older.
Yeah, you all look the same.
Everyone looks the same, man.
Identical.
Okay, so let me get right into it because we're running a little late. So I want to get right into I have a few questions. Then we're going to bring Victoria Bennett on. Were you able to hear that working man rush at the beginning there? Was that cool with it? Good. I wanted to make that happen. We're fucking low tech here. Okay, so here are my questions. Okay, let's jump right into it. I mean, we were in the chat there, and Goldberg said it. He said it. He was just like, yeah, everyone looks wonderful. Let's just get everybody back for the second one. So what the fuck, man? Well, how do we make that happen? I'm not even kidding. How do we make Fanboys 2 Windows Revenge?
Oh, Windows Revenge. I love it.
Wow, Adam.
I mean, so Dan and I we've all talked about it over the years so many times, and I think the first thing that's kind of is who owns this movie now. I mean, it was a Weinstein movie, so I think they sold it to a bank. So really, this is a fundraiser. Yeah. Here's we could do a GoFundMe and get it back from have the fans own the movie. Do a GoFundMe, and then we get.
Let's bring Harvey on. He's from prison. We're gonna get him in here. He's gonna break down the.
So I just want people to vote now. Anyway,
we're gonna rename the movie.
You should know. But look, here's the thing. It's great.
Going with the original alternate title, Fanaticoids. Believe it or not, this was a work in progress alternate title that they wanted to own. That's Fanatic, OIDS at the end. Fanaticoids. And we don't have to do official Fanboy sequel.
Yeah, that was like an STD that you'd get at Comic-Con. we have an outline for a sequel, and I have a whole. I wanted to do a TV show.
Yeah,
so I have a whole thing for a TV show too.
Will all you guys
to people that
would you guys come back for that? Sorry, man. Go ahead.
For every Hitchcock Truffaut, and stuff like that, there are 1,200 times that Harvey Weinstein formerly owns something and now it's a bank has it. That's pure cinema. That's what movies actually look like. People should know how the decade-long root canal getting a movie made is.
So hold on. I wanted to say, I just have to say that for our watchers, we're used to it, but so what happened to Jay is that he's having an event horizon situation. He's getting very close to singularity, and that's why he's having this thing with his neck. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, we're at like 16% along. We'll see. Tune in, and you might see me transform into pure information.
You're gonna be like Lucy and turn into a big black blob.
I think if we did a sequel revisited, it would have to be something that is reflective of how fandoms evolved, and how your characters and people have really evolved, and where they're at, and what it's like if you have kids and partners, and how you dealt with continuing your fandom and what's your relationship with it. Some people love it more, some people fall out of it, and I think a decompressed look at it in the form of like a show, or even like a holiday special would be a cool way to revisit it. But we did have ideas for a movie. Ideas that we had on set,
like Obi-Wan.
Refresh my memory on the movie idea, and also like, do I get to be a part of any of this stuff, or am I just?
Okay, hey, I have like can I just kind of give like the short pitch that I remember, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we have where we left off. We have where we left off, right? And so most of us reacted to Phantom Menace like, man, we're not happy with it, but Windows fucking loved it. Windows loved it, and he just like got like obsessed with it, and all of the prequels, like those were his jam, because it was all about Vader. Okay,
So then, so that kind of is the rift, right? That's what I remember we talked
Because
about.
that plus Star Trek, it was going to be revealed that I was actually a Trekker.
Yeah.
There was going to be a trip. It was going to take a boat ride, like TrekCon at sea.
I feel like I remember a cruise ship.
And
I remember
that.
somebody
You guys were stuck on the boat with him, and when you guys get high, you see Linus. He visits you in your as a spirit, and
Yes.
I also
It was
You're a ghost spirit, brother.
It's all coming back to me. It took place after Attack of the Clones.
We almost
after Attack of the Clones, and Windows loves Star Wars. He loves anything Star Wars. He loved all the prequels, and the other guys are more realists. And they're like, "You're blinded. You have like Star Wars goggles on." We have this third movie coming out, Revenge of the Sith. They're shooting it in Australia. We need to get there and tell Lucas not to fuck it up. That's what the movie was, right? And then Windows has to come to terms with the fact that maybe they weren't the movies that he wanted. He kind of takes off the goggles, and they take a cruise ship to get to Australia, and it happens to be a Star Trek cruise ship.
Right.
And then it was kind of like
fly because he won't take airplanes like B.A.
It
Baracus.
was like Mr. T. He won't fly. That's what it was, I think, which would have been great.
And
that sounds fucking great.
Yeah,
I thought, and there was also like, go ahead, man.
Your big
there was a snowball fight to open it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recall the snowball fight. Well, there were several brainstorm sessions, and so we wanted to pay homage to Empire. So there was a snowball fight when we were younger against bullies and Sam's older brother and his guys, and they attack us, and they're like the walkers coming after us. And we have this crazy fucking fight, and everyone's there, but we're younger, and then it sets up this. The obsession. We had the remember Kyle that I was that Hutch was supposed to be the kid on the fucking Millennium Falcon box. Remember that? That was his like.
We filmed the last scene. If there was time, I was trying to film with the same like setup change up as you guys were just gonna. The lights come up and you just watched Attack of the Clones, and you went from like whoa to like you're like that fucking sucked. And then Windows like, what are you talking about? It was great.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been thinking about it a lot because we were talking about a TV show version. I also think that it'd be great to just set it right now where the Star Wars and the Mandalorian stuff is happening and everything's rekindling, and someone maybe Hutch is like, let's get the fucking band back together, let's heal this rift with the Windows, that kind of thing.
How would the fanboys feel about the new movies?
I think I know that Hutch would just be like a huge Mandalorian fan, he's just like walking, he's just like full on walking around with a helmet, and I feel like he's got like, I feel like these guys have kids, they're getting into it, and I also, there was another thing, Jay, which is a call out to Luke and Leia, which is you and Kristen get married, but then you find out you're cousins.
That can't stand.
I would not have supported that. I want to keep.
I know, but that's funny, man.
The Zoe would know they're not cousins.
But that would have been the thing that like drove him over the edge,
I think if we did it now, it would take on some way bleaker tones on the palette. It would inevitably have to. And I think that also, Windows probably left science fiction when Galactica ended. I think there was timed out with a sort of epiphany of like, I can't do this shit anymore. But of course he wants to. That would be the conflict for Windows, is like he's beaten the fan out of him, and he's probably just made himself into he becomes Patrick Bateman with glasses. What is this pitch? I don't know where I'm going, but anyway.
Did he give up the comic store?
No.
Oh yeah, he probably did, and so that he could pay for like He can pay for a nice car and he can work out and get his fucking psycho body.
Hey, is there a way to? Hey, let me ask you a question. Is there a way that if we are actually like, we actually somehow figure this out and we all get into like a room together to like round table this, and everyone is able to, you know, put in their piece of the puzzle about their character or whatever? Do you guys think you would want to do that?
I'd do it.
I'll answer this in the form of this this cool emoji feature that Zoom provides us. 1 second.
Oh, here we go.
Hey! I'm preparing to be blinded. Oh, it's a fun.
No, of course. Fuck yeah, man. It would just be this.
I gotten into it like legitimately with managers and agents because this was for all of us. It was our first thing. We were all kids when we made this. Like we were in our 20s. It's just like there's so many people involved that all want money. So there's like it almost makes it impossible. You got, Dana, me, Kyle, all the actors, or all these producers, like it's owned by a bank. Like, how do you even cut a deal? Like
well, here's the thing. Here's how you do it. They're all salt of the earth people. So you have a good
every movie has the same problem. Every movie has lots of people, and so we would navigate it. And also, some of the biggest fish in that pool might not be around for it. We'd have to. We'd want. And Matt Perniciaro and Dana and you and we've got we need Kristen
and there's Ernie and there's just a lot of people, right? There's a lot of moving parts. I believe as a show, like there's so much there as a series to do, because especially if you think about it, when we did this movie, there were no cell phones, there was no social media, literally did not exist yet. And like the idea of a fanboy to me was like a tiny little club of just like your own circle of friends, right? And now there's so much like fan backlash. There's all this Star Wars backlash with like after Ryan's movie, there's like the fandom menace who like wants it to go back to what it was. There's
a lot to comment on and spoof,
right? Like fandom is a whole thing now. It wasn't when we made it. There was like no one was going to Comic-Con when we made it. It was still like an undiscovered thing. So
I just because we're on like a budget of time here.
Yeah.
So can Bernie, if you can hear me, my brother, can we traipse through the archive pictures? Which I wasn't.
Give me just a second. We're pulling that up as we speak. Give me just a second.
I wasn't supposed to take these pictures, and I'm not supposed to share them, but I don't give a shit. It's live. So this is us. We went to Lucas Ranch, and we went around to the actual Lucas. I'm sorry if I hurt people's ears. To the Lucas.
You got these pictures, Dan?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Great.
And we got the archive pictures. They're coming up if we can figure this out. And they basically said, don't take pictures, but if you do, don't share them.
Again, nobody stopped us. No one was monitoring it. I remember it was one of the coolest things I've ever done, because they like let us in and they were like, all right, do whatever you want. And we just kind of all found our own shit that we were blown away by. It was unbelievable. I couldn't fucking believe that they were letting us do it.
I love you guys so much. Kyle, can you do me a favor and can you walk us through how you gathered this fucking crew of maniacs?
Wow. I remember we was working on the script with Matt EP, and Adam was involved, and we were trying to get this thing up and running. And we knew, I was familiar with Jay from, I loved him in Almost Famous. Dan, I saw your headshot. And I was like,
I suggested Jay. That was me.
I with suspenders.
I suggested Jay.
Yeah, you did. And
Jay.
And it was like, yeah. And I loved both Chris and Sam had come in and read, and I was familiar with them both from their films. And I was almost like, I like them both. It's just which one could be Linus, which one could be, and it was like, I was open to like working with them both in it. So it felt like you guys just really rose to the top. There's a lot of people that auditioned, and a lot of people were really into it. Obviously, there was a lot of Star Wars fans, and there was a good buzz around the movie. And thankfully, it was like one of those situations where everyone was like, go hire the best people. Go hire the people that are right, you know? And you guys were also the most gifted. And so
thank you.
Got it. And there was just this beautiful chemistry. And I think we all just knew it. And that's why I felt like a family. It was like we were supposed to make this movie together. And that's, you know, working through it all with Matt and Dana and Kevin and that, we were like all, you know, reviewing tapes and stuff. And it was always like, these are the people. Same thing with Kristen. Kristen, immediately I was like, we got to have Kristen. It's Kristen. Kristen was on a show. But then they're like, well, audition other people, meet other people, we'll see if it'll work out. And ultimately, she's like, I'm doing the fucking movie and I'm in and we'll work it out with Veronica Mars. And we did. So it was the people that were really passionate and were the most talented, just were the right ones for it. And it all worked out, thankfully. It was one of the most graceful things about this was like the talent that came on board and finding you guys.
If memory serves, like once Dan came on board, that was it. Like it was once we had one, I think Fogler might have been the first. Wasn't he like the first?
Really?
Like, okay, you got Dan, now you can get everyone else and you have a movie.
When I was auditioning, Fogler, Jay, and Kristen were already attached.
Yeah.
And I think I went in and read with Chris. I think you and I like read for each other's roles.
Yeah, we did both. Yeah, we went back and forth.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
It was fun. And I think that, I mean, it would have been great either way. You're such a talented fucking guy. Like you could have done either. Thanks, beautifully.
Yeah, I just wanted to do both. It was one of those things where I was just very thankful that in this aspect of the filmmaking, people did get out of our way and let us get the right people to embody these characters. And you guys really brought them to life in a way that was beyond what I had conceived and what Adam and Ernie had written. And inhabited them like real people. I think that's why there is still a large contingent of people that like this movie and they take it to heart. You know, when I posted it, we're doing a reunion. So people are like, man, I fall asleep to that movie like every night. I love that movie. There's people that really did find it. And we never got, I think, a fair shake in terms of release. I remember Weinstein's really promoted The Reader that year and they savaged our release, even though they had this commitment to screens. They're like, well, we got an Oscar nom, so sorry, there goes your budget. And they roadshowed the movie. But thankfully, Star Wars fans came out in droves. And it has that awareness, you know, the community found it, the community embraced it. Thankfully, Lucasfilm, you know, let us shoot there and also let us be a part of their presence at conventions and things like that. That was like the community around the movie was the most amazing part of it, even though we had, you know, hardships during post-production.
Those are not the archive ones, man. This is the Fanboys ones. You see the ones that say archive? Oh, I'm trying to like flip through it. Like this one here with me with the no. This is just the Fanboys folder.
Yeah, but look, there's me sitting there. That's still good.
I like that. I like that cartoon.
Yeah, this is exactly. No, but there's an archive one here. Well, yeah, you can see. So yeah, look at this stuff. Bernie, you can hear me, right? So if you go up a little bit, brother, if you go up a little bit, no, scroll up, go up, brother. Okay, down here, we're Jesus Christ. Go up again. Down now. Go down. Never mind. Can you find the freaking archive folder?
There's one of Kyle holding the Ark.
Oh yeah. What? Oh, you can see that, huh? Oh yeah, you can kind of see that. I can't. Oh, the way my
it's Dan and I with the Ark of the Covenant. Oh,
yeah. It was the craziest shit in the world was in that put. It was
Howard the Duck was just collecting dust on the bottom rack. I was like, that's Howard the fucking Duck.
Oh wait. Do we have that? Okay, let's scroll up a little bit.
There's one. There are two right there.
You guys remember what was in the Ark?
Yeah. What was it? Oh, I know. It was Salacious Crumb, right?
No, it was Yoda.
Yoda. Yeah, Yoda was inside.
Yoda was in the Ark? That's
big
news.
There's Dan and Joe Vitrulio while Dan's taking a dump.
And then put the ham sandwich slices and the cheese on for the toilet.
Was that day 2?
That was day 1.
That was like started in that jail cell.
With Billy D. Williams. And then we went out to dinner afterwards with Billy. Wasn't Billy D in town?
Yes, let's talk about Carrie, Billy D, and William Shatner if we can, please.
Yeah, I remember they scheduled this meeting for me to meet Billy D. It was a dinner. And at the same time, they scheduled this phone call with Carrie Fisher. I was like, who the fuck does that? it's my chance to talk to them. Like, well, you got to leave your dinner with Billy D to go talk to Carrie. So Billy D's like, well, let's talk about Hoth, or is it Hoth? And they go upstairs, and I had this phone call with Carrie Fisher, and she's telling about how George gave her, Princess Leia buns for her 50th birthday, and she's talking about like her marriage.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try and get my other computer. I'll be right back.
Crazy, right? And this is amazing personal conversation for like an hour and a half. I go back down to dinner, and I sit down, and Billy D's like, and that's all I got to say about Star Wars. And I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, Kevin, man, what did he say? He's like, I don't know. You probably would know better. I'm like, what? And I missed like the whole behind the scenes Empire conversation. But they were wonderful to work with in good sports. I remember like Chris with your kissing scene with Carrie. We gave her 3 options, and she picked the one where she gets to kiss you.
And she picked getting kissed. It was awesome.
He's cute. I want to do this.
And then she invited me out to go to like Santa Fe to like a spa retreat weekend after
You'd
that.
have done it. Huge missed opportunity. You didn't.
It was the biggest missed opportunity of my life to this day.
Come with me to Santa Fe, and it came with a phone number.
Yeah, I know.
I have to say, you were very brave that day because you took the bull really by the horns. A bull in this case being Carrie Fisher. You really took her by the fucking horns and like really you got her. It was amazing. She was so into it. She was so into it. She was so game.
Can we just say as the kiss went on, the kiss got longer and longer. It legitimately.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain because you
I did
took
9 takes on purpose. 9 takes on purpose, just to like let it go.
I remember that. At one point, you're like, "We got it, Chris. Should we go again?" I was like, "Yes, absolutely, Kyle."
She was amazing. She also was so kind and sweet and weird in the best way. And like I'd see her for years after at conventions, and she would be like sprinkling people with like glitter, and she was just on a different planet in a good way, like just bizarre. One story that's about Carrie Fisher is we remember where we were shooting with her. It was like a fucking abandoned wing of an old hospital, and it was like you don't touch anything because she sat there with Fruit Loops. Do you remember this?
I was right beside her,
and she had them. My wife and I were sitting with her on the floor of this abandoned hospital wing, and she took her little cup of Fruit Loops and dumped them out on the floor, and then was one by one off the floor. It was I was like, "You're mad. This is the greatest thing in the world."
Loose Fruit Loops off the fucking
off the floor
carpet.
of an abandoned hospital.
Wall-to-wall carpet.
Here they are. Here are the archives.
Oh my God, I did not get to do this.
No, you did not.
It's the Cup of Christ.
Oh, Dan, I've never seen these, Dan.
Oh, guys, I'm so happy I can share this with you. Okay, so there's this is Kyle with the Captain Emo outfit.
Yeah, Captain
EO. from that's like the Michael Jackson outfit from the Epcot ride. Remember that?
Tiny. I could zip it up around my thigh. That's how little he was.
And then over here, that's hysterical. And then this is us at a really great screening. Remember that? I can't remember which one. Okay, so this is
like San Francisco.
There's Howard. He looks like he's an opiate addict over there.
Yeah, there he is. His eyes are rolling in the back of his head.
The fentanyl epidemic has touched Lucas Ranch.
Hey, let's scroll up a little bit. Hey, look at Marquand. He's enjoying the Death Star model right there. Cool. I'm fucking in front of I'm down here. I'm in front of the idols from fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark. All this stuff was just piled on top of each other. Here, you see, there's Howard the Duck. He was right under Han in Carbonite, just like chilling.
So cool.
Holy crap.
And look at this picture I took. I took a picture just as, you know how they had the old phones with the orange used to come up before the flash? So I took a picture on my phone just as someone else took the picture on their phone, and I got that weird orange glow, and it looks like he's coming out of.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? It looks like he's coming out of Carbonite.
Yeah.
Okay, so hey, scroll down a little bit more, Bern.
What's that Boba Fett? Is that like a Boba Fett model or something?
Boba Fett helmets. They were all just lined up. Boba Fett fucking helmets.
There was the model up there you're talking about. That was like used.
Oh yeah, go up. This guy right here.
They were using it for. Was that for stuff they're doing in Return of the Jedi. I think.
Yeah, it's got to be when he gets knocked off the fucking
Sarlacc.
thing. He goes in the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Scroll up a little bit, bro.
Which he apparently escaped from.
Yeah, no shit.
That
I'm gonna
Death
scroll
Star
down,
armor,
scroll
bro.
down.
Retcon, baby, retcon.
So there's the Ark of the
The
Covenant.
blasters. You got the blasters pictures.
Yeah, get down, guys.
Get down there real fast.
You guys
Oh,
look
I can
like
send
fucking-
any of these you want. Any of these you want, Chris? I'll send that to you.
So guys,
Better Show, were you there?
I wasn't even
there.
No, Jay wasn't there.
No.
Oh man, that's why I don't have pictures.
I thought you were.
No, I wasn't there, but I love this because it looks like pictures from a cop show I never saw, starring you.
Chris, tell your story, man. What's the deal?
Dude, it was the end. It was the very end of us being in there, and they were starting to wrap us up, and Dan and I ran off as far as we could away from everybody, just to be like, what can we find away? And we just bolted, like full on ran down a thing. And at the end of an aisle, we found Han Solo's blaster, the actual blaster. And you know, the only rule was don't touch anything. You know, you can go wherever you want. Don't touch anything. And no one was around. We were so far away. And Dan was like, should we pick it up? We have to pick it up.
Don't touch
so
anything.
Yeah,
don't take pictures and don't
take
share.
pictures. Yeah. And so we picked up the blaster, and I thought the pictures were lost forever. I've never seen them.
This is really cool.
I will send guys. I'll send any of these two.
Yeah. Scroll down more. I want to see the Death Star real quick.
Yeah. That's a model of the Death Star.
Yeah, that's
the model they filmed.
And what was great is they would slide out these map paintings, these giant 7x9 on glass. They had them all stored safely, and they could slide them out, and they could show them.
Are you serious?
It was so cool.
Yeah.
And it would be like the whole deaths. It would be the where the any ship docked in the Death Star, and it would be all the stormtroopers.
Oh, that's so cool.
But it would be a big missing patch in the middle that they would.
Of course, that's where you'd film. Yeah.
It was really it's quite astounding that they have it all, aggregated there. The Georges retained it all. There's like a wing just with costumes from all the new movies.
No, they had all the mad paintings. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was really neat.
Can you scroll back a little bit, Burn, and get those models of Obi-Wan and Yoda? Those are like the stand-ins they would use, which is crazy. The lady said that.
Yoda's ears of
these guys right here. This
looks like Dobby.
Obi-Wan and Yoda. Yeah, right. Dobby. It does look a little fucking.
And look at all those Vader helmet. Like all of these things now sell for like millions of dollars. It's
I
crazy.
know. They were just sitting there collecting dust.
It was amazing.
Yeah, scroll up, go up to the top again, man, just so we can get the most.
They
of
also
these.
had Willow's staff.
Yeah, there's the cup from. There's the
Crusade, Last Crusade.
Grail.
Yeah.
Choose wisely. Those are the fucking cups.
And we're saying that everything. We're saying every background character you could imagine. There's a version of here. Every maquette, every piece of concept art. It's all aggregated. There's drawers you can just open up and go in and look at. Ralph McQuarrie drawings, stuff from Holiday Special. They have it all sitting there. Just sometimes drawers.
Every maquette and every marquette.
Every maquette.
All right, cool. Let's take us back to the big thing. Let's get Victoria out here. Let's get on a big screen again. I'm so happy I can share those archive pics with you guys. I don't care how. I don't think I'll get in any trouble. Who cares? If I do, it'll be a cool story, and then we can put that in the movie. So this Victoria Bennett is coming on. She's like a super fan, Star Wars super fan, and we're gonna close out. How much time we got here? I don't even know when we started. I think we're right. We started a little bit. Okay, this is good. So we can get Victoria up here, and then she can close us out with a bunch of her questions. She's been waiting so patiently. Guys, God damn it. This is awesome.
We have to do it.
Yeah.
That's
I'm so happy to hear you say that, man. God damn it.
We have to.
I mean,
why are we not doing it? We just put our heads together and say we're doing it. Let's just say announce it right now.
I think it's just going to require some research in figuring out how to acquire it, right? And I mean that's not impossible to do.
That's doable. It's a piece of IP.
A lot of work.
And we already have everybody that wants to do it. We have Adam is the biggest guy you can possibly get, and he's already on board.
There he is. He's right there. Look at him.
I should say that I've been trying to like push this boulder up a hill for like a couple years here, and one of the ways I've done that is in the recent Jay and Silent Bob reboot. I was Hutch. I was full vest and I was being Hutch in that, and so I was like trying to fucking will this to happen. I'm trying to fucking because he was in Fanboys,
Yeah.
Kevin. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if we all put our heads together, we can make it happen.
I saw Kevin Smith at Rise of Skywalker. We chatted after, and we talked about Fanboys, and he's like, "What? I'll help you. What do you need?"
Great.
He wants to help. He wants to see it happen. So everybody that was involved can come back. All we have to do is get over this like logistical hump of who's got what, and then say, "Listen, motherfuckers, get out of the way. We're going to take something that you're not doing with, and let's bring it to life. We already have everybody involved that you would want involved. They're coming back. We're going to do it." Fans
Maybe
at
it
home.
would work. Maybe it would work on Quibi.
Yep.
We had a deal with Quibi. We shot the pilot for Quibi.
Quick bites, little quick bites in there. You know?
Hey, there she
That's
is.
what Quibi stands for, Jay. Quick bites.
Hi, Dan.
Thank you, Adam.
Welcome,
Hi there.
Victoria. Okay,
What's
so
up, guys?
I met Victoria on several different when we all used to go to fucking Comic-Con. She was always a fantastic interviewer. And I said, I got to get some because it's me and Bernie here. I was like, we got to get some feminine energy in here. So let's get Victoria in here to ask us some questions.
I got all the feminine energy you need.
Nice. All right. I don't know.
I don't know. What up, guys? If just in case you're confused, it says Bevan down there because that's my Clark Kent reporter name that I use when I report for Den of Geek. So I've actually interviewed Jay before for How to Train Your Dragon.
Right. Hi there. How are you?
Good. I don't expect you to remember. You were going down a line, and you're like, you got 2 questions. I'm like, cool. How was it to be in this film? Great, awesome. You gonna miss it? Great, cool. We'll talk to you later. That was my encounter.
I hope my answers were satisfactory.
Oh, Den of Geek loved it. It was great.
All right, good.
As long as the bosses are happy, I've done my job and stuff like that. But hi, guys. I have not met anybody else yet. Sam, Chris, Kyle's friend, Adam. How you doing there?
Good.
And Kyle, how you doing? Good. Okay, so I have been instructed to give you some fan questions that have been pouring in while you guys have been talking and stuff. I have my own questions too, but some really good ones were Kyle Babbitt was saying, which one of you is the actual biggest Star Wars fan?
Kyle.
Probably Dan, right? Or Kyle.
Kyle. Yeah, I remember that rehearsal where we were watching.
But I would also say Adam's a pretty huge fan.
Kyle, then Adam. Kyle, then Adam.
Yeah.
What's your basis for comparison with that?
I think, well, Kyle, can you tell your
I'm wasted, and I've had more free time to waste than Adam because he's so busy doing hit TV shows.
Kyle got to work with Samuel Jackson, who asked Kyle what the most obscure, because Kyle was like, I'm a Star Wars fan. He's like, all right, I got a question that only a Star Wars fan would know. And I didn't know the answer. And Kyle did. So,
So that's it.
Samuel Jackson, that he's not dead, that he should go reclaim his Clone Wars character, and he should be back. So hopefully he gets vocal about it because he's like, that's my character. I should be playing that character. And if Darth Maul ain't dead, then you're right. Why am I dead? So hopefully we see some Mace Windu. I tried to get in his head about it, and he loved it. We bonded over Star Wars. He signed some cool, like a big 12-inch thing, and gave it to me, and that was a dream. Get to not only Carrie and Ray Park.
12-inch thing he signed for you.
I got to work with him, and then I also got to bond with Mark Hamill. He didn't make it in this movie, but we became pals. So,
Fogler has memorized the first 3 movies though, because I've seen that firsthand. He knows every single line.
Wait, episode 4, 5, and 6, or episode 1, 2, and 3?
Well,
4, 5, 6.
I just want to clarify here.
Well, the first 3, we were introduced to. But I do. I remember that. I remember that rehearsal, guys, when we were all sitting around. I was just like, I couldn't help it. I had Tourette's. I had Star Wars Tourette's, just saying lines out. So I noticed that I definitely had a lot of it memorized.
You do great impressions too. You have been doing that, but you do great impressions.
Yeah. Yeah. Which one you want to hear? You want to hear one?
Well, have you guys seen what he did for The Mandalorian, where he was doing voiceovers of The Mandalorian and the
Thanks
child?
for bringing that up. Yeah, I do this thing called the Dandalorian, which I couldn't show here because we'll get fucking banned. But I don't know why it survives on Instagram, but I realized while watching The Mandalorian, I was like, this motherfucker doesn't talk at all, and he's wearing a helmet, and I can just, talk over him and dub anything I fucking want to say over him. So I put a bunch of that Dandalorian stuff on my Instagram. It's pretty hysterical. It's mostly the Mandalorian looking at him just being like, the fuck is the matter with you? You're 50. Stop acting like a child. It's like kind of shit.
It's the spin-off series. Just Dave Filoni, give him a call. It'll be great. No, but it's another one we got is Reaper Girl 27 asked if you guys actually remember the answers to the quiz that you guys were given in the film.
I think I'd get most of them.
Yeah, I think so.
Irvin Kershner. That's my fucking.
I think I only had to answer one, right?
Yeah, it was where was Chewbacca from?
Yeah, it was Kashyyyk. I remember that.
How many Y's are in Kashyyyk?
How many Y's?
Yeah. Tell it.
Yeah, buddy,
The question.
notice how I wasn't listed as the top Star Wars
Top
nerd.
fanaticoid. You weren't the top fanaticoid.
I wasn't.
You're not. Somebody actually pitched a really good Fanboys 2 thing. Speaking of The Mandalorian, it was Catherine. She said the Fanboys tried to kidnap the child and give it back to George Lucas. I mean, again, you just call Jon Favreau and be like, yo, we're just gonna do this little spin-off right here while you guys are filming. We're gonna borrow it, we'll bring it back.
Would it be his adult child?
I don't want to kidnap a child. Is there a version where we can make a sequel where we're not kidnapping a kid?
Don't kidnap.
It's a puppet, Jay. It's a puppet.
We do need a little cute baby just for the toy sales. So maybe we could use like Marquette's baby, like
That's
a little,
good.
He's
a
my
little
baby.
Okay, yeah, we steal an actual baby. And
Wait, hold on. I go and I'm texting for 2 seconds, and what the fuck is
we
happening?
steal a baby, and then it's about the international manhunt and the sort of grizzled U.S. Marshal on our tail, right?
Linus had a son because we find out that while he was at the hospital that night, while you guys were sleeping, he hooked up with the doctor, Carrie Fisher.
Hooked up with Carrie Fisher. It's me and Carrie Fisher's kid.
Oh, and he's got mini chlorians and stuff, and he's like floating and stuff. He's like really has the force. And the FBI wants this motherfucker, and they want to use him for nefarious purposes.
And then there's the spin-off standalone that's just about the U.S. Marshal who chased us. Just like him in retirement, and like, what's it like when you don't have a context anymore?
I love live. Don't you?
Okay, anyway, next question.
Okay. Well, I actually have a question for Kyle's friend Adam over there. I just love that name tag, so I'm just going to keep using it. Because you were talking about the logistics of how you would do a Fanboys 2 with Star Wars involved, because so many people own that property. Could you, because these guys are also just geeks for other fandoms as well, could you write a Fanboys 2 and it be about another fandom and not Star Wars? And if you could, what fandom would you choose?
What would I choose? I think everyone should answer their this, just not just me. But
I want to start with you though.
I'd have to. The thing that I know most is Transformers, man. But I don't know that anyone is like going on a cruise to talk to Michael Bay about a Transformers movie. So I don't know that that'll work as much. But yeah, my jam is Transformers. I don't know. What do you go? Everyone else? What's your
Kyle?
Autobots on my flank.
I just think it would be a more robust look at fandom in general. I would have a little bit of Star Wars, a little bit of everything, because we all know that fandom has exploded since then. And it wasn't just Star Trek and Star Wars and Babylon 5 at the bottom. It was like, now you've got Harry Potter, now you've got Lord of the Rings, you've got the Marvel movies, which weren't there, the DC universe, you've got
My Little Pony.
Everything's exploded. So you'd have to, even if it was a sequel with Star Wars seemingly central, it would be really about everything and how Star Wars sits amongst that. So it would have to be like a real holistic look at the broader spectrum of fandom. And Star Wars would be in a little bit. I'm sure Lucasfilm would let us play a little bit too. But it'd be, these guys have expanded as people too. So it'd be everything.
Cool.
Or just the Divergent movies.
Convergent and Divergent.
And detergent. Detergent.
Chris, what would be your answer?
Me, I always think my first Ninja Turtles. I feel like it's an undersold part of all of fandom, and that was my jam.
Ninja Turtles.
The Ninja Turtles.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, all those
Which
original
one, man?
movies. I feel like that they haven't been called back, and I feel like there's a lot of good stuff there.
The vanilla.
Oh, you could break into the Jim Henson place, all that stuff.
Which turtle? Which turtle though? Wait, which turtle? Which turtle's your favorite? Which?
Raphael.
Me too. Sorry.
Of course, man. Of course, man. I mean,
He's a
12-year-old boy, Raphael. I mean, it was just like I was
Yeah.
like,
You're only human. You're only human. Raphael's always the answer. If someone
Always
says
the answer.
Leonardo,
Yeah.
they probably have they're probably a sociopath.
What about Donatello though?
Nobody's saying Mikey.
Yeah, nobody's.
No,
thinking
I love Mikey. Mikey's great.
Yeah.
Donatello was good in the video game because you can keep.
That's why I liked him in the four-player team up. I was always Donatello with the staff. Yeah.
He was kind of the prototype for the incel when you think. I'm just joking.
Sam, what would be your answer?
Still trying to catch up on Jay's joke. What is my favorite? My favorite was G.I. Joe, man. I fucking love that. I love G.I. Joe, Thundercats. I love that stuff.
Thundercats is great.
Silverhawks.
I would say He-Man maybe when I was young, and Thundercats for sure, and Ninja Turtles. I've got a bunch of shit. All the DC characters, Batman, Superman, The Flash.
Yeah.
But I think Kyle's answer was perfect because I think in like today's world, perhaps these guys have and they all have their own individual fandoms now, or you know what I mean? Like I feel like it's gotten so broad now. Back when we made the movie, it was Star Wars it still is such a huge thing, but it was like one of the only things to,
There weren't even
things to fanboy about. So
there weren't really even any foodies.
It's so broad. What?
There weren't really even any foodies other than food critics. Like the idea that there would be a fandom around just food. There it is, foodies. I think that's really accessible.
Foodie.
That's
Fanboys 2, foodies.
Foodies. Is it Fanboys 2? They try to go to San Diego Comic-Con. Is that what that is? Because that's the epic chamber right there. That's the epicenter right
Food
there.
boys. You could call it food
boys.
Yeah.
Hey Vic.
Yeah.
I was told we got about 5-10 minutes to wrap it up. I just want to take a second and take off my virtual Comic-Con voice for a second and say, guys, I fucking miss you guys.
Likewise, buddy.
You too, pal.
Danny.
I love that we can pick up right where we left off because you guys, I consider you guys like brothers, like family. And everyone's always, I don't get to see you guys. We sometimes don't even talk for years, but I know that if I email you guys, we're on a text thread out of nowhere, jump right back in, we're here. We just pick back up. That's a sign of closeness and trust. Like, I don't have to talk to people you love all the time, but you just know that you know there's something there. There's something real.
I agree. No, you're spot on. Spot on, Kyle. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and I think that's the spirit of why we would love to revisit it, and that's why at least we're keeping it alive by getting together today. And I love that there is a fan community around it that's taken to the movie, and Star Wars fans are extremely loyal to it, and that speaks volume. But you could tell, I think when we made this movie, we were committed and passionate, and we felt like we had the obligation and the honor to do justice to it. That's why we were protective of it. We fought people at the studio about what should be or not be in the film, and why it had its troubles. It was because it was of passion. It was not because of any other bullshit, And these guys are all
like, nice to have another crack at it without that bullshit too. Wouldn't that be fun? Like if we had that opportunity.
Oh my God, Kyle.
Netflix, are you listening?
Kyle had 2 days to edit when we did get the movie back. Ultimately, Kyle had 2 days to edit that thing.
They literally said you have 36 hours to edit. We're sending in our editor, who I wanted to win over. He was there to hack it up and not let me do it. And I had to work from the other cut. And they said you have 36 hours. If you sleep, that's on you. And you have to work from our cut, even though we want to go back towards your cut. and they just said, just only hint at cancer, and which we got more back in. And it wasn't about, it was about the spirit, it was about camaraderie. It wasn't about getting into that in detail and being too heavy. And they got big comedy people telling me that wasn't funny. And so we had to navigate around that. And I got to go back in and learn from all the different cuts and say, actually, this worked. And look, if they shot this, I can use this. And just put ego aside and try and put it all back together and make the best thing we could in literally 36 hours. And it was like a deal that I think we had to say in our contract, in our statement, Dana and I had to sign a piece of paper that said, Harvey Weinstein is a Jedi Knight. In the press. And then we get the movie back. I was like, I'll sign any motherfucking thing you give me. I don't care. I'm going to fix this movie. And we have too many people counting on us. Remember we showed this movie, there's some people I know that were commenting on it. 2007, we screened it in London, a different cut of the movie. And it was 2,000 people. And I got this 5-minute standing ovation. And now 2 years later, I'm like, how is this movie not out? What is going wrong here? What have you done?
So weird.
It was weird. And you're right, Sam, it was great to rectify that and just go in. The passion, the knowledge, the talent with you guys. It's we could do something really special that speaks to now. While this movie spoke to another time, we could speak to something very current.
Could not agree more. Could not agree more.
I hope Bank of America is listening. Who owns it right now? Wells Fargo, if you're listening, I'm going to tweet after this. We should all. Someone owns this movie, and it's just sitting there. It's a great title.
If international,
don't do it. We're just going to get back together and do our own thing.
Fanaticoids.
Not called Fanboys.
Food Boys.
Yeah.
Food Boys or Fanaticoids and then maybe at a certain point, International Lotus Holdings will come to their senses and we'll just, we'll appeal to their creative spirit and Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your... there was Raiders of the Lost Ark and then, Indiana Jones and the rest of them. So we don't have to stick with Fanboys for the first title. We can do Mummy.
You could just do the sequel and then just not call it Fanboys and it'd be the same characters, but just rename them. And then there you go. It's put a musical number in there too. It'll be fine.
Truly, the bank does not know they own this thing. So it's not like anyone would even come after us. I don't even think this bank knows they own it.
Do that. Different names. And and you guys are playing slightly different people, but it's a testament to
Marquand is still alive. It all works.
If I'm still alive, it proves that it's a different movie.
There you go. Exactly. There you go. And you call me Doors. Easy.
Or a Mac. We could just call you Mac. Instead of Windows, it's a Mac.
Yeah. Mac. There you go.
Let me tell you something. We got to kind of wrap this up. I want to thank Victoria for coming on last minute.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. Nice to meet you again.
I want to thank.
Nice to meet you again.
Great job. I want to thank these gentlemen for taking the time out. I love you guys so much. And
likewise, Dan.
Dude. All right, let's all just take a second and say, let's make this happen.
Absolutely.
All right, may the force be with all of us then.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Dan, thank you so much for putting this thing together too, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Dude, this is the most, I was excited about this right here. This is what I was most excited about, man. This is,
I miss you guys. I miss you fellas. I love you all.
All right. I got a chance to put my 8-year-old to bed. So I will bid you adieu, and I gotta
guys.
I'm gonna.
It was great seeing you guys.
Love you guys. Love you guys.
guys.
Miss you. See you soon.
Take it easy.
Thank you a million times.
Welcome back to Fogler's Fiction Fest, Day 2, ladies and gentlemen, live here at Nerdbot Studios. We are having a blast. Take a look to my right real quick. Joe Pallone of Bad Mojo Art has been painting furiously for hours, and he is doing the Dan Fogler Fogler Experience superhero character live right here in studio. This is so neat. Look at the detail. So cool. My guy Dan is a superhero. This is awesome. That Fanboys panel, how awesome was that? Dude, those guys, just the energy and the camaraderie in that panel I thought was so cool. And wouldn't you love to have a sequel of that? That's something that we should take to social media and make happen. Fanboys 2, Fanboy Harder. Or whatever it'll be. Will be a lot of fun. Here's what we've got in the schedule coming up next. In a few, starting around 2:15, 2:20, we'll have the Fogler's Comics panel with the heavy metal guys will be around for that. In the 3 o'clock hour, the Cosplay Parade. In the 4 o'clock hour, the 4:20 break. And we're going to debate a bracket of the Academy Award-winning films for the last few years. And then at 5 p.m., the Maz Mikkelsen interview. But right now, Dan is going to sit down with Derek Robertson and talk about The Boys. So do us a favor, share that Facebook feed, share that YouTube feed, help us out here with that. We love you guys. We love your support. We love you in the chat. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going hard all day. We know everyone wishes they could be at cons and they can't. So we are here for you right in your home. Tag some friends. We're having some fun. And we've got The Boys coming up next.
So, welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this panel is, I don't know if I informed you, but it's basically, hey, good to see you, catching up.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about, differences between the TV show and the comic book, if you're down with that.
I can definitely talk about that.
Cool, man. Okay. My wife wanted me to tell you, Jody wanted me to tell you that this is the first, we haven't binged a show since Game of Thrones.
Wow.
And this was the first one we've binged since.
Nice.
Yeah. And I was like, I love the Boys. I love the comic book.
Oh, thanks.
I think the show is a fantastic translation. And
yeah, I do too. I'm very happy.
I was not expecting her to just be like, honey, you want to watch The Boys? And I was just like, yes, of course.
It's going to sound crazy, but my wife was the same way. And I was like, for me, that was like the ultimate badge of accomplishment is that, and she loved like Sopranos and she loved Breaking Bad and she loved Game of Thrones. Like we were hooked on all that, but like most of the time I can't get her to watch Avengers movies or anything like that. Like she just goes, nah, but she loves the show. So she's like, and that to me, that it's a weird that it would be that close to home, but yet that's like one of the biggest validations is that if I know if my wife likes it, that's kind of a good indication of how it's hitting the world outside of my personal bubble,
Yeah, we kind of
she's not into comics or any of that stuff. Like that's not her jam at all. So
yeah, mine either. She
nerds like us. What's up with that?
She what's amazing is that I got her past her like bloody gore threshold with Breaking Bad, you know, and I feel like and then like Game of Thrones, that's just like chopping and crazy, and I think that so then you add superheroes onto that and being like sexy and naughty. And I think that's really intriguing.
Yeah, it's well, what I really love about the show is that even when it comes to the blood and the gore, they use it really artfully. Like they're smart when they bring it in. Because if it's, I was saying early on a couple of years ago when I first met Eric Kripke that if the show was just like dark and violent, and that's all you got, that it would just be, it would turn people off. Like they wouldn't get it, but it needed to be funny. And he really heard me. And like, that's one of the things that makes that show work is that it's equally funny. And especially sometimes like the gore is funny. It shocks you in a way that makes you laugh, their people's reactions. Like one of my favorite scenes in season 2 is when they're talking to that woman and her head just explodes suddenly, and Huey's in the van like, Jack is so good, and he's like freaking out, as I think the audience would, and so they're really smart about how they use the gore and how they use the violence. It feels authentic and natural, and I think that makes a big difference. It's like, it's not gore for gore's sake. It's not blood just to be bloody. It always has a point or a punchline, or or it shocks you in a way that pushes the story forward.
Well, Jack Quaid is great, and he's
awesome.
Yeah, he's Meg Ryan and Randy Quaid's
Dennis Quaid's. He's
Dennis Quaid's kid. That's amazing. Huey is our, I guess, like our guide through this, and he's the audience. He reacts how the audience would react a lot of the time. And one of those first big moments, which I thought was perfect match to the comic book, and there's going to be hella spoilers here, people. If you haven't seen the show, sorry, but
that's in September to get through season 2. So
yeah, so his girlfriend, when his girlfriend gets plowed through by a train.
Yeah, that was a scene that I specifically asked for before Kripke started writing. He sat down, he and I sat down at San Diego Comic-Con, and first time I met him, and one of the coolest things ever happened was he just said, well, how do you want the show to be? Like, what do you envision? And I was like, I can't believe I'm being asked that. That's so great. And so I was told him all the things but I said, are you going to have the scene in the opening where Huey's holding the hands? He goes, I don't know. I thought that might be too much. I go, no, if you don't have that, that is the moment that the audience is going to connect with the characters. And they did it so brilliantly, adapting it into the pilot. And then Dan Trachtenberg, who directed it, it was his idea to slow everything down, and which was brilliant, because and that's a great example, because getting to the theme of what we're talking about between the comics, how the comics work and how the film works. In a comic, you can stay on that image as long as you want to, but the shock is as soon as you get to that panel and you're absorbing what you're seeing. But it comes at you in a very different way. So the slow-mo, like if I drew that in the comic the way it was in the pilot, it would be multiple panels. It would be Huey's face with a little bit of blood, and then panel 2, a little bit more blood, and the rippling of his face. You could read across that, but it would have slowed it down to a point when you can kind of skip ahead with your eyes and see where it's going. So it wouldn't, unless you have it on a page turn, like, what am I seeing? It wouldn't have the same impact. But the way Garth wrote it, it was, and the way, that was one of the first things I drew when I got the script to number 1. One of the very first things I drew was that scene. And because I like to work out of sequence when I'm drawing a comic, I like to just go where my, whatever pulls me out of the script and makes me want to draw, I jump on that. So that was one of the great moments that I wanted to capture it, because I could see it so vividly in my mind that I sat down and I started working on that immediately. And I'm still very pleased with that whole sequence. I think that's one of the strongest sequences out of the whole series, just because it showed so perfectly what living in a world with superheroes would be like. And they captured that so well in the TV show, because that's exactly the point of that theme. You're having your life, and then when Garth originally talked to me about the idea for the comic, it was just that, you see these superheroes having these incredible battles, and they're throwing cars and flying through buildings, but nobody gets hurt. There would be so much collateral damage from one of these fights, even a small one, that with all these people around, especially when it's happening in a city as packed as New York, that it's almost ridiculous to imagine that nobody gets hurt. So these guys just go on their merry way and everything's fine. Well, our world, he wanted to bring superheroes into the real world and then say, well, not only would people get hurt, the government would cover up for it, or they'd have corporate sponsors that would make sure this all gets spun with good PR and goes away. Just like when you see scandals now with real people. So, and that was a great idea. That was really the heart and soul of the concept with the boys. And for me, I just love drawing superheroes, because it doesn't tarnish Superman or Batman or any of those guys for me, because that's a different universe. Like that, Superman would never do the things Homelander does, and that's what makes them different, because anyone can put on a Superman costume. Doesn't make you Superman. It's the person in the suit, you know, it's the character. So the fact that Homelander is this kind of corrupt version of a person that has all this power, and this is what he does with it, you know, that I'm so glad to see that it's connected with the larger zeitgeist of the world. Like the show is doing so well and has been so universally embraced that, like, it's a way that I couldn't even have anticipated it. I thought, like, early on it might end up like The Tick, which was really well done, but then ended up, you know, only lasting a couple of seasons on Amazon. They canceled it right before they went into doing The Boys. And I was like, oh, I hope The Boys isn't like that. I hope they don't just do a couple of seasons and it never finds its audience. And then, whoa, whoa, Nelly.
Yeah.
certainly has found its audience.
Oh yeah. I think, well, you mentioned Superman, and there's something about, I think it was Superman 3 when he somehow goes off the deep end and starts drinking.
Yeah, that's the only watchable part of that movie. Is him at the bar. I actually have like a gif of him just knocking back liquor,
knocking them back,
and then he starts flicking the peanuts
peanuts,
which is great. It's like,
I was so
drunk Superman is awesome.
So intrigued with that as a kid. Just being like, oh, look at Superman. He's got issues just like everybody else, you know.
I loved it. I loved that they made his suit darker.
Yeah,
like
dirty. He hasn't washed it.
He had a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow. Yeah. And then and bravo to the late great Christopher Reeve for pulling that off perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, as much as you make him, he makes you love Superman when he's clean cut and good. He was totally able to be like nasty, mean, drunk Superman.
So you put a fucking magnifying glass on that, and then you have your show, you know. And
a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they do a really great job of humanizing all of them too, which is what I like. I love what they've done to adapt it for television, because, you know, I in the comic, it's like we were really focused on the boys and their stories, and the 7 were almost existential to them. Like you'd see stuff that they did to justify like why Butcher hates them, and you know, but at the same time, like, you didn't really get into their heads very much with the way they do on the show. And the show, you know, the fact that Homelander was like raised, I mean, this comes from the comic, but they really explored it. But the fact that Homelander was like raised in a lab, you know, and nobody touched him or loved him or cared about him. I mean, they just, you know, even his own father is like this Vogelbaum, the scientist, and you know, he's the closest thing he's got to a father figure, and you can tell Vogelbaum has no affection for him whatsoever.
Anthony Starr, the Homelander actor. I think he's doing a really good job.
Oh, he's knocking it out of the park. He's made Homelander more popular than he ever was in the comic. Like I used to get convention sketch requests. It was always Butcher, often Huey, occasionally female. A lot of people like the dog. They would have me draw Terror. But since the show came out, it's like Homelander.
Yeah. Funny, man. Okay, so I got a guy who's like, his name is Colin. He's a super fan of the show. He's coming on in like 15, 20 minutes. So I want to breeze through some of my specific questions, you know.
Okay.
You know, because it's, when do you have a co-creator on the fucking line here, you know? And,
it's me, Dan. You know where I am.
I know, but
you get hold of me easy.
Okay. This is my big question here. My favorite of the boys' characters is Mother's Milk. Okay. And as you can see, I have Fishkill. There's an homage to the Brooklyn Bridge scene in the comic. Okay. Where basically, if you're a fan of the show but you don't watch but you haven't read the comic book, the scene in the show where Homelander and Maeve leave everybody on the plane.
Yeah, they did a good job of that too.
In the comic book, I guess that plane hits the Brooklyn Bridge or something.
Yeah, they man, instead, and that's what one of the first things in issue 3 we you see a big, when Huey first comes from Scotland and gets to New York, I had to draw this big double page spread of New York, but the towers are still standing. and you see that the Brooklyn Bridge has been taken out instead because because of their interference, the plane just, instead of hitting the towers like it did in reality, it hit the bridge. So it just changed so that was our way of kind of showing you like you're in our world but you're not.
Parallel universe.
Right.
So my book Fishkill, that when I read The Boys, that moment seeing Mother's Milk on the bridge flipping out and everyone's fucking chopped in half and the bridge is blown up. I'm from Brooklyn, you know.
Yeah, I was there that day.
Yeah, me too. I was there. I was in Manhattan on that.
Yeah. Oh, you were in Manhattan. Jeez, I was living. My kid was 2 weeks old, and I have pictures from out my window because I could see the towers from my apartment building on Coney Island Avenue I could talk to you for an hour about that day, but you know, I know the horror that you felt because I was part of that too.
A lot of people, you know, it just sent ripples through a lot of people's minds. A lot of artists put it in their work, and you guys, you know, obviously, you and Garth obviously expressed it in The Boys, and you know, this is my Fishkill is kind of that. Having the big event happen on the Brooklyn Bridge is my homage to The Boys.
Nice.
So, and to Mother's Milk. So something that's different from the movie and the comic book is that Mother's Milk is called Mother's Milk because he was given superpowers through breastfeeding his mother.
Yeah, that was my idea.
No, I love that idea. Okay. So his mother's breastfeeding him as a child, and there was some kind of accident where the V serum seeped into the water supply, and or she worked at
that's how Garth got it in there. It's one of those ideas that I had a concept and Garth worked it in brilliantly, and that whole thing with how his mother is just this misshapen thing. And sorry, comic spoilers, but you know,
that's just all about spoilers right now. They've been
brutal about where he took it. But his imagination is so much darker than mine can ever be.
And I love the moments where this is why I love The Boys, the comic book, the most, was moments like that where Mother's Milk, he realizes in the boxing ring, when he punches a guy's fucking head off, oh my God, I've got superpowers. And Huey, like seeing, you know, through Huey's eyes, just like the audience, it's like, what would it be like to have superpowers? And to see him, this little scrawny guy, kicking fucking ass and ripping people in half, and his reaction to that, you know. And then
when he first pushes his hand through Blarney Cock, and he's like, "Whoa!" And Butcher's like, "You're not supposed to kill him."
Yeah. And so my big question is: here we are, we're 2 seasons in.
Yeah.
And The Boys. Okay, so the female, obviously, she's
got powers. She's the only one right now.
And it's very close to her origin story, right? I mean,
they did a great job of adapting her. It's really weird for me to see her have a name and to like be communicative, because in the comic we kept her very feral and almost like she's almost like a little alien. Like you never know what's going on in her head, and you can't touch her. Like if you know, she'll bite your hand off and rip you if you set her off. So she's much more of a feral character. But as far as performance goes, I mean, I think they do an incredible job on the show. Like she captures her excellently.
I love
Karen
Frenching and
Karen Fukuhara. Like Karen, like I think she does like seeing her as female. That's probably the closest out of all of them. That where I just completely see my character on the screen when she's doing her thing and going nuts, and I love it. And I like how like they're more and more looking like the comic book, like they're doing that slowly.
When Frenchie has the goggles on,
they did that specifically. It was even in the screenplay. It said, you know, just so it even said in the screenplay, like in the comics, Frenchie's. You know, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. They're acknowledging the comics openly in the screenplay.
By the way, if you're getting into the show and then you're like, oh, let me go look at the comic books, which a lot of fans are, they're going back to look at the comics.
They certainly are, which is wonderful. Thank you all.
Yeah, man. It's just you know, the Easter eggs are awesome, but the relationship between Frenchie and the female. I think it's lovely. It's lovely.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, that's one of those elements where like that's a theme from the comic book where Frenchie's always trying to redeem her, you know, like he's trying to reach her humanity, and it's not romantic. It's like it's something deeper. I don't know. Like, I don't think he has a romantic interest in her, and I don't think it's coming through on the show even. I think it's
sister brother.
Yeah, it's more like he sees her soul where everybody else couldn't. And I think that's really brilliant. And then, like I said, and coming back to Jack, it's so interesting to me. Like when I first saw Jack as Jack went into my friend Ryan Leibowitz's comic book store on Melrose, Golden Apple.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, good store. But he went in there and Ryan's like, and he told Ryan that he just gotten this job on this series called The Boys. He's like, oh, it's my man. That's my buddy Derek. And so he snapped a picture of Jack holding all the comics because he was going in there to read it all. Yeah. And I didn't know he had gotten the part. I didn't know who was going to play Huey at that point. I was still kind of holding out for Simon Pegg, and who brilliantly came on and played the father, which was the kismet. So because Simon couldn't be nicer about all of this, and then he got a role, so that was excellent. But Jack, as soon as I saw Jack, I'm like, he's really tall. And then he's taller than Mother's Milk, and I was like, wait, that's wrong. But then I started to like, okay, they chose him for a reason. But once you see him in the show, man, like he nails it. He so embodies what makes that character work, and why. What's so beautiful about it too is that Kripke added this layer where he was like a super fan himself. You see his room, and he's got posters of the Seven and the Cup collection, and action figures, and like he's a true believer. And then so to have one of his heroes just kill his girlfriend like that, and, and then laugh it off, like his shattering of the shattering of his illusions is even more painful because in the comics, Huey kind of didn't really pay any attention to that stuff.
So, microphone is jeez. Okay, so question is. So do you think in the next season, blink yes, blink twice. You think in the next season that they're going to start dabbling in the V to compete with the Soups?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know? Fuck. So why do they call him Mother's Milk? Is he good? Is he
his last name is Milk.
Oh.
He's Marvin Milk.
Okay.
So they actually gave a reason for that. Like and Laz Alonso. And Laz is great too. Like I love him as Mother's Milk. Like
he's fantastic.
He's got the OCD angle, and
love him.
He's the neat freak, and he takes care of the team.
Butcher is great, diabolical.
Oh yeah, like Carl. Like I was surprised, and and like I said, Carl when I first saw Carl and he had a beard, I'm like, oh, I was so excited. I'm like, perfect, because I was picturing him like clean shaven. And then I saw him with the beard, and I'm like, why does he have a beard? Like, what's this about? But everything had a reason. Like, they had thought it out very carefully. Like, they wanted him to contrast with Huey more. They wanted him to kind of look like a mad dog. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I
want him to play
New Yorker because they didn't want the two accents to make it feel too foreign or bring them too close. Like, they're doing a really good job of making Huey and Butcher have a relationship, but they're keeping that edge against each other there too.
Okay, these guys are coming on in a second. We got to talk about certain things here. We have to talk about the certain things here. Okay, I'm very glad that Huey and Starlight are still going to continue to date.
Yeah, that's nice.
Because in the comic book he goes back home for some reason, right? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, the romance really works too. Like, you find yourself rooting for him.
Yeah, it's nice. I like that scene where he goes to where it's kind of weird, but okay. Here's another thing. We got to talk about the Russian. The Russian with. Okay, wait. What's his name? His name in the comic book is the Russian, or what is it? Red Rocket or something?
Wait, you're talking about Love Sausage.
I guess so. I'm talking about Love Sausage.
Yeah, Love Sausage. Yeah, That was great to see a little cameo by him.
Hold on. That's not his superpower in the comic book. That was
We never really explored it. I
thought he was just super strong with a huge cat.
Those were some of the issues. Like I didn't end up drawing those 2 issues. It was Peter Snegberg. I introduced him, but they didn't really say much of what his superpower was. I mean, he's got a big giant member, and that's like kind of his thing. But
in the comic book, he was just kind of like, it was like kind of like a club. He was like, out of my way.
Yeah, I don't even know if we ever
But in
saw
this,
him
it was just
use
like,
his power. Yeah, no, I thought it was cooler in the show because I don't even think we really ever saw him use his power. I know that his kryptonite was if he got aroused, it would cripple him, like it would.
Right.
All the blood would drain out. All the blood would drain out of his body, and his leg would go stiff. You know.
Okay, hold on. Holy shit. Okay, so, man, I love Queen Maeve. I think she's fucking perfect.
Oh, I love that.
Everyone's really excellent. I mean,
no, there's not a weak link in the cast, and that's so remarkable considering it's like a 14-member cast, you know. And then some of the people that they created for the show, like I'm thinking of the actress's name, and I'm forgetting the character, but it's played by Colby. I'm terrible with names. So if I'm like, because I'm all up in my head with the visuals, but she plays the assistant who's like ends up they
yeah.
But she's back for season 2 and even better. Like she's played Stillwell's assistant.
Yeah, she's excellent,
and she's just incredible.
She's
so funny.
It's so stressed.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we bring Colin in, we got about a minute. I just wanted to say, are you excited about any superheroes that may make an appearance in the next season? Like you're hoping for someone to?
No, I don't know anything specific yet. Everything's been kind of delayed because of
No, I mean like in your heart. Like I really hope this person comes.
I'd still like to see the G-Men, and I'd like to see Tech Knight. Tech Knight is the one that I think now that the show, they told me they mentioned him, but they told me they couldn't do it because they didn't have the budget in season 1 to pull off a Tech Knight armor. And I'm wondering if the popularity of the show, if maybe we'll get to see Tech Knight in season 3 because that's such a fun story.
Yeah, why the hell not? That would be a cool character to see. Okay, let's bring this guy on. His name is Colin. And let's see what he has to say. He's got some questions for you. Nerdbot, are you there?
I'm here. I am here. Hold on, let me start the video.
I am here.
Hey.
I am here. What's up, man?
Guys? How are you guys?
Hey, you're not Elvin.
No, I should probably change that. Hold
Change
on
your
one
name,
second.
man, so people know who you are.
I will do that right now if I knew how to do it. 1 second here.
So Colin dresses up as Homelander. I guess we'll have pictures of that.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, I did it for a video with Vader, and it was kind of a last minute thing, but it was super fun, and 10 million people saw it, so it was really cool.
Is that something I can find on YouTube?
Yeah, I think it's on TikTok and Twitter. I'm not sure if it's on YouTube, but I can shoot the link over anytime.
Yeah, would you please? I'd love to see that.
Yeah, you got it. It was really cool. We actually got shared by Tony Starr, the real actor.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's such that guy's having the time of his life. Like he couldn't be nicer in person either, which cracks me up because you would think he'd be. I was very intimidated to meet him. He's a New Zealander. He's a perfectly nice Kiwi.
Yeah, I watched him on Banshee too. So
and he's amazing on that too. Like, but also intimidating. You know?
I bet. Oh, look, I wanted to show you guys this. I have this from Comic-Con when you guys
nice.
announced it.
Were you there for that? Were you there for the big premiere night?
I wasn't there for the big premiere, but I went to one of the stations.
The screenings, yeah.
Yeah. So I went to that, and then I had actually read the script for the first episode before it was even out because we were doing some auditions for it. And I was like, what is this? So I dove into Wikipedia, grabbed the comics. I've been a fan since I first read that first script.
You're my favorite kind of story that you actually went show comics and then back to the show.
Yeah. I bounced around all around. Then today, just to brush up for this, I watched some really cool recap YouTube videos. I don't know if you've seen them. It's like the top 19 differences betwing the show and the comic.
Yeah,
love them, it was fun. It was really fun to see that.
Yeah,
we were talking about we were talking about Mother's Milk. We were talking about we kind of jumped around the different characters, but we talked about Huey and Butcher. But if you have any specific questions for Derek, Colin.
Yeah, I have a bunch, but I'll try to keep it chill. I guess is there anything? Okay, I don't want to be chill. So I was wondering if you had a favorite interpretation. I don't know if you've already covered this, but do you have a favorite
I was
interpretation?
actually saying it's hard to say I have a favorite because even with the comic characters, like I created visually, I created and spent so much time in their heads with all of them that they all feel like it's like picking my favorite child. You can't quite do that. In the comics, there's characters that I could easily say which ones I didn't like drawing or I didn't like very much, but most of them I love on some level. But as far as just seeing her look like my vision come to life, I would say Karen Fukuhara as the female is just nails it. She is just
badass.
She's just perfect. But again, I can't say that as if it takes away from anybody else because everybody else is bringing their own spice to it. I think she's the purest from the comics to the screen visually out of all of them, and even more so in this last season where she's wearing all black and it's great. But then also I think Erin Moriarty is nailing it as Starlight. She's just exquisitely good she did perfectly just going from like the good girl to the saucy, scantily clad version and then reclaiming her own and going back to what she was. So visually too, I think she and they really did a great job of staying faithful to both of my costumes. So
yeah, I like she and Huey's relationship. I like that scene when he goes to save her, when they release all the and try not to give away too much, but that look he has,
it's tough.
That look he has in the hallway where he's just like, she's like, what the hell are you doing here? And he's just smiling at her, kind of sums up their relationship.
Amazing.
And we all have a crush on her now too. She's like the girl next door. We all love her. It's a very common thing. All right, I have another question if you don't mind. Do you have a favorite suit in the whole series so far? Like even like the more obscure characters or the Seven or anything? Do you have like a favorite suit that sticks out to you?
I thought you said suit, and I was like, well, the Homelander design came out great. Out of all
I said suit.
So
you said
the costume.
Yeah, I think Homelander is like, I love the way they translated it into, like they kept the eagle on, but they put it on both shoulders.
Yeah.
And also it looks, and Anthony is so good and smart in how he works in the suit because I happen to know, because I was on set for season 1, and there's like an air conditioner that runs a tube up his leg. So he doesn't overheat in between takes because that thing weighs like 100 pounds. It's like,
stop it.
Oh no, my gosh.
It's miserably uncomfortable, and he manages to wear it like it's a t-shirt. And he would but what's really cool is when he's moving around it, and he's so natural, but he also he thinks about things like the cape. So if you watch him carefully, he'll swoop the cape out from behind him when he sits down in a chair, so it doesn't get tangled up or look goofy. It looks elegant, it looks regal. So Anthony just really uses that suit like a tool. And it's interesting too, because there's a mention in the season 1 where I think I don't even remember what my secret identity name is anymore. Like I just stopped changing back into, why would I be something other than this, and he just owns that persona. So I really love the way he makes that suit look almost intimidating. But when you see him in the first episode, he shows up and he's like, hey, who wants a selfie? He's so charming, and you can't help but like him, and you see what everybody else sees. So he does that dichotomy really, really well.
I saw
the crazy in the eyes is like, that's all.
Oh yeah. I saw a picture of behind the scenes. I don't know if it's real, maybe you can tell me, but I saw that a lot of the actors are a lot taller than Anthony, and he was wearing heels. Is that true, that they gave him actual heels?
No, I don't. I mean, maybe I didn't notice. I mean, everybody's taller than me. I'm a hobbit, so everybody seems taller. But Jack's probably the tallest on the set. He plays Huey, which is ironic because he's supposed to be wee Huey, but he's
Huey.
probably the tallest. When he's taller than Laz. But no, Anthony's pretty tall. He's I don't think he's quite as tall as Carl though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I saw that in the little caption. It said that, okay, we're going to put you on like a Apple box, you know, that gets you the right height for everyone. He's like, why not just put me in heels? And then there's a picture of him like in his actor's chair with heels on with his legs crossed. I didn't know if it was real or not. So.
It might be. I didn't. That might not where my attention was.
Okay.
Because this was sort of like, you have to understand, like I was on set with everybody, and I had a name. There was a director's chair with my name on it that I got to sit in, and I'm walking around these fully built soundstage sets, and so I was like this the whole time. So I mean, it was hard for me to take in details. Like, is he wearing heels?
Was there any scene that like you were just like, oh my god, that just matched perfectly to the book? Because like I'm watching it. And I'm like, oh my god, that's the line straight out of the book, or oh my god, they're standing exactly how they would in the book. You know?
No, there's a lot of those that hit me because they, as Kripke explained, like we're doing our own thing, but he likes to call it like his DJ master remix. Like it's like we're playing your song, but we're kind of mixing it up the way, with our own storyline and ideas. But they always want to steer back into the comics. So what I noticed was, I mean, again, I was telling you earlier with the hands was. The opening scene with the hands when Huey's girlfriend dies, I thought they handled that excellently. Also, when they kind of took Jack from Jupiter and then fused him into the Deep.
Right.
So the Deep is a much more interesting character on the show. Thanks a lot to Chase because he's just awesome. But they kind of took Jack from Jupiter's character and a little bit of some of the lesser known and made the Deep that kind of obnoxious guy, but they did that shot when he exposes himself to Starlight. It looks parallel to the comic when it was actually Homelander that did that in the comic. And so you're looking at but that angle from the butt and her reaction, it's like that was almost a mirror of my drawing. And then I got all choked up in season 2 when they finally brought Terror in, and he takes her for a walk, and like Butcher and Terror walking away from the camera, I got emotional. Like that looks like it walked right out of my brain.
What about the whale though? Is that out of the comic?
No, that's all them.
That's all them, right?
They were I'm so sad to share that the art director for season 2 had a heart attack a few months ago and died suddenly just as he was scouting out. And he was a wonderful person. His name was Arf Graywall. And then when I went up for season 2, it was a very different experience because I had met some people, but they had brought in a whole new art direction team, and Arv was heading it up. And I'd done these storyboards for season 2 that you see in episode 3 when they're pitching the Seven movie, and the guy's like Hans Zimmer, like he's really, what I'm talking about. Those are my storyboards. I drew those, cool. And they hired me to do like 25 of them. They used about 7, but it was. But when I got there, Arv was like super excited to meet me and then was taking me around, and they had hung the storyboards in the hallway of the offices, like artwork for people to just enjoy. And I was just so touched. And Arv's like, "Oh no, we love what you've done." And he took me everywhere, and he just kept talking about that whale. He goes, "We just took apart the whale. You should have seen it. It's a life-size whale." He was so proud of that whale.
That's awesome.
And after I saw the episode, I'm like, "Oh, I wish I'd seen the whale." I would have got a picture of me sitting inside it,
Yeah, like Huey when he was just laying in there.
Yeah. Poor Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said,
Is there
one episode where I don't have to, be sticky at the end of the day.
Is there a soup or a character that you really want them to bring in? I
was just telling Dan, I'd like to see.
Oh, you already did this?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'd like to see him bring in Tech Knight. I'd like to see Tech Knight.
Okay.
Because that was a good storyline in the comics, and it was mostly budgetary reasons that they didn't do it for season 1. So he was mentioned. I know he exists in that world because his name pops up, but I'd like to see him fully realized, especially if they could do the scene in where he's in the psychiatrist's office. I think that would just be hilarious because he goes in full costume.
And we have a Jensen Ackles new character to look forward to,
Soldier
right?
Boy.
Soldier Boy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really excited for that. I was a big Supernatural fan.
Yeah,
and I
me
even
too.
remember when he was in Smallville for a season. So
Oh, that's right. I forgot he was in Smallville. I think he's great, though. I'm glad that Kripke, anything that he's bringing from his kind of stable of people, I guess he calls them the SM family or whatever. I think that's really great. I mean, Jensen Ackles is super talented, and I can't wait to see what he does.
yeah, me too. I'm really excited. He's just been Dean for 15 years or something.
I know.
It's gonna be cool to see him, flap his wings a little bit, stretch it out.
Absolutely. Plus, he looks like he could make a great superhero. He's just got got that demeanor.
He was originally going to be the Clark Kent for Smallville, but then they chose Tom Welling over him.
Well, I can't say that was bad casting.
No, Tom was great for sure.
All right, what else? What other questions you got, Colin?
Oh, I got plenty. So diving, I didn't want to roast you too much.
That's okay.
No,
That's what I'm here
do
for.
it, man. This is your time.
Thank you. I guess in your brain, and I know it's kind of different from show to the comic book. When you created Homelander, did you create him with limitations, or is he always kind of like the Superman character where he can just get stronger and stronger with every situation?
Kind of the latter, yeah. He was always supposed to just be, when we first talked about Homelander, Ennis and I, Ennis had the idea. He said, like, how do you control a nuclear missile when it's got a brain and it's an autonomy? And that's the way we sort of see Homelander. Like he can create mass destruction at will.
Wow.
And, but he's got, and the whole idea of the boys was somebody's got to be able to take him down, and nobody's going to be able to do it physically.
His kid might.
Well, his kid
That's
might.
what I'm
Yeah.
betting on.
And that's why I think it's so interesting, because the show is on a very different trajectory at this point than the comics, because by issue 4 of the comics, Huey's got Compound V stuck in his neck, and they've all got powers because they've all got one of these shots. The government gave it to them. And now we're finding out the government has Compound V. It's been exposed on the show. So it's a very different track in a very different timeline. So I'm not sure where they're going to go with it, but the fact that they've stayed alive based on their wits it kind of really heightens the tension and terror of how dangerous these people are, and how brave the boys are to take them on without any superpowers. And that, and that Huey has to kind of figure out his place in the team. And, he gets he basically gets his sea legs when he blows up Translucent.
I love
character
that
they
scene.
created just to blow him up.
In the same realm of that, what about A-Train? How fast can A-Train go?
Well, he's got competitors in his world, so I don't think he's a guy that would ever break the time barrier like the Flash can.
Okay.
But I think he's he's trained himself to be to stay on top, and of course he's in the show he's very different than the character. Like I said, in the comic, we didn't really get, I think I was saying this to you, Dan, I don't think I told this to Colin. I in the comic, we never really got that deep into who the Seven were outside of being the Seven. Whenever you'd see them, they were sort of lounging around the satellite like it's a clubhouse and being generally awful to each other. But you didn't really get to know them outside of those personas. They were more foils for the boys, and Ennis's contempt for superheroes in general would always kind of leak through. So we'd sort of see the boys or the Seven through his vision, how the boys saw them, like ridiculous looking. My original idea when I created them visually, I always thought that if it ever got adapted to television or a movie, is that we would dress them kind of like the way Batman and Robin looked on the original 1966 TV show, where their suits would be very obviously clothes, and that they would look kind of silly. But what was interesting what they did with the show is they said, no, they have to look the way you would imagine them looking on. And the fact that they look like Marvel characters, or as good as the Marvel characters do on screen, I really do think helps sells it as a visual on the show, that we believe that there are these beings. But the ridiculously of it was always supposed to be an underlying layer to all of them. And it came same with the names, like Garth would think up like Blarney Cock,
Yeah, I read about him today.
He was stuff like that. So I always found my own love for superheroes isn't diminished, because it's, to me, they're parallel worlds. that's the Boys universe, and the Marvel universe is here, and the DC universe is here. And so we're not necessarily trying to parody the DC universe so much as like we're taking those archetypes and twisting them up and trying to expose what's, inherently dangerous about having that much power in one place.
Yeah. Well, then that leads me to my next question. Who would win, Superman or Homelander?
Oh, Superman would kick the shit out of him.
Oh, really? That easy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just because of the sun?
No, I just think Superman inherently has better motives.
Oh, okay.
I just don't think. I think Superman is he's got better character, and I think ultimately that's what makes Superman Superman. It's who he is inside, And I think with the Homelander, I think the Homelander would. I think he's used to having his own way, and I don't think he'd be prepared for what Superman would bring to a fight.
I can see Homelander playing dirty though.
Oh, I think he'd play plenty dirty, but Superman's used to that.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone plays dirty with Superman.
Absolutely, he can kick Darkseid's ass,
Yeah. I wouldn't put Darkseid against Homelander.
What's Homelander's kryptonite is zinc? Is that what the thing is?
Oh, I don't even remember.
He has a kryptonite?
He says it's zinc.
Yeah, he can't see through something it's not lead, it's zinc. It's
they see through zinc.
They did something.
I don't know what his kryptonite is.
Yeah, I don't know if he has one.
I don't think he has one.
It's not almonds. What is that? Black Noir's thing.
Yeah, he has a peanut allergy or tree nut allergy.
Yeah.
Like for example, like as far as like I'm gonna geek out here, but I think
Please do.
For example, like if you think about Superman Returns, and that plane is crashing, and what Superman does, it's probably the best scene in that whole movie is Superman stopping that plane, and because of all the him ripping the engine off by accident and all the things that he does to try to stop it, but in the end he does. And then you think about Homelander, couldn't do it, bailed out, and let all those people die. Very different characters, Like it's like whatever Homelander can do in our world, like he even says it straight up. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Push back on the air? It's like I got nothing, no kind of traction to stop a plane from careening out of control. But Superman in the in a couple of the movies, he managed to save an airplane, and in the comics, we know he can. And so I actually don't fully know. I don't think we ever really explored how truly powerful Homelander is, and I don't think we've yet seen it on the show. I mean, we know that he really uses that heat vision effectively.
Yeah, that
seems to be kind of his secret weapon of everything. It's like that scene where he just cuts up those troops in that cabin and just zing. When he just goes
people in half.
And it's funny because that last scene you see of him masturbating over the skyline, just going, "Yeah, I can do whatever I want." No one can stop me. Like that actually was written into season 1, and they wouldn't let him do it. And like for some reason, with the popularity of the show, they're like, "Yeah, do whatever you want. Go ahead." So it ended up making it into. But I like where it landed more than where they originally put it in season 1. It's more powerful where it lands in season 2.
Yeah, that was the final scene, right, of season 2.
I think so. Yeah, but that
the
was
last image in our heads.
Yeah, but that was originally filmed for season 1, but they were like, before the show had premiered, like that made people too nervous. Success. It's like, okay, you know what you're doing.
Who's the character that's a chameleon, right? He was like he was about to be Homelander blowing himself.
Yeah, blowing himself. Yeah, that's Doppelganger, I think the character's name.
Doppelganger.
Yeah, he was Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's
Shue
a great
at first.
character.
Yeah. What about the 7 in general? Was it always supposed to be the 7, or did it kind of get created that way in when you were forming it in the comic? Was it always?
It was originally the 7. Yeah, we brought in. We introduced them as the 7, and they were all and Annie is our introduction to the 7. The way Huey is our introduction to the boys, so we kind of meet them along parallel paths before they meet each other. So there's a overlapping fish out of water element for both of them. Annie comes in very idealistically as Starlight, having earned her way into the 7, and I was speaking specifically of the comic, and having been chosen to replace Lamplighter, who is supposedly dead. And so when she gets there, she's very idealistic, and she thinks it's going to be sunshine and roses, and she's part of this elite team, and It's everything she dreamed about, and immediately goes dark. And they do a great job of doing that in the comic or the show as well. They just do it with Deep rather than Homelander. But the inspiration there, Ennis was a big fan of James Ellroy novels, and also he had read about LA Confidential and Hollywood casting couches. And so a lot of what we put Annie through is the same thing that actresses in Hollywood went through back in the day. And, apparently with the Me Too movement, not so pretty recently as well. So it was so he was trying to mirror that it would be just as corrupt in the world of superheroes, because it would be money, fame, power, and access. That's all at work there too.
Wow. Yeah, no, that was a heavy moment. That was the first scene I think I read in the script, and then to see it come to life was just crazy, but also like it really got you to understand what Starlight went through, and then how powerful the Seven really is. It's because Deep's probably done that 100 times, right?
Yeah, well, and it's interesting too, because it says a lot of people back when we put the comic out reacted very badly to that, and they kept saying they raped her, and we had to keep coming back and gently pushing back, going, no, they didn't. The thing is, she has to make a choice, and she does, and she's ashamed of her choice. But if you see, like, she starts to walk out pissed off in the comics. She starts to walk, she's, I'm leaving, and they're like, okay, if you don't want to be in the Seventh, see you later. And then she has to stop and think about it, and then she sells her soul. So it's a very different choice than being forced.
Right.
She could have walked out the door, but she didn't. And so, I find that really intriguing as a character arc. And they did the same thing. They did the same thing in the show where she had to make a choice, but then she comes back and exposes the Deep on the show. So there's like more immediate justice. It takes a very different path in the comic books.
A lot of cultural parallels to what's going on right now in society. And where he tries to better his life with kind of like a what a culty like gets
like kind of like a weird superhero version of Scientology.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that they explores that's so interesting. And then the idea of creating boogeymen. Right, where this has been going on since the fucking beginning of history. Where if you it's if you need to keep the fun going, and you need a bad guy to fight, you make a bad guy, so there's a lot of that going on in our world right now.
I agree.
So I think that I really appreciate this show for, that's what you hope a show is going to be, that it's happening, that you want it to be on the pulse. And it's hysterical, it's entertaining, it's it's got a lot going for it, man. It's got a lot going for it.
It's remarkable in that they optioned it back in 2008, and for years we kept waiting for the movie to get made. Adam McKay was going to direct it before he started winning Oscars, and he stayed as attached to it as he could, but finally it went in a turnaround and he went on to other projects. So it really was because Eric Kripke wanted to make this show that it happened.
Right.
They made some special maneuvers to get it back over to Sony Television, and I'm so happy they did. But we couldn't have predicted in a million years how timely it ended up being. Like when you're watching season 2, you have to remember they filmed that a year and a half ago. Right. But the opening scene, like where they're driving through the country and there's Homelander with a Confederate flag on his back painted on the side of a barn. I mean, like it's like they plucked it out of the headlines. Wow. There was like a rally Trump rally in DC a few weeks back, and somebody was dressed up as Homelander with a Trump mask on.
No.
Oh yeah, you didn't see that?
I didn't see
that. And he's
that.
holding some guy with a Joe Biden cutout face and wearing a prisoner's outfit. But I'm like, didn't you know that's the bad guy? Like Homelander's not the winner in this. Like Homelander.
Wow.
Like it's weird that somebody would project that onto it, and then exactly like the show envisions it, it's happening. It's leaking into the real world that people see Homelander and go, yeah, that's the way you handle things.
What?
Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, quick fanboy question.
Sure.
I with anyone watching, light spoilers, but not too heavy.
Oh, we've
I'll
had
call
enough
it.
spoilers throughout, so don't worry about it.
Okay. So the breakout episode, as I like to call it, the one where they're in the facility and everyone breaks out. Did
We
you
already talked about the guy with the tentacle penis.
I'm skipping over that.
Okay.
So are they.
I get it. So in that, first of all, one of my favorite episodes of the season. But second, were there any of your characters that the average viewer might have missed that were breaking out of the facility?
Top of my head, well, Love Sausage is the obvious one. That was the one that we were really surprised to see brought to life. There was a couple. I don't really. It's weird. It's like some of the minor characters became prominent characters, like Popclaw, like that. They made her A-Train's girlfriend and gave her a really interesting story arc. And she was sort of like a throwaway in the comics. Like we only saw her for a couple of minutes as part of the Teenage Kicks. So yes and no, but I'd have to almost go back and watch it again.
Right.
Because they weren't wearing outfits, it was a little bit hard for me to go, oh yeah, there's that guy. But Blachowski from the G-Men arc of the story was one of the characters. His vomit was like acid.
Oh yeah.
That guy was in part of the breakout, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he burned Lamplighter's arm a little bit.
Yeah, that's Blachowski. He was kind of like the John Belushi Animal House type, but Dan played Blachowski perfectly.
Yeah, Dan.
But
that would be a great role for you, Dan. You'd make an awesome Blachowski.
What the fuck? That's the guy that died by puking on his own face.
Yeah, Dan, you got this, dude.
But he's a super crazy party guy, and like you play those really well.
You know what I want? Thanks. You know what I want to do? I want to play the dog boy, or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, that guy. You'd be great as him too. The one who has the phone on his head, or
say.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the G-Man. The one that looks like a Wookiee. No, you're talking about.
No, he's like a party guy. He's like, right? He's like, I forget. He's like in four scenes or something. He's like hanging out on someone's couch.
He was one of the teenage kids,
like,
right?
like remember like True Romance, like Brad Pitt, True Romance. I feel like
totally.
I feel like he's just always on the couch, like just like injecting V, just being like, "Hey, what's up? Yeah, they were just here."
I think his name was Dognot or something like that.
Dognot?
I think that's right. It's been a while for me. You got to understand, like this has been well over a decade since I actually worked on the comics. So.
How often do you go to set, Derek?
As often as they'll have me,
But I want to go all the time.
I'd like to move to Toronto just so I could be there, just hanging out all the time because I got to be friends with some of the cast and they're all in the crew. It's just everybody's just so cool. When I show up, they treat me like they're so warm and welcoming. It's a pleasant place to be. Plus, I just love seeing everything come together. It's fascinating. Like I've always loved film, and even as a kid, I used to make Super 8mm movies and things like that. So there's a little part of me that just gets off on seeing it all coming together and being behind the scenes and learning the tricks, and it's really cool. I got to go for season 2, but usually I'm limited to like one arrival. Like I get one good set visit per season. Last time Amazon brought me out, which was nice. So but it was great. I got to hang out with Jack a lot, and Jack Quaid and I got to be friends, and just see the end of it kind of come together. I was there for some of the finales, so there was a lot of celebratory mood in the air.
You were there for the jacking off scene.
They filmed that. They filmed that a year ago. I've been working with Tom Taylor on Hellblazer. That's been nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, have you read Hellblazer Rise and Fall? We did for the Black Label. The third and final issue is about to come out, and that's been great.
Derek, do you have a favorite superhero?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
It's hard to pick favorites because I grew up like they have to go into different categories for me.
Okay.
But I grew up. My first love was Batman because it was the first action figure I ever had, and like I used to love the show, and so Batman was the first. And then when I got older and a little bit more open to actual comics, it was the Flash, and I started collecting the Flash, and I became fascinated with his powers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found Marvel when I was around 12, 13, and really got into X-Men and Wolverine and Nightcrawler,
Nightcrawler.
Daredevil. Love that stuff. Frank Miller's Daredevil.
Oh,
so, you know, it's sort of a journey for me. So I can't really go, oh, I like this one and I don't like all the else. But I mean, as far as just overall character, I love Batman. Like he's always sort of he's sort of my touchstone. Him and Superman. Superman the movie in 1978 changed me. And up until then it was Batman, and then I love Superman all over again because he was so different than the comic book Superman of the 70s was sort of all over the place. And then it was also coming out of that kind of Kurt Swan era where it was like every other word was choke. And there were really weird plot lines where Superman's denying water to the world. There's a very funny website if you go to like superman'sadick.com, Super Dickery, and you'll just see all these like crazy actual comic book covers of Superman just doing outrageous things like exposing Lois to danger or denying water or taking over the world, and it's crazy. And there's always some kind of like twist in the story at the end where it's like, oh, but he was really doing this, or it was because he had to do it because of this, and then all will be well with the world. But Superman the movie just kind of crystallized like why I love that character.
That was Smallville for me.
Smallville was great.
I was a big
see him in the suit.
Yeah, no, me too. No, I was the weird kid that like everyone would play Batman and Robin. I'd be like, can I be Robin? I want to be Robin. And my parents thought it was so weird. And then Smallville came out and I went full Superman mode. So he's my favorite.
Yeah.
That's funny, man. When remember Underoos?
Yeah, very well. I got in trouble. I made the mistake of wearing them to school in 6th grade and got some bully pulled my pants open and went, hey, he's wearing Underoos.
No.
I just want to be, it was Superman too. It was actually, I thought it was really cool to have the matching, the shirt and the bracelet, like Superman's brief with a little yellow belt. I was like,
that's cool now.
I wore them, I had a pair of pajamas, like Superman pajamas, and pull the underwear on the top, just like, so it looked like the costume.
Yeah.
I had Underoos. So my older brother had Batman, which is what I wanted. So I was forced to have Robin. Okay.
Sorry.
But I was just like, all right, fuck. And I was just like, what can I have that's other than Robin as well if I have to have Robin? And they were like, well, you got kind of blonde hair, you could be Aquaman. I was just like, okay. So I got to be Robin and Aquaman.
I'm sorry.
That's
okay. Remember, I had the Flash Underoos because it was the closest thing I could get to a Flash T-shirt.
That's great.
Okay. Well, but now they've made Robin and Aquaman super badass. So
yeah, they're much cooler.
Your Underoos got way cooler.
Not back then.
I always thought Aquaman was a very underrated character. I think that I would handle him if I was writing Aquaman into the Justice League. Like he would be closer to like what Abe Sapien is in Hellboy, but he would just be like sort of alien and quiet and I like what they did with him.
Friend Aquaman is just a jerk.
Well, and also it's like he's goofy. It's like he doesn't.
Batman's always just
utilize
like, I'll go practice and fish.
I really like Jason Momoa's Aquaman. Like I think he's very believable. It's kind of almost like a barbarian,
And they finally made the orange and green like look good by making it a little more gold.
Yeah. Which I was happy they did. Like they didn't steer out of that; they steered into it, and I think that was very validating.
Yeah.
Speaking of steering into things, do you think that they're gonna do the super orgy fest that's in comic books? Oh shit! Oh, wait a minute! I think
I know nothing.
Next season.
Were you on set for that? You dog.
If they've done it, they haven't. I haven't seen it.
You dog.
But I think it's something.
Did you read that, Colin? Did you read that in the comics? The super orgy fest?
No, but I read like the entire Wikipedia, so I am aware of it. I had like a whole section for it.
I did all the covers for that. John McCrae did that.
Quite a cover. I love it when here's the thing. I should say something about the covers. The covers are so influential in the series. They're so Perfect. And you can see the posters that they choose for the show are
Yeah,
direct-
they've recreated a bunch of them, and I
Yeah,
like that
recreated.
is the most honoring, especially when they did it with all of them sitting in front of the TV, and they I mean, you could put them side by side, and they sat Terror in the right spot. Everybody's exactly in the place that I put them, and they did it again for season 2 with the Rain of Blood cover where they're looking up. Like, it's super cool. Like that is the most flattering thing that they could possibly do, is to honor my work like that and bring it to life. That's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
Hey,
That's
Colin,
moving.
you got a wrap up question, brother, and then we'll take it on home.
No, I dude, I'm very satisfied. I just started just chilling with you guys like we were hanging out. So I'm all good. No, thank you so much for having me on. It was great talking to both of you. And,
Pleasure talking to you, Colin.
Derek, I'm going to slide into your DMs and send you that Homelander video.
That'd be awesome.
So
yeah, and if hopefully in the world post vaccinations, we'll see each other at Comic-Con or something.
I would love that. But yeah, so
Hey,
it's
Tom,
Colin K. Bass, and yeah.
I'm sorry, man. You guys are exchanging information. I was
Dan, we're trying to talk here.
I'm sorry, man. I think we're gonna show your. How long is your thing?
It's really short. It's kind of like
a personal question.
How long is your thing, man?
It's shorter than Love Sausage.
It's so long. No, it's quick, and it's kind of like this viral thing that was going around. But the ending is when Homelander comes in, and I mean, I'm a little biased because it's me, but it is the best part of the video. So stick through. You're gonna be like, "What am I even?"
At the end of this, man. We'll put it at the end. Of this.
Yeah, I'll shoot the link to both of you guys on Instagram. So just look for I'm Colin K. Bass on Instagram. I know it puts me to the other folder, but I'll shoot it over to you guys. It's pretty funny, and it's Homelander's really badass in it, and I tried my best, slicked my hair back and everything.
I can see you pulling it off.
Thanks, man. Guys, thank you so much for having me on. It was amazing talking to you guys.
It was nice to talk to you too, Colin.
You guys have a great day.
You too, bro. Appreciate it.
Guten Tag and welcome, my dear weirdos, to Moon Lake. Not your average vacation spot. Do you like riding zombie dinosaurs? Who doesn't? Or perhaps you're into MK Ultra enhanced psychotic killer cheerleaders. Fun for the whole family. We got sassy Sasquatches and time-traveling super soldiers from beyond the Loch Ness to the Bermuda Triangle. All narrated by yours truly, the man in the moon. Yup, that's me, the lunatic gaining sustenance by living off the flesh of fallen aliens. Don't judge. Moon Lake, once you check in, prepare to be checked out. Well, sleep tight, kiddies. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Seriously, they're absolutely lethal. December 2033. I don't have much time. Something's happening to the sun, but the system's trying to hide the changes from us. They'll do anything to keep the status quo, even block out the sky with the constant chem fog, and hypnotize us with super drugs and an endless feed of mindless entertainment, all enforced by a nanite-enhanced police department trained to kill first, never ask questions. I'm John Miller, running for my life. You may not know it yet, but I'm humanity's last hope. And I'm getting the hell out before the whole shithouse goes up in flames. They call me the Brooklyn Gladiator. Follow me if you want to live.
Detective Bart Fishkill just found out he's the prime suspect in a terror attack on New York City, working against the clock to prove his innocence, while the whole nation is gripped in fear on the brink of martial law. We all want justice. Unfortunately for Fishkill, the truth is a tough pill to swallow. He's going to have to use every dirty trick in the book to cram it down America's throat. Let's pray he doesn't have to sell the last sliver of his soul to do it. Will love conquer all? Who knows? But Fishkill will make sure it's one hell of a good fight.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. Oh man, how you guys doing? Welcome.
Awesome.
Welcome to the comic book roundtable at Fogler's Fiction Fest. Man, God damn it, I'm happy to see a lot of you people here. Most of you, all of you. Okay, let me do a little introductions, and then Jeff is really going to be the host of this because he's an amazing interviewer, and we'll talk about him. Let's talk about him. So Jeff has interviewed everybody that you've ever loved or ever had any idol, any kind of person that you're just like, yeah. Did he interview the boss? Yes. Did he interview Hunter S. Thompson? Yeah. He's like, if you have someone or any rock star, I mean, there's a lot of people he's interviewed. You can ask him during the course of this. So Justin Mollman is my producing partner. I couldn't have done this without him. He was there at the very beginning of this, helping me package all this stuff. And fuck, man, thank you a million times.
It's been like almost 4 years.
I know you guys for a nice chunk of time here, man. Through heavy metal, that's how I met you. And then Andrew Harrison, I met him. We were at some crazy Zen retreat. I was like, this guy is cool. And then we just started talking about Moon Lake and whatever he was writing, a bunch of great stuff. He'll tell you what he writes. He's doing amazing stuff now. I'm so happy to see you, man. You dropped off the planet for a second, and I was just like reaching out, and our books were coming onto shelves, and I was like, "Fuck, we got to share this," because I'm elated. But he was there when I started putting the second volume of Moon Lake together, which is my Twilight Zone.
And that was in 2012 when you were 50-50 as to whether the Mayan prophecy would end.
Yeah, I was,
December.
I was making a movie called Don Peyote.
But you still were like, let's do all this work.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. Look,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
it could be the apocalypse right now. We're still like Fogler's fiction. IR comics. Like, what the fuck? What else can we do? And so I love this guy. I got love for all you guys, but Andrew is like a real brother here. He helped me package and did a lot of writing for the second volume of Moon Lake. And then when I got to Brooklyn Gladiator, I was like, man, I'm getting really busy here. I got this idea for this dystopian sci-fi book. And I handed him like this. I was like, you're a good writer. I like where your head's at. And I handed him like, what was it, like 25 pages of like elaborate outline of how the first, arc would go. I handed it to him and he like chiseled it away, and he created, basically helped, morph all of that that I gave him into Brooklyn Gladiator 0 with the Glenn Fabry cover and
great cover.
Which Dennis was the MVP on, Dennis Calero, because he came in and helped us color it at the last fucking second when we were trying to sell it. And so Dennis has, been a buddy ever since that. I mean, I'm not done, praising all these guys. Well, when Andrew talks, he's doing amazing things now. Dennis Calero, if you saw the animation that we did for my podcast, we showed that earlier after the impressions with Ross Marquand. Dennis was responsible for that. Dennis also so we put out this new, we repackaged volume 1 of Moon Lake, and we put new material in. So there's new material in this, and Dennis did the Camelot, Mr. Spacetime meets the Zombie King story.
A lot of fun.
Which was a lot of fun. And it's like Army of Darkness tribute, basically.
I think of it as Excalibur on acid.
Yeah, a lot of my stuff is on acid. And then
I haven't even seen that omnibus yet. That looks amazing.
Oh yeah, dude, you got to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to share in all the joy I have here. I got all the books here. It's fucking great. And Karen Beasley. Let me tell you something. This is the biz, man. This is Simon. This is Simon Beasley, everybody. I picked up a Lobo magazine, comic book.
I corrupted you as well. Go on.
Yeah, you corrupted me, man. Heavy metal and your covers and Lobo, and you had such an influence on me. So when I started making my books, I was like, Ben McCool is another guy that couldn't be here. He peppered in some of his genius into Brooklyn Gladiator. Yeah. He knows Simon as well as Heidi McDonald. And the two of them said, yeah, we know Simon Beasley. And I said, you do? And I was like, can you make an introduction? Because I would love to work with him. Even if we just did covers, I got to talk to Simon a little bit, and I convinced him to fucking do interiors. I was like, so I'm just a kid. I'm a kid in the candy store.
Well, thanks for paying so well.
Hey, man. Listen,
and so quickly.
What I'll say is
that's a big deal in comics. It's a big deal.
That is a big deal. And
wait, people get paid?
People, yeah. Biz, people of your Simon, people of your caliber deserve to get paid quickly, and they so I give a lot of I just got a lot of love for him. I also Ben Templesmith, who did Fish Kill.
Yeah.
These are guys who I have so much love for, and I can't believe I got to work with them. And so Jeff, take it away, man.
Yeah,
that's right.
What a great group, man! Congratulations on getting all these people together. It's awesome.
They're all amazing.
I was going to start with Simon or Karen. What's as you look at comics now, and as you look at the comics that you're doing, if it doesn't sound too touchy-feely, what do you see these days as like your biggest challenge and your biggest opportunity as like an artist and as a creator? What, you know, when you look back on the things you've done and the things you're doing now, where do you find the things that challenge you, and what do you see as the thing that you're most excited about?
Well, I'm most excited about actually doing my own stuff now, working on my own projects. Over the years, I've stored up so many ideas and sketches and ideas. I want to do the ultimate pieces. So I'm actually currently doing those, which will be revealed at some point in my life. Basically, I want to go to my grave, you know, like making amends for some of the shit I did before. So what gets me excited? I think what makes me excited is other people getting excited. If everyone's excited, then we all feed off each other's energy. You know, what gets me excited is really good work, good art, good stories, and that just fires me straight up, and that makes it want to get into it. You know.
Yeah. And what about you know, as far as the textures and the look of your art? I remember those Lobo, the art just jumping off the page, and it looks so different than the other stuff I was seeing around that time. Did you find, did you incorporate a lot of rock and roll album cover art or posters, or what other influence beyond comics did you kind of draw on?
Well, at the time I was riding around on a Harley Davidson chopper. I was building choppers. I had long hair. I was like bodybuilding, you know, doing all the drugs and shit. You know, my whole fucking thing. I was completely insane. I was wild, you know, and I was comic book artist as well. So I was drawing all the energy from the music I enjoyed and the bikers around me, the people around me. And in exciting times, we were young, you know, and life was right there for us, you know. So like again, I feed off the energy of around what's around me. I suck it all up, because a lot of your best work's done not actually doing any work. It's done just hanging out at bars, talking to people, listening to what other people have to say about this and that and the other, you know, and even books and la-di-da, TV, films, and everything else. Just going for a ride on a bike, you know, you get fired up. And then you get down and you get the work done, and all your experiences go into the work.
Yeah, it's the rhythm of it.
The good and the bad. The very good and the very bad goes in there, you know.
Yeah.
You can't do anything, but you can't do anything about conviction unless you've lived something, you know. You lived it a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the great things is when you see the really great art, it's when people are drawing life that they've had or experiences. They're not drawing somebody else's art, because you can see when people draw other people's art, as opposed to when they kind of channel something that's a little authentic.
I think we pilfer, we steal, with thieves, with vultures, we cannibalize. But that's what we do. If you lived in an attic, what would you draw? How would you know how to draw? So we draw from things we like, you know, whether it's like on purpose or not. But you can see influences in people's writing, people influences in their art from other sources. Even I'm influenced by current artists, you know, and I steal their stuff, but blend it in so they can't really notice.
Nice. Was it Neil Young said, professionals steal, amateurs borrow? It's pretty good.
I was very annoyed in the old days when people ripped me off, but now I'm very glad of it, because it means I was of worth, something of worth.
Right. It's like the ongoing conversation between everybody in a way, right? Yeah. You know, collaboration's never been harder than it is these days because of the pandemic and everything that's going on. I was going to go through and talk to you guys about it. Andrew, for you, like, how do you stay connected to people, and what is it that you see as like the place that you want to go? What's the horizon for your work these days?
Well, it's weird because, you know, when I met Dan, I had one book on like 215 Inc. and actually getting involved with Moon Lake and Brooklyn Gladiator and stuff got my stuff out there. And I got enough kind of tendrils out there to actually, it really helped me get like where I am now, like, Disney Games and Interactive. So having that, like, and that was, I've been there for over 2 years now. And I mean, Justin, you've been doing this for a while, but for me, it was like, oh my God, I have a full-time job and I like it. What the fuck?
That's
going
right.
on? Yeah.
And you get paid.
Yeah. No, it's like totally crazy. So I got, but I'm eager to get back into comics, especially now that the landscape is so like chaotic, like it seems like a dangerous time for comics, but at the same time, it's like, the time to invest is when there's blood in the streets. Right.
Right.
So, so I'm really, you know, I'm really excited to get back in there, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting because there's a lot of people that are worried about comics and worried about where they're going and how they're going. And just for Dennis, what are you worried about these days when you?
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up. I don't worry about comics as a concept because words and pictures will always exist in some form. I worry about people.
Yeah.
I worry about my friends who draw them, write them, color them, letter them, to see them want to be employed. And it was very interesting what was just said because, yeah, the landscape has really shifted. I think, I mean, there's a little bit of inside baseball, so I'll keep it brief, but I think the two main things are that there was a question a few years ago whether all of these fans going to these superhero movies, right, Avengers and what have you, if any of that was going to translate into readership. And I think sadly the answer is not really, very little. I don't know why that is. I don't think anybody knows why that is. Because if they knew, they would have done it. And at the same time, it is a very chaotic field right now, and there's a lot of it translates to a lot of opportunity. I mean, I've gotten to more and more work with great people like Dan, and work with people like John Carpenter and Sandy, and be invited to do my own stories, and to also participate in stories that I really believe in situations that I'm more likely to benefit directly as an artist, as a writer, if things are successful. I think that's a net positive. How it all shakes out, I'm not really sure. It's. I think for right now, for people who are good at what they do and do what they say they're going to do when they say they're going to do it, I think it's a really good time.
Yeah. With the movie thing, I you know, when Batman came out in 1989, Michael Uslan, one of the producers that kind of shepherded to the screen, a few months after it came out, the editors from Marvel took him out and bought him lunch, and he's like, "What is this? Why are you guys doing this?" And they had experienced a 20% bump across the line from that movie, but that was really the first and last time that happened. You know, like you don't really see that anymore. And there's probably a bunch of reasons it's hard for fans to get the comics in some ways. The stories aren't connected to the movies in any.
I think that's a big factor.
I think it's literally just because attention spans have shrunk. People just don't want to read; they'd rather just watch.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I think that's true. That
this
readership, yeah, reading is definitely down in general, which should concern us all more than ever. But I think Jeff made a really good point about kids, because I've seen it. Kids picking up a comic, they've just seen a Spider-Man movie, they're super excited, and they pick up the comic and they don't know what they're looking at. They don't see the characters that they know and love, which is why I've always said that Marvel should have a line of cinema comics that are just focused on these are the storylines from the films, and use it as a gateway to corrupt them and hook them into our passion.
Yeah.
But no one listens to me.
It's interesting because Star Wars is why I started reading comics. The first comic books I read were the Star Wars comics that Marvel put out in '77. You know, that's the first thing I remember reading, and then went into everything else, and eventually got to heavy metal because, I mean, come on, boobs, you gotta love that. So, but there is, it's interesting the way things dovetail and sometimes don't. Justin, you were talking about the sort of competition between. I think you were talking about the competition between, if you put a stack of comics in front of kids and you put a smartphone in front of kids, they're going to die for the smartphone.
Yeah.
But also we see a lot of exciting things, you know, exchanged between different media and medium,
for
whether
sure.
it's video games, comics, films, and things like that.
Yeah.
Tell me something that you see there that you think is really cool, and how much have video games affected the way comics or storytelling goes, for instance?
I mean, it's interesting because if you look what a comic book is, especially, I think me and Dan have had this conversation a bunch of times, because the comic book is literally just a really detailed storyboard in a lot of ways based off a script that leads to either becoming a TV show or movie or a video game. And I've been doing games now for 20 years, and when I first started, it's crazy because every single console generation, there's more power, which means you get more memory, which means all of a sudden that character that couldn't move its fingers can go like this and grab something, or can open its mouth and talk or have more emotion. So especially with the PlayStation 5 and the new Xbox coming out, you see more of a blend of cinematic coming into it, just more and more. I mean, and then look at even like the how much tech is coming out. So right now I work at Epic Games, and our tech, Unreal, we use for like obviously like Fortnite and a lot of PlayStation 5 games, Gears of War and stuff. But it's being used to create the backgrounds and art for The Mandalorian, for the new Batman, for Disney movies. So I think it's cool seeing how much more like we have way more tools in video games, but it allows us to literally go to a comic book and use that as a really detailed storyboard that it gives us established timeframes. I can pull from it settings, objects, characters, plots, and all that stuff just turns into, all right, cool. Even like Brooklyn Gladiator, me and Dan had these conversations like that. You can easily make that a game because it gives you the hero character. You got like you can literally, if you want to make it old school, like an arcade game, just take some of these characters and make them mini bosses or like big bosses, and just like it's easily transferable, I think.
It's fascinating when that synergy happens. You know, like you look at a movie like Sin City, or you look at a movie like Scott Pilgrim and the way that they're influenced by the storytelling on the page.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that movies don't do that comics often do is or should do is take chances. You know, like I mean, things in comics can really get. That's where it is a storyboard, so you can that's why Jack Kirby was 50 years ahead of Hollywood, is because he had the unlimited special effects budget of his pen and his ink.
Exactly. Well, man, think about it. Like, if someone has an idea, who's going to sit down and try to? I watched this TV show called Silicon Valley, and they had this funny skit in it. And then they have a designer trying to create established visual language. So a lot of people who write or don't know how to do art, it's hard for them sometimes to translate what they want to do unless they start throwing in pop culture. Like, hey, it's going to look like Aliens. It's going to play like Indiana Jones. The minute you get an artist in there, like Dennis or Karen over here, Simon, it starts to like with Brooklyn Gladiator, Dan doesn't have to really explain it. He just shows the cover and it's like, oh shit, now I get it.
It's true.
It speeds it up and it builds like the confidence that someone would want to do to invest in it to make it a
Yeah,
Jeff, can I?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry if I was wanting to interject really quick. I think that there's a really, for anybody out there that's interested in getting into comics, there was a point made just now that I think that was really powerful, which is that there was a point when comics could do things visually that TV and games could not do. Mm-hmm. Couldn't have a million spaceships, couldn't have all this Jack Kirby, even up to the 80s, 90s.
Oh yeah.
All of this explosive action, these crazy concepts. And now, arguably, movies and TV shows can do that in a way that feels, in some ways, more immediate and more grounded than ever before. But what comics can do, to Jeff's point, is take risks because, of course, video games, movies, TV cost an incredible, staggering amount of money. Money that, in a way, it makes a lot of sense that if you're gambling that much money, you're going to be risk averse. And comics, that's much like the portrait painter when the camera was invented. Comics artists and writers have to shift our perspective and start to focus on the things that these other mediums can't do. And one of those things, and I wanted to just draw attention to the point, is take risks, tell different kinds of stories, so that there is a reality that comics are surviving largely today as test beds for IP to be moved onto more lucrative platforms. But there still is and always will be an audience for stories that take risks and do things that just live and breathe in comics. And I think that's the beauty of comics and the beauty of graphic novels, is that there is an audience of people who will take these stories to heart that are different, that can't live in any other medium. And we have to cherish that. That was my only point.
No, it's a great
Dennis,
point.
I wish someone had explained that as eloquently as you did to AT&T 6 months ago.
Are we going there?
Yeah.
Nice.
I gotta be careful.
I was trying to explain it to him, but they dropped my call. So what can I do?
But it makes sense what you said, Dennis, because it's like there's something about holding it, but also if you see a lot of these, like I've sat in calls for like projects to get greenlit, and could we do this, but let's shave this off because we don't want to offend this person, or we don't want to offend this thing. We don't want to, or this could cost too much to do, or we don't know what to do it. With comics, you can do whatever you want. And I think that's initially why I loved always checking out like heavy metal, for example, because I felt like anything went there. Like
it's very punk rock that way. Yeah.
If someone had an idea and like a different publisher's like, no, we have to keep ours a little bit more PG. Cool, go over there. You can keep the boobs.
But it was always a cheap test. It's always a cheap test bed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you
you're exactly right.
You do it like there's no money ready. There's no real money spent. And if it works, then you can translate it to the movie.
Yeah.
And there's the singular. Sometimes you get these singular voices. I mean, film is the most collaborative art. Film and television are the most collaborative arts of all because it takes an army of people to do something, and you can still have an auteur presence that can express him or herself in a powerful way. But then you look at something like a Frank Miller comic book or a Mobius story, and I mean there you're getting, like what Picasso. I mean, not trying to.
No, yeah,
that's
getting what
comparison,
Picasso's reaction to photography is, I can't draw a perfect portrait of every human being like a camera can, but I can find out what's going on behind the time and molecules of these objects. Dig deeper in a different way.
I always think of the Beaux-Arts students that when photography was becoming really prevalent. And they were like, I'm sorry, when abstract stuff was becoming really prevalent, like Braque and Picasso, people like that. And these were people that were classically trained, and they're like, well, what do we do now? And some of them became surrealists. They said, well, again, it's what can we do that other mediums can't do? I think comics, I think that there's a large number of artists and writers who sort of want to still act like this is the 80s and the 90s, and are frustrated. And to your point earlier, they don't see that the opportunities that are coming up, that's created by things aren't going to be the way they were. They're just not. They never are, but we can. There's still ways to apply the basic talents of crafting a story and illustrating it, and there's always a way to apply those things.
Yeah. And Dan, how are you?
Fucking baked, man.
Dan, are you in the UK?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. It's late.
Oh,
I'm
God.
I'm running on fumes. I have no sleep. I'm shooting Fantastic Beasts. I'm fucking coordinating this whole thing. But I'm listening. I was actually just sitting back and going, look at this. Look at these guys. I love them. I'm sitting here and I'm just like looking at the comic books and just like, I'm a kid in the candy store, man. I am the guy who's still nostalgic and is living in the 80s and 90s. So you got the books right there. So when you talk about how
I got the
writing,
physical ones too.
And I want to really talk about Brooklyn Gladiator for a second. So when you talk about, I'm always thinking multilaterally franchisable. That's how I grew up, man. So Moon Lake specifically is an homage to Twilight Zone and Heavy Metal, the movie specifically, which I saw a million fucking times. So it built into it that it is a TV show. And now we're like making an animated show right now. We're in the middle of, we're putting that together. So let's talk about Brooklyn Gladiator for a second. Simon, are you a fan of George St. Pierre? You know, the MMA guy?
Well,
you know who he is?
Don't know who that is.
It's just this guy.
Okay, so George St. Pierre is like
I may have seen him.
GSP. Okay, so he's probably like known as the GOAT, like the greatest of all time in mixed martial arts. He was sitting next to me in a Comic-Con. He was like, That guy, yeah, you have it. That guy kind of looks like me, you know, and he does, you know, and and he wants to be in it. So I'm in the middle of adapting a movie. And, Andrew, I'm gonna send that over to you when I'm finished with it. And just to come full circle, brother. And so here are the books that are out on shelves now. So we got. I got Simon Beasley. Okay, so,
Karen boy, fan man,
Karen Beasley. So we got the first issue, which has been out for a couple of months. We got the second issue. I love this fucking cover; it's so badass. And then this is the one that's out now. It just came out. Look at that! Holy shit!
I love the yellow on that. That just pops so good.
It really does.
It
looks very lurid.
Yellow is an underrated color,
and it's classic. Like I grew up on heavy metal, man. So you know, there's the fucking Simon Beasley lady, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just so fucking excited. So there's a lot going on with that. The other thing that's going on is Fishkill, which
Fishkill. Come on.
Is the prequel to Brooklyn Gladiator, because as I was writing Brooklyn Gladiator, I was like, holy shit, we are living in the sci-fi dystopian insanity right now.
Oh boy, brother.
These are the seeds
Yeah.
that
Weird.
this book is coming out real soon, and these are the books that are out now. So
Fishkill reminds me of my marriage, and Brooklyn Gladiator reminds me of my divorce.
This one comes out next week.
Got dark real quick.
Just sorry, I saw that yellow color, and it just took me back to the.
Does that remind you of your divorce too, right there?
Splurge.
Splurge.
Yeah, that's the noise of my heart bouncing on the pavement.
Wow. It's a rough time for the dystopian genre.
It
Because
is.
you try to
like-
pack it in there, and then all of this, and then you're like, this is great, and then
Then it
like some
happens.
Jamiroquai looking buffalo man usurps the republic. You're like, oh no, I got to start all over. What the fuck?
Dude, Jamiroquai, that's a poll right there.
It's a deep
Wow.
hole. But or is it like the blues when people feel sad, people feel something, they want something to reflect what they're feeling rather than just to escape it. So maybe it's the perfect time.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because like when you have really good times, people sci-fi pushes toward kind of darkness, and then other times sci-fi pushes toward positivity. I mean, you look like Star Trek. No matter what happens, it's still inherently positive or optimistic, as opposed to like Mad Max or Terminator, where it's like skulls are going to get crushed. Stepped on.
Right.
And there's some people too that like if you look at what's the book that oh gosh, I can't think of the name of it right now. Neon Future, where that comic's about idealizing when humans finally give in and make ourselves embracing technology. Like we've always seen like becoming less human as a negative consequence in fiction. Now it's being put forward as the goal, which is kind of interesting, But Dan, you were talking about growing up with heavy metal, and you were saying that you're still back then. Well, I mean, you appreciate that era, but the stuff you're doing is not. It's not like echoing the past. It's like a Tarantino thing where you're taking the familiar stuff of the past and then kind of shoving it into your own really twisted, depraved world. So that's that's a positive. That's forward, dude. That's forward. That's not backward.
Wait, what were you just talking about right before that? I was going to say something.
No fucking idea. Are you kidding? No, I don't know. The Neon Future.
Oh yes, nice. I got it. So, I haven't smoked too much weed, so I think that as in doing this, writing dystopian sci-fi, Brooklyn Gladiator, which has at the core of it become, how is technology a tool, or are we the fucking tool of the technology, or are we stronger without the scaffolding of technology as John Miller blossoms as a fucking psychic Jedi? So I think that's. But hey, what does that sound like? Fucking Star Wars. where Luke, it's the yin yang, man. Luke has a little bit of tech. He has to have the tech because in the hand it's a tool. But fucking Vader is the fucking tech.
Right.
But that's the evil versus good. Like, is tech evil? And no, it's not. It can be used for good. That's why it's the yin yang. You have a little bit of good inside the evil and a little bit of evil inside the good. So it's this. I see it as this constant. All of these things are connected by this question of technology versus what are we capable of without it if we just get rid of the fucking crutches.
Right.
Yeah.
There's so often been that flip where humanity loses touch with its heritage or its essence,
essential nature.
Yeah, and is taken over or destroyed or threatened by the thing that it very much created. But like what you're saying is, like, guns don't kill people, people kill people. But do cyborgs kill people, or people kill people? But I think cyborgs actually do kill people. But it depends. But
well, they've currently been designed to, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're currently designed to. You can't tell me that fucking robot dog. It won't take long. How long does it take to stick a gun on it? Do you know what I mean?
And now we're back to my marriage again,
robot dog in it with a gun. Do it.
Yeah.
Is that what your book is about, Simon?
But don't worry about it. Just
cyborg dog.
Wait. Just paint everything yellow. It'll be fine.
I just remembered something from earlier that just came up from my subconscious. Simon, I would love to see you write a book that is you, kind of like a Christmas, future, present, and past kind of thing, but with like fucking Lobo or I don't know, like something like that, where you kind of are put through the trials, like fucking Hercules has to go into the underworld and come out. I want to see that story with you as the fucking hero.
The Last Temptation of Karen Bisley. Wow.
Holy shit. I love my chair.
No one's
what do you think of that, man? I would love to fucking see that.
Fine, we'll talk about it. It's an idea. That's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah.
Do you guys, just run it down, do you find that you think that you are inherently optimistic or inherently pessimistic in your storytelling, or the storytelling that attracts you? Do you, or is that too simplistic? Is it just it's good or bad? It's not about the theme.
Elaborate.
I like putting.
Well, I mean, like James Cameron, he inherently believes. I mean, that if we give ourselves over to technology too much, we'll lose something essential in us and our connection to nature, and therefore we'll be pulled down. So if it's a sci-fi story, it's going to have a negativity to it. Other people, like we were talking about, like that really, they see technology as just a natural extension of the human body. It's just the next part of the soul that hasn't been connected yet. That would be much, or Gene Roddenberry, like I said, is inherently optimistic. His is like, we got to go discover stuff. It'll be great, and people will try and kill us, but it'll be okay.
With Paul Verhoeven, it's just all about co-ed locker rooms. That's the whole thing with him.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, that was the most jolting moment of my youth watching films, is when they just start taking showers again. I'm like, what? It's like Porky's, but no one thinks it's a bad, or I just wasn't like, I would have voted for him for president if he had run back then.
Well, the main thing is things will just go back to nature anyway. Regardless, things will go back to nature when shit hit the fan, because the technology couldn't survive without man manipulating it or having some kind of control over it. It can't be mechanically. I mean, I don't know if they can get machines to self-sustaining. They're not biological
until they are.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, well, there you go. So there we write about it, and then we have something to write about.
Right. But do we write about it in a way that you're happy about it, or a way that it's a cautionary tale? It's not so much the events; it's the attitude of the storytelling.
I like the cautionary tale where you give a little of little wisdom, a little medicine with the sugar. But I like even like like something like Terminator, which is so fucking bleak, there's still that hope and that humans can be a fucking, you know, a monkey in the wrench, you know, like a fucking a monkey wrench in the system, you know what I mean? And like and so I like that. I like that the human potential is limitless. So we don't even know what the fuck we're capable of. So fuck technology. You know, let it
people
come.
forget in Terminator, the humans had won. That's how the story begins. The humans had already won, and sending back the Terminator was a last-ditch effort on the part of Skynet. So I actually see it as a positive thing.
We had them up against the ring, the ropes, yeah.
I've always been more Star Trek than I'm not a nihilist. I think that we're simply pragmatically speaking, we're a very successful species because we are good at seeing existential threats, and more of us seem to align against that than not. There's always some people that unfortunately want authoritarianism and want people to tell them what to do. But little by little, over time, over eras, we've gone from, cavemen hitting each other over the head, kings and people being in charge, to little by little developing this idea of democracy and this idea that everyone's opinion should matter. And little by little, we refine and crystallize the idea of what it is to be a human being. And so, just as any human person, I think, dropped into America from 200 years ago would probably freak out and not understand what's going on, we would probably look at, our society 500 years in the future and not understand, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not better. I think that we have, as a species, a unique attribute of consistent self-improvement. And look at the end of the day, things could be a lot worse even than they are. I mean, like we're in the middle of a historic pandemic. Thank God we have the internet. Thank God we have food deliveries. Thank God we have all of the, we concentrate on people not wearing masks and people not doing what they're supposed to do. But there are so many people who are wearing masks, so many people who are doing what they're supposed to do, and lessening the impact of what could be potentially a species ending event. And
Spoiler.
we're and we're here because I think human beings are good. I think human beings, as a species, we're good, and we try and want to do the right thing.
And it's the moral framework, really thing, right? Like Rod Serling, the moral, the framing of these things in a way that sets us apart from, Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes people.
Right. Oh God! Wow, it's a bad pull. That hurts.
I think we inevitably are good because inevitably we need to sustain ourselves and live. So we have to live. Otherwise, we are inherently evil. I just want to kill each other. We will destroy ourselves. And if we just end up on our own, we'll just end up on our own. There's no one else to be with. I mean, I think we need each other. At the end of the day, things that go so far. We group as people, as human beings, and rediscover ourselves. I think.
Is there anything that's too bleak for you guys? Is there anything that you've seen or read or that you wanted to like and you just said, this is just doesn't have it's too bleak, it doesn't have a heart, or it doesn't, it's nihilistic in a way?
Well, I mean, reading.
Well, comics or news?
Films?
Well, yeah.
I was gonna say what's really scary is, for me, what's been really scary is being fucking psychic about all this shit. Like there's a lot of stuff that I wrote years ago, 5 years ago, that's come to fruition. Brooklyn Gladiator is the what I thought. I basically took the headlines and I said, oh, okay, this is the coming technocracy. That's what I wrote. I was like, this is what it's going to look like. We're all going to be fucking walking on giant fucking bread lines. Everyone's going to be wearing fucking masks and gas masks, and we're just everything's going to be redacted, and it's going to be Orwellian. And I was like, okay, that's an interesting universe. And fuck, am I far off?
No.
So then I was like, okay, let's do Fishkill because it's happening too quickly. So I got to tell this story right now. And I wrote this two years ago, maybe fucking 2 years ago. And I was like, okay, what are the seeds of this lockdown situation? So what happens is I pay. Oh, this is Bernie's art. But
wow,
I love the boys. I live in Brooklyn. There's that incident on the Brooklyn Bridge, and I was like, oh, okay, I want to do a story about that cop who's stuck in the fucking, a meter maid car on the fucking Brooklyn Bridge, just watching everybody go by, and then something happens, and he has to be the hero. This is about an incident happening where there's a lockdown. They use the opportunity to lock everything down for a long fucking time, and it slips into martial law. They start administering flu shots like it's fucking candy. There's so many things. There's so many things about it that are reminiscent of what's happening right now. That, like Andrew said, when this stuff starts popping up, that's what scares me the most. So what I have recently been doing is meditating on this just being entertainment, a parallel universe. This did not happen, and we're very powerful people. We are very powerful creators, and we can, if we want to think about the outcome of how all this is going to happen, I think that we have that ability to, the Maharishi effect. If we all think on that, look how fucking amazing we are, creative we are, putting our heads together and making this fun stories. But I think that we can also, if we don't worry, I think if we stay positive, that ripples out and other people get that vibe, and then we can survive all this.
Yeah, hope is very important. Hope is potent, and it sounds hippy dippy, but hope and maintaining the idea that it's still possible to come out of this better than where we were. And I think it's something that we do over and over again. I mean, this is terrible. This is horrible. But compared to World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, all of this, like humanity has gone through some dark shit, and we've managed to find a way out of it, having learned. And there's always going to be deniers and naysayers and people who just want to believe what they want to believe because they want to believe it when they want to believe it. But and they're easy to focus on because they're loud. But we also focus on them because they're a contrast to the average person. Not to get too political, but I have a friend who lives in Georgia, and after the Capitol riots, he saw, a lot of his neighbors had Trump flags up. Yeah. And after the Capitol riots, almost all of them started coming down. Like it was almost like there was a bubble that burst and people realized what they were participating in, what were they contributing to, and just said, you know what, no more. We're done. And I think that faced with reality, most people can deny COVID is not real. It's not worse than the flu, blah, blah, blah. But then when someone next to them dies, for most people, reality sinks in. And I think that's one of our great strengths. Yeah, so it's one of our great strengths.
Well, what is it James Baldwin said is, I am alive, therefore I am an optimist. I've always thought that was like such a great baseline, kind of way to approach things. It's like, as long as I'm, I don't have a hatchet sticking out of my face, I want to keep thinking that, things are okay.
That's a very specific thing to think about.
It's crazy though because you feel like everything is like we're more connected, but it also feels like because we're more connected, we're more detached. Like you just said, until it's happening to you as a neighbor, you don't believe it because we're connected, but everyone's so detached from it that they're like, nah, it seems like a sci-fi movie to me, like a Black Mirror episode. It's not going to happen.
It's interesting if the baselines of optimism are different, then like the very idea of like, oh, we can rise to the occasion. Everybody has it, if your idea of rising to the occasion is being like, you know what, I'm not going to listen to the gnomes in my head, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shoot John Lennon, and then I'm going to jump into the Catcher in the Rye like Gumby, and that's that's rising to the occasion. More and more people are going to be like that, and that's going to be the problem. So,
Yeah.
That sucks.
That's happy thought.
Just ended the party, I think. I don't know. Okay.
Fogler, could you do me a favor? Don't do any zombie shit. Okay, because
Ignore Moon Lake then.
I know. I mean, like looking out the next 3 years. When you're looking at the next 3 years with your crystal ball, could you like throw in some like supermodels and like maybe like tap the brakes on the werewolves and shit?
But that's why he does.
Can I meet
That's
you
why he does
halfway?
Fantastic Beasts.
No, I want werewolves.
Can I meet you halfway?
werewolves.
Because I can meet you halfway because I got a supermodel with a zombie dinosaur.
That's pretty
You know
cool.
what? That's bonus
That's
points
pretty
right
cool.
there. That's bonus points.
Yeah. He's done.
I want to do a werewolf strip club, like where the women,
Yep.
They're peeling off their clothes, and just as they get to the last stuff, all the hair comes out, and they turn into werewolves.
Wait, that's fucking hilarious. Wait, Jeff, you have comic books, man. You have stuff to write.
I'm
Right?
working on it for the first
Wait.
time, dude. Never done anything before.
Cool. Do you want to talk about it or what's?
I don't know. I don't know. What's the etiquette like?
I'm gonna take all your ideas. That's cool.
We're talking about comedy.
Yeah,
No, you can't because they're all stories about him's adventures with Wild Adventures interviewing, right? Basically, that's what you're gonna do.
You know, the funny thing is, Dan, there's one thing I'm working on that you're actually a character in. Like, not. I mean, there's a character based on you. It's a true. That's a true thing.
Is it the werewolf stripper?
It's every werewolf stripper.
It's a good one.
I am honored if it is. Oh my God, I'm flabbergasted, man.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. But can we all agree that like if someone steals this idea with it, we'll forget all this optimism and we'll just go like shoot them.
Yeah, we'll come to their house
because I just really need something.
I mean, that's a given.
Well, just
Just stick a machete in their head.
What's that?
Stick a machete in their head.
Yeah. Once again, back to the divorce. Yeah. I know.
Just call shotgun on the whole lycanthropy menstruation thing. You know, that'll make it specific enough for your lawsuit. You'll be good.
Oh
You're
my
good.
God, that's
Yeah.
nasty.
Thanks, man. Good
That's
man.
nasty.
Yeah, I always thought that if you put it out like this, it's like a fucking record. Then it's on YouTube and it's living there. It's like, come on, how can you dispute? You can't dispute that. We're all fucking witnesses.
That's right.
Well, one of them is a time travel. There's a time travel. There's a ship that's launched in the future with all the rich people. It's right before when there's no future. What do? You go to the past. So everybody picks where they're going to go, and they're on the way, and they're going to be deposited in the past.
That's cool.
Everything goes wrong because the crew sucks and because their preparation is bad. And it's a comedy. It's a comedy about what happens when we go back and try to do things right, and everything goes wrong.
Okay.
That was actually the thing I really liked about Seven Soldiers of Victory.
Wow.
You read that? Yeah, the thing about how it's like, oh, the fairies are actually,
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it, but anyway.
You know what I felt bad for is Wing. Remember Wing? Seven Soldiers of Victory? Like the the Crimson. He just ceased to exist. Everybody forgot him. And I mean, that's sad. That's sad. They just erased him and stuff.
You guys want to go around? We got about 10 minutes left. You guys want to go around and pitch and just talk about stuff you're working on currently, and then we can schnagaggle fraggle.
Yes.
I mean, move on. that's my vernacular. So go ahead, Jeff. You want to just kind of start?
I did mine. So yeah, I did that. I'll do that.
Well, you got your podcast, man. Talk about your podcast.
Oh yeah, shit. Okay. Yeah. So podcast. Kyle Newman's coming on, and I got Rainn Wilson on this week coming up, and last week was John Densmore. I mean, it's like Rock and Roll Hall of Fame drummer from the Doors.
Wow.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude.
Amazing. The Doors, right? That's the Doors.
The Doors. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And he's what's great about John Densmore, I'll keep it short, is that he Jim Morrison didn't want the Doors to let their songs be used in ads. When the Opal, the Chevy Opal, they used Light My Fire, he found out, he went crazy and
through a television.
Yeah.
Lit a fire.
We saw the movie.
Yeah. Well, the commercial actually never aired. Oliver Stone just kind of made that up because it never got to the public.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it never aired. So.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the whole JFK thing. Well, never mind. But the thing is that when it happened, the band agreed that everybody had veto power, right? And then Jim dies, and now I meet John Densmore, and I say, "You're the most dangerous man in rock and roll." He's the only guy from any classic rock band the Doors are the only classic rock band that's not in TV commercials. Everybody else is. Everybody now. Beatles. You got Bob Dylan and Kaiser Permanente and Paul McCartney, Fidelity Investments, and Stones, AmeriQuest Mortgage. Like they're counterculture heroes of the 60s or the house band of modern corporate America, you know, except the Doors because of John Densmore. Ray Manzarek and Robbie Krieger, they sued him for fiduciary irresponsibility. And that's not very rock and roll, dude. Like fiduciary irresponsibility? Come on.
It's a great song.
And Manzarek is like, you know, we got to do this. He's passed away since this article ran. But he was like, you know, it's cool now. You can do advertising in tasteful ways. It's not a sellout anymore. So he said, tell Densmore to come join us and we'll go on the road again and we'll keep this music alive. So I go to John because they're not speaking. So he told me to tell you this. And Densmore, this is classic, goes, yeah, tell him I'll fucking be there when Jim shows up. It's like dark. It was dark. So anyway, that's what I'm up to. That's
just a little. Oh wow, that's amazing.
Way to end it light.
Dennis, what do you do, man?
I'm working with you on some cool stuff. We got some cartoon stuff we're working on. I'm writing and drawing a graphic novel for Sandy Carpenter about a FBI agent investigating a murder in a small town in which all of the denizens are werewolves, called Second Nature.
Love that.
So it's basically Twin Peaks with werewolves.
Oh, I love that.
So I'm working on that, and then after that, I'll be working on a children's graphic novel about the sort of classic monsters, Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, but they're all mice, and it's called Mouster's Attack. And I'm looking forward to writing and painting that. And I'm also working on a project that will reveal that Justin looks just like Chris Pine. I'm going to just put that out there.
Thank you.
Because no one has pointed that out. And it's weird that no one said anything.
Let him know. Let him know. And then if he needs that stunt,
He is Chris Pine. This is his secret identity.
You know, Chris Pine's dad was on Chips. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, that's right.
Lieutenant Cottrell was that's Chris Pine's dad, and he did a TV commercial with Shatner, a Priceline commercial where he's a chauffeur and he's driving Shatner, and he goes, "My son's the new Kirk," and Shatner's like, "What are you talking about?" Like he got really pissed off.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that.
Damn it! Stop the car. Scotty, beat me up.
Wait, is that Brando now?
That was my Brando. That's how my impressions are always a combination of two other impressions.
It was like James Tiberius Kirk turned into Jor-El there for a second.
That was like his best impressions are the walking ones.
My new show is a mashup impression show. You have to mash.
What do you mean, I'm funny? Not funny. Biz.
Good. Me, I'm just getting shit done.
Good man. Good man.
Just getting shit done, looking after the family.
Nice.
Making sure they're safe, and that's about it. And just busy.
And being a fucking legend. You're a fucking legend. I mean, that's a full-time job.
Show Dan what you were drawing. It's pretty badass. He was just working on something before.
No, I'm pretty sure. Oh, by the way, I'm doing it. I've got a load of Kickstarter stuff I've got to finish. A lot of drawings, sketches, signing a lot of books. So I'm currently doing that.
You gotta come on my podcast, man, please. If you
yeah. I knew you guys would want to, or Jeff would want to talk to you. So hold on. Okay, so hold on. Who do we got here? So we got Justin. What are you doing, brother?
I'm working with you on a bunch of stuff. We're trying to push this out. And then
what's going on over Heavy Metal, man? What's
It's going. You know what? We got some cool stuff. Like we got Fishkill 4. Fishkill 3 is coming out next week, and then we got Fishkill 4, Brooklyn Gladiator 4 coming out. Then we got our trades. We got the second Moon Lake, and we got the third. So last year and this year, we're gonna walk into 2022 with just Dan carrying like a stack of like books in the Comic-Cons, hopefully. And then we've been working on a horror game, my own one, using like some tech. It's gonna be like that TV show Mindhunter meets Seven meets.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so I'm trying to make it as like creepy as I possibly can, and then I'll share it.
The busy bass pedal. The busy bass pedal.
Yeah. So I work with pedals on the side, and I sent you guys know that like Bisley just shreds? He's like crazy good at guitar and band.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
So we're gonna make a bass pedal for Biz, the Bisley bass pedal,
It's on.
the BPP.
Dude, I don't think you can get any cooler. Can you get any cooler, dude? Like that's like dangerously cool. Like that's a lot.
Have him go onto your podcast and just listen to him just jam.
Well, that's called a theme song. I am not
Yeah.
paying for it either, but I'll take it.
We'll do that.
Dan, that's the theme song for Brooklyn Glitter. Just have Bisley just.
Yes. Yes.
Fuck, heavy as fuck. Heavy as fuck.
Yes. If we change the name for Google Screamer, can we just
Have it be that.
turn
Yeah.
it into that
Yeah, we-
pedal?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Ooh, and that okay. So that's the other thing. Finishing that up.
Yeah.
Me and Dan got another project we haven't worked on. We have.
We got just so much going on. There's a lot going on. It's great. And Drew, my brother, so happy to see you, man, live. You happy about all this, man? Got stuff all over the shelves. It's
I'm
fucking
psyched.
great, right?
Yeah.
What's Star Wars stuff? You're doing a lot of Star Wars stuff right now.
Yeah. I've been working on. I've been doing a lot of audio only stuff. Alexa, they call them skills or like games apps. And the one now that's actually currently part of it's out. C3PO translates, and actually got to write it with Anthony Daniels. Really cool.
Oh, cool.
And so far, right, it's part of the
That's awesome.
Amazon Alexa Free Time Unlimited. You learn Shriwook and Droid Speak. I just finished the first draft of the Ewokese update, and then I'm going to do Huddies, and
I
that's
lost
just
my
a lot of
mind.
fun.
That's awesome.
And I'm trying to like recanonize all these old Ewok things, like the Dulocs and the Sun King and all that stuff, you know. So that's a lot of fun. That's been a blast. I've been trying to see if like I could get the vaccine, but apparently teaching people Ewokese is an essential service.
I call nonsense on that.
Yeah. So
nub,
so,
my friend.
So that I want to get. I know, right? Yub nub means freedom, and it also means hooray. Just so you guys know. Yeah.
Just another word for nothing left to lose.
Eager to get back into comics. Also, because if you live in Los Angeles, you actually have to have a podcast or they make you leave. Apparently, I started a new I was on an old podcast, started a new one called "Let's Kill Ourselves," and the most recent episode that came out was about how the Domino's Pizza Noid was cursed because they based on the shamans of the indigenous Sami people of Finland.
Right, that makes sense. No, that makes sense.
So yeah. There you go.
It tracks
all the time.
Yeah,
I'm going to sign off now with great love as Jabba the Hutt. I'm going to say this right now and bestow great love and honor and treasures onto all of you in Huttese. You ready? Utaka tita ita molman ita chita kutata andro arisa ilota ita denas galero orido wikachicha Bisa Alvida Ticha Porta Butcher Ita Tita Tita.
Oh, it's more.
Wait, did I fuck that up? What happened?
Oh, that's good.
And then someone has Salacious Crumb, yes. Someone comes in. All right, perfect. Mwah, I love you guys. That was great. Thank you for going on.
Yay.
Take it away, man.
액션!
All right, Fogler's Fiction Fest Day 2 is rolling right along. We just had Fogler's Comics. We had an awesome session. Speaking of sesh, it's about to go down. All right, we're going to get to our 420 fun in just a little bit. We have got some awesome stuff planned for you guys, a cosplay contest, and coming up later, we're going to have Dan sit down with Maz Mikkelsen. But right now, we are going to have ourselves a little fun with some cosplay. We're going to talk Oscar films. Joining us now, we've got Ganja Girl K, my man Dan, and Coop. Cooper is here. What's up, dude? What's going on?
Not much, man. Chilling with Belushi. He wants this chicken so badly. He's just been. It's been me, Belushi, and the chicken. Escape.
We have this whole thing with dogs on this show, man. And everyone's got a lovely dog, and I think we're being blessed by the dog spirits. I really do.
At the end of the year, we need to do a parade of all the dogs that have been on the show.
Yeah, we gotta do like a cosplay parade with the dogs.
Everybody's dogs.
You guys like my Teen Wolf shirt? I wore it special.
Yeah, Scott Howard, baby. Looking good.
There he is.
Come closer. Come closer. Let me look at you, Dan. Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. I have everyone so I have gallery mode, so.
I had a question. About that. I was like wondering, like, when I was a kid and I saw that, I was like, fuck. Like, how many kids were like, fuck, let's get a van. I'll dress up like a werewolf and let's do handstands on top of the van. Like from after, right? I wanted to do that. I think that's
my
fun.
my best friend at the time was driving a like a station wagon, a Volvo station wagon. Was his first car. He was the first one of us to get a license. And definitely we drove like 7 miles an hour down my street and I'm surfing on top of the car.
But were you dressed like a werewolf?
Did not have the ability or the know-how to do that. I would totally do it in cosplay today.
Okay, I cannot go without looking at that painting. Where's the painter?
We'll get Joe in here. He's off to the side of the studio. I think he's washing his brushes right now, but it's fantastic, man. Look at this. It's beautiful.
If I could zoom in on my what is I can't describe other than my bulge. If I can just zoom in on this little guy there.
We will so we're gonna turn this right to it right now, and then we're gonna go get Joe. But here you go.
Really
Here's your live zoom in. There you go.
Let's get deep in there. Hey, can my bulge make some noise so the camera
something like that.
No, not
Let's hang.
Let my bulge make a voice. No.
This is Dan's bulge.
Okay, what I would like to say is
superhero bulge.
Why?
Can we please, if I have any request at this point, if the painter is nearby, can we make my head larger and my balls tinier? That's all I ask for. That's all I ask for.
So Joe is stepping in. This is Joe Colon of Bad Mojo Art. He's coming around right here. So we'll say hi to Joe.
Hey, brother. How many Comic Cons have I seen?
How many Comic Cons have you been to?
Shit, dude.
He's even got the paint on the look. He's wearing the nice vest, but he's got
wear that proudly.
The paint.
I wear that proudly. I've been to so many Comic Cons.
I love that. I know. You've been at Heavy Metal booth, right? I've seen.
Yeah, you've seen him at Comic Cons. He's actually.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You won one of our cosplay contests as Brooklyn Gladiator, right?
Yeah.
You had the armor. He was the
wait. That was you. You won.
That was him.
I have a picture with Dan from like the very first Kamikaze in LA, where it was right after Fanboys. I have it somewhere. I gotta find it.
So you also make cosplay gear, obviously.
Yeah, he makes a lot of cosplay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, you make it the cosplay? So I'm asking, like,
full of cosplay.
I'm gonna pop this out. There you go, and then you'll be able.
You dressed up. You're not just a painter. You dressed up in cosplay, obviously, because you won the cosplay con. Hello.
All right, he can hear you now.
Oh fuck, man. Oh hey, Scotty.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah,
now I can hear you.
Okay, good. I was doing my Kirk impression I'm an idiot. So how are the dilithium crystals? So my question is you won the cosplay contest for the Brooklyn Gladiator thing. Those are you. You're the
Yeah, the
pictures.
Brooklyn Gladiator one.
Oh, great, man! So you're a painter and you do that. Very cool.
Yeah, kind of a jack of all.
Nice, awesome. So you're gonna have some interesting. You didn't get to dress up. Did you dress? Were we gonna have pictures of you in this? Or you dressed up as anything?
I think I was in the cosplay contest, the Spider-Man Noir.
Oh yes, he'll be in
Yeah,
the
the black
cosplay
and white
contest
Spider-Man
later.
Noir
He gave us
drop.
another a new costume.
Man, so you're wearing several hats, dude. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. We're gonna auction off that painting. If anyone listening is just like, damn, I want that. And then if they buy it, I don't know, I'll figure out how to sign it, and then we'll figure out how to get it to them. How about them apples?
Sign the
Man,
bulge.
I'll frame it up, make it look real nice and pretty.
Beauty, man. Thank you for that. We're starting to give stuff away, man. So we're doing the cosplay contest. We're gonna have several winners. We're gonna have runners up and most special effects and all these different categories that we're gonna make up on the spot. And we're gonna give a bunch of posters away and comic books, plenty of comic books to give away. Fishkill, Brooklyn Gladiator,
Fogler fun packs.
Yes, that's what I should say. The Fogler fun packs. So we got Fogler's fiction fun packs. So let's get this cosplay started, man. Let's watch.
All
this
right,
parade.
Joe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you.
I'm gonna pump this back in.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I'm good. I want that painting.
I wanted to say also. I want to thank.
Get us set up on the cosplay. Boom. There we go.
I want to.
And
okay, I want to thank Seth Gilliam, who couldn't be here a million times, man. That was really fun. Hey, Kay, Ganja Girl, how fun was that yesterday? Did you have a lot of fun with that? The stoner movie bracket? Can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
We've been talking about doing the FaceTime forever, so it was like not only we just like FaceTime and like, hey, like we had something to talk about, something to do, and now I have a great movie list of things I can rewatch or didn't watch. So like, I was just running out of content. So yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was good to see everyone again.
Yeah, day one is day one is on YouTube. You guys should check that out. And we had a blast with that panel. We missed you, Coop. I guess I know you're busy. I know you're a busy man, but we appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
You're fucking coolest. Cooper, doing The Walking Dead with you, man. Sometimes when it gets a little too dusty and a little too hot, man, your personality and your fucking, you're the coolest guy, and you make going to work fun. That's all I'm gonna say.
I love having Dan there. I love having Dan there. It's so great.
I'm coming back. I heard I'm coming back.
How does that work? Coming back from y'all got the mutated COVID, right? Over in the UK.
He keeps it in his cupboard.
It's not really The Walking Dead, Kay. It's not really The Walking Dead. It's how do we work that out? We work it out, man.
Yeah, they're so good. They're so good with it. They'll quarantine. Your nose is gonna look like the bulge in that painting. It's gonna be just out there, and it's gonna be great when they're done. They just take a stick. It starts like with a pinky size, and then just the thumbs up. All of it in there, yeah.
Oh, no.
It goes in one. It just flosses your brain, and they pull it out. And it's super.
Now pull it out.
And they'll have different colors. It'll be like pink and yellow and red, and just keeps going. And you're like, oh. They turn on the clown music.
Ta-da! How many tests do you think you guys have done so far, specifically for like work?
So many. I do.
Lost count?
They test us a couple times a week. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of testing going on. But those are that's what they have to do in order to keep it running.
Yeah.
So if they got to do that, fine. There's certain things that, whatever. I don't want
easily 30 for me.
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Wow, that's wild.
Just in there.
But look, there's hope on the horizon, right? I think that's the thing to hang on to right now.
Hey, I'm all about that. I love horizons. They're the most beautiful part of the day when you see the dawn rising.
It's my favorite.
Across the horizon.
Speaking of things I
horizon
see,
lighting.
it is pretty good lighting there. We always see a different part of Coop's house every time we have him on.
we're in my bedroom.
I had an idea when you were talking about what you were shooting earlier. I had an idea. Oh, I know. This is gonna sound hysterical. Is there a moment? I mean, I'm like imposing myself into it, but is there a moment where I'm the guy on the Zoom call that the guy is talking to, like before he gets tased?
Actually, there is a moment I was thinking about, and it's one of the most, I thought would have been one of the funniest cameos. It's sort of going to ruin the ending, but with no context and it coming out in like a year and a half. Who knows?
Wait, did I just ruin it? We can cut. Oh, wait, is this live?
Yeah.
Did I just?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I didn't ruin anything.
No, you didn't ruin anything. No, you never ruin anything.
People get tased all the time. People are constantly.
But yes, it'll be like that. There is a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna totally tell you later. Yeah, there is absolutely a thing. Just remember, you
see, this is how it works. This is how it works. We're networking.
Tasing is so in now after the Capitol riot. That's like the thing.
Okay, let's take it down.
I was talking about tasing forever. I used to love watching tasing videos. Like when I was first like, oh, I'll do anything. Like you would do industrials, like before. It's like, what do you audition for? And it's like a cop training video, and we had to simulate like the cop. To give me 3 ways. It's like, sir, calm down. It's like, okay, I'll get back in my car. Yeah, because it would be like a video, so it's like a virtual reality sort of thing. So you would come in and you'd be the guy at the airport. I remember I got paid $200 that day. It was dope. This was like I was 18, 19, and they showed us all these tasing videos that they had like from cop cars just to show the effects. So when they simulate you getting tased, you have to go down. And so I just kept going, and I would just like moan and like fall over and tip, and they didn't use any of it. It wasn't good enough for the cop.
Listen, there's a lot of pictures. There's a lot of pictures of cosplay people that are waiting to be seen.
Let's do this.
I've got that lined up. I'm going to go ahead and start a screen share with you guys. And first, I just want to say hello to all the folks in the chat with us. Amber, Peter, Raquel, Frederica, who is a diehard Walking Dead fan. She's been joining us since the very first Dan Fogler 4D Experience video cast that we did. Frederica has been around from back then.
I remember that name.
And what's up to Kurt and James as well. So I'm going to start this screen share right here. And there's the photos, and off we go. So you guys, right? Is that not the most adorable thing you ever saw? All right, I seem to have lost my panel here, so let me just have a little quick tweak here.
That kid's
like that. Bring you guys over there.
His brow is
hair.
Hey, hey, can I say something? His brow is very presented, don't you think, for a little kid?
Oh yeah,
it looks
Bruce Wayne though,
right?
He's had that brow since he was 11.
That's incredible. He's very angry.
His face
okay, good job.
But his eyes
all right, and now we have a Psylocke.
Wow.
She Psylocke.
Yeah, and she's got that action pose down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to even say I noticed that I'm pretty sure that marble tile that's Los Angeles Convention Center, LA Comic-Con, I would imagine.
Awesome. Psylocke. Never mind. Wow, look at that.
I'm a pretty big Disney girl.
That's a dope hook. Mally's hook.
I wonder what it's made out of. How much it weighs? Like foam? Maybe?
It's probably foam, I would imagine. Yeah. Foam or like a paper mache thing.
He's wearing a tattoo suit.
Yep.
Those aren't real tattoos.
But he looks great.
Can you imagine getting all those for cosplay for life?
I like our Moana.
I feel like people do that.
Is that a narwhal horn?
It looks fantastic. All
It's
right, we have a Silent Hill nurse.
Jesus Christ! Sorry, it's late here.
Oh.
Oh my God.
The best part is the standing on. I know it's probably fake, but the standing on the grates with the heels.
I can imagine that's very tough, right? You catching that really
only
easy.
Rihanna can do it. No one else can do it.
Yeah, hey, she's doing it.
That's the scariest.
Well, and her, Rihanna.
I like that.
and her.
I like that scene video though. Video to see how the walk went. She actually walked on her hands. She walked on her hands and then she just lowered herself.
That's cosplay dedication, breaking an ankle
Yes,
to
it
get
is.
that shot.
And the face. I mean, she has to
no,
cover
that
her
needs to
face
stop.
all day. Yeah,
True, that too.
love it.
She can't. I can't imagine she can see out of that thing, right? Or maybe there's makeup. The left eye, she might be able to. She might be. It's closed when she takes the photo, and then she can open it and walk with like one eye. That's what I'm imagining. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I hope she doesn't hurt herself.
Yeah, careful.
This
with
is
that
just
knife
a
when you're walking on
fantastic
the
looking
grate.
Captain Marvel.
It looks like her.
Wow,
She looks just like Brie Larson, right?
That's not fair because she literally looks like Nicole.
You know what's crazy is that we have Allie was supposed to be here. She's running late or something, but she looks like it looks like Brie Larson too. This would have been crazy.
Yeah, she hates that.
Like Allie. That's so funny. The Fonz.
The Fonz lunchbox, great detail. Yeah,
Great work.
That's awesome.
Great work.
yeah. You know, I can see the fountain in the background. That's shot at San Diego Comic-Con. That's right there at that Hilton, right on the same side as the convention center.
I remember
getting
that's where Dan told me about Fantastic Beasts, actually, by that fountain. I don't know
Yep.
why I remember that so specifically, but I do.
Oh my God, you're right. You guys want to hear that story?
Yeah,
Yes.
do it.
So I'm like basically got nothing going on except for my comic books. That's the only reason I'm at San Diego Comic-Con. I was exhausted myself running all over the world, auditioning, trying to get something, scared up. So I'm sitting there. I'm literally working my way uphill with my comic books, like The Hunchback of Notre Dame, with pulling them on this fucking crate, and up upstream through all the cosplayers walking the other way. It was like so difficult to just I was like, oh my God. And then I remember I called Kay and someone else was there. They came to help me. And it was at that moment when I was in the throngs of all that I got the call and my agent said, "Hey, where are you right now?" And I said, I'm at Comic-Con right now. And they said, "Oh, well, Comic-Con's going to be a lot different next year." And then I just started floating, and then the Harry Potter theme, and then I just started hearing it, and then I just started throwing comic books at people. I was like, "Free comic books for all!" So I was like, hold on, let me wipe my tear with that one here.
No, and then
That's
I remember
fantastic.
you'd asked me about it, and I was like, I fucking own Fantastic Beasts since I was like 11. So I was just, I don't know, it was cool. That's a good Comic-Con memory, for sure.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
Fountain, for that trigger.
I should say I know Kay, Ganja Girl. We're developing Ganja Girl as a sidekick to the Marijuana Man in my Moon Lake series. Kay, I've known you for a long time. She's like my little sister, and she is like been a partner in crime in a lot of situations, but they were totally legal. And so thanks for being here. You let's keep on moving, right? Let's keep
Here
on
we
moving here.
go.
Wow.
All right, this is a character called the Smoker from Left 4 Dead. But I just thought this makeup was so good. Like
Doesn't look real. He looks like
I want this guy to do some Moon Lake or some Brooklyn Gladiator stuff. Look at this guy.
I want him to date the lady that was standing on the grate with the wrapped up head and the eye and the sword.
So wait,
I'll ship that. I'll ship that.
Is that actually in his mouth, or is his mouth underneath that mouth?
That's a great question. You know, looking at it, I think that's a prosthetic on front, and his mouth has got to be underneath that, right? But then that's got to be tugging him a little bit, right? Like that weight forward on the front of your face.
Maybe it's the hose. So weird. He's breathing through the hose, through the tongue.
That is a blueberry allergy, man. That is so God.
When you try and eat a roll up and you look like
that guy should not be touching shellfish.
He got COVID for sure.
Right? He's COVID man.
How does he ask for people to decide things?
No, I wouldn't think he's real if he just stood there though. For real.
How does he go to Comic-Con without stepping on his tongue?
It's great stuff.
It's incredible.
All right, so we have a classic Supergirl. Here is Brittany as Supergirl with some really nice photo skills there.
And she really knows how to fly. Look at that.
And yeah,
right.
She must have jumped really high.
Yeah,
shot.
A couple frames later, she's just flat on her face.
Right. You got to wonder, was that a timed jump, or is there maybe a box that was under her knee that they took out in post?
Good call. Or maybe some kind of.
I think she took a 20-foot jump and then landed in a pool right after this.
There's some cosplayers that do some really great in-action shots where they jump in the air and their capes like splash out and it looks amazing, and the photographer catches them in the millisecond while they're in the air.
Bernie, will you tell me, Bernie? I met you at Comic-Con. Bernie, look at this guy. Bernie throws the greatest parties at Comic-Con.
The best.
That's how I met Bernie.
Legendary.
Bernie would have these amazing cosplay friends who would always accompany these things, and that's why we have so much participation here, and this is amazing. So thank you, Bern.
My
one day
pleasure. I can't wait. I got to tell you, like, I just can't wait. I can't wait till we're back in live. Like, the virtual stuff is a lot of fun to keep the energy going, but I'm like dying for in-person hangout with Comic-Con people,
Like, are cosplayers just wearing their
Dude, we all got to be San Diego, Atlanta, New York, LA, like, Emerald up in Seattle. God, we got to.
Yeah, I'll say this. What I love about conventions is that, well, one, we meet everybody, but man, I feel like every time I went to a con, I feel like I took as much advantage of all the fun that could be taken. I've definitely passed out through some of them, but so many of these things, I miss it so much, and I'm so glad. I'm glad I slept 2 hours that night. That was worth it. Like, and right now I'm just like holding on to those moments, remembering that. So I'm totally looking forward to
And I Dan, I know you used to go to Comic-Cons, kind of before the ascendancy of your career. Coop, were you doing Comic-Con kind of pre Walking Dead fame?
No, it was all Walking Dead, and then we just do those, and I guess Shazam and stuff. So I usually see Dan. Well, I guess it's great because we had a few because of that. So just because of Walking Dead. So it's always cool. Just, I don't know. The more things, the more, it's like, oh, I could go see them on this weekend in this.
It's like summer camp.
This awesome town. It is.
Your favorite people and just kind of have fun with it. I mean, you're working too, but like that's fun too because everyone.
Oh yeah, I love working though.
Dragon Con was my favorite though, I think, and so at least I gotta go once pre. However, like, I don't know if you guys remember when the elevators broke down, and I just think about that, and they're packed like.
Oh, that happens every year. Those elevators.
No, I just think of it in COVID world. I'm like, that's terrifying.
Yeah, no.
And if you're in one of those middle level floors, especially at the Marriott, you've got to go up to get back down, right? You can't just wait till it's coming down because it's already full.
Look at this guy with the orange shirt just being like, "Hey!"
So, right. So this is from why am I blanking on the name of that movie?
Minecraft.
No. It's a movie with Ben Stiller, Janine Garofalo, William H. Macy was his character. Mystery Men. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
I thought that was
He's the shoveler.
Now I can see what's going on. I can see it.
I was just talking about that movie the other day.
Cool.
How old is this guy? I love the dedication.
He's 22. Okay.
Right?
Really great.
He is
makeup.
actually live on our chat right now. His name is Buck Bentley Steele.
Buck Bentley Steele.
That is such an awesome name.
Dude, Buck Bentley just wrote the Steele is also cool, but Buck Bentley, a little alliteration there. He's like
Buck Bentley. I like it.
He could be a PI. He could be a superhero. He could,
Buck Bentley. That's
Bentley.
way better than Shoveler. Like than the
Right?
name of the Shoveler. If they named him Buck Bentley, I wouldn't need any explanation. I'm like, I get it. He is the leader.
Yeah.
That is Buck Bentley. He rules these people.
Wow.
What the fuck?
So this is Chad as Doctor Strange. Chad's been in our contest before, Dan, as Grindelwald. He's an incredible Johnny Grindelwald, and is looking forward to the first images of Maz so he can do that one. But just the detail in this, when you see this costume up close, is just unbelievable. This is tremendous work. He's phenomenal.
And I hear the blanket. I'm sorry that I hear that the ape actually moves. Holy!
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm the host with the most, babe.
Weirdo like myself, kitty. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, good job. That's who's that? George Carlin? That's Beetle.
Connor as Beetlejuice. I love wherever he's doing this is really cool looking. I don't know what this is, but it looks.
It looks like he's at a con still, maybe, or not.
Yeah, like an installation. It looks. Oh no! I in fact, I'm sure I know where this is. This looks like Meow Wolf from
I was just
Santa
about
Fe.
to say. I agree. Yeah, I thought that was Meow Wolf for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Dan,
That
have
looks
you
like
been to Meow Wolf?
No, I don't.
Dan, we're going to
Dude.
Meow Wolf. I went with Ross and Seth, Stephen Ogg. We went, and it was we're in Albuquerque, and they're like, Ross was like, "Yo, I was thinking of going to Santa Fe to see Meow Wolf. Would you want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so we went. It was this awesome. Yeah, this is gonna be so much fun. Yeah.
It's this, Dan, it's this incredible art installation, this giant thing where there's a narrative to it as well. Like there's this house, the family, there's some kind of government secret, and everything in the house leads to this other dimension. You can like walk through their refrigerator and slide through their washing machine, and you end up in this other dimension thing.
You
It's
go to
nuts.
like the kid's closet. It comes out. I forgot where I went to. Like you get into like a ice. Like it looks like a prehistoric ice world.
Right, with the bones that you can play music on.
Yes, and they light up, and everything is designed. You wear these 3D glasses when you go in there because there's some things that actually pop out, and it's already fun enough without the glasses. But they have different audio cues and effects and music that sort of sets the tone, and it all starts from what looks like a house set. And yeah. So
Be like a
they have them
weekend
all
getaway to
over.
Meow Wolf. Everyone just gets blasted and goes enjoys Meow Wolf.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's
they-
awesome.
They have some like in LA, I think, or they're one in Vegas. I think they're going to be making. They're all over. Well, not all over, but they're. Anyway, it's cool. Meow Wolf.
All right.
people.
Moving on, we have Lobot from Star Wars, from The Empire Strikes Back. It's not one that you see often, but man, does this guy look good. This is actually this is DJ Elliott. He plays our Comic-Con parties, and he does he's the warm-up guy for Reed Pop for a lot of their conventions. So when you're at New York Comic-Con and stuff, in either Madison Square Garden or in their main hall, he's the guy doing warm-up. He's really cool.
I wish he was more in character because that guy is just like he's supposed to be like so deadpan and just like.
Yeah.
Hey.
It'd be great if he was like turning them around somewhere.
You know what I mean? He seems a great. He seems like a great guy though.
Yes,
Points into the
fantastic.
exit. I like it.
Fantastic guy. I also he's built DeLoreans and Ectos and all that kind of stuff. Here we have a fantastic. This is Frederica, who's in our chat, I believe, right now as Yumiko.
Yumiko,
Yeah.
good job.
That does. I was like, that is Yumiko. I was like, that's Eleanor.
Yep.
Good job.
And then we have Ixel as Wonder Woman.
Wow.
I want to see her with the severed heads. Why didn't she?
Wait. Has anyone seen the new 84?
No, I haven't gotten to watch it yet. I know it's available right now on HBO Max.
And I'll just stay quiet, but go watch it and let's talk.
What did you think? Wait, no, what did you think? Okay, did you dig it? Oh,
she doesn't spoil
I have a lot
anything.
to say, but I'm gonna refrain so I don't like pre-ruin. Hey, shout out to the roommate.
Hey. This was taken when I was working at the Magic Castle and was
hey, that's you.
Planners. Yeah, this was my we did a Halloween cosplay, and here we are as Jay and Silent Bob.
I told her Kevin was gonna be on. She's like, let me send this in real quick then.
You know what? Let me tell you something.
She killed it for Halloween though.
He fucking flaked. I don't know where Kevin went. He was supposed to come on. He said he was going to, but it's okay. She's been on the podcast and he's been on the video cast.
He's right here. What you talking about?
There he is. Just kissing his piece.
So we have Jessica here as Beth from Walking Dead.
Beth.
Man, that one fucked me up. I was not ready for that.
No.
I guess it's not a spoiler, right? It's been out long enough, but
nah, dude, yeah, it's like months and months. Yeah. Do you guys was there a death that hit for either of you guys the hardest? Like the character death, and you're like, oh really? That's where we're going?
Herschel was always rough.
Yeah. So visual too.
Oh man, yeah, so many. I mean, damn. What's one that I don't know. There's some that I'm surprised that it affected me in any way.
Realizing because it was a kind of a buildup, but when Sonequa died, I was like, oh man. But she also got to come out, and that was really cool.
Yeah, the one time we're rooting for the walker. Like,
yeah.
Hey, Byrne, how on schedule are we? What's the deal?
We're good. We're gonna roll right from this into our bracket, and we just need to launch Maz by 5. So we're good. We got 45 minutes, man. We're hanging.
Oh.
I can pick up the pace.
By the way,
I can pick up the pace on the costumes.
No, you guys, as long as you guys got an eye on the clock, that's great. That's cool.
We are good.
Oh,
so this
Spider-Man
this is artist Joe who painted this right here with this lovely bulge right here, and that's him as Noir Spidey.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. I love that movie, man. That fucking Nicolas Cage was great.
That was maybe the best Spider-Man movie we've got.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard Kari's story about that? Did he ever tell you about? He talked with. No, but he talked with the director. I forgot his name. I feel like Kari should tell a story, but they were talking, and Kari told him his favorite part about Spider-Man is that you can put on the mask and anyone could be Spider-Man. So he was like, yeah, when I was a kid, I would always play like Spider-Man because I put on the mask, and and he would talk about how he just felt like anyone could be Spider-Man if you're wearing the mask. And then the director had mentioned that about him, and Kari was like, that feels pretty good. I was like, that's pretty awesome. So. Because it's such a big theme in the movie, anyone could be Spider-Man. You and me, Dan. Wow. You and me, Dan, could be Spider-Man. You, me, Kay, Bernie, Spider-Maning it up together.
I've seen a lot of guys on Hollywood Boulevard trying to be Spider-Man.
I think you at least have to be able to parkour now.
Yeah, mandatory backflips.
Yes, got to be able to parkour. Here we got a little Terminator, little Sarah Connor, a T800. Got a great jaw for that T800. Check him out.
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you, Dan?
I'm fine.
I like my sunglasses.
Give me your sunglasses. I want your sunglasses. I want your chopper. I want the shoes. I'd like to have a bite of your sandwich.
One of my favorite things is watching him trying to smile and her eating the burger in T2. Just her eating the burger. I love that scene so much. It's that moment.
So in my company, I actually have a person named Sarah Connor and John Connor, not related, but it kills me to not make Terminator jokes at them all the time.
They should know. They should be like. There should be a thing that says they can at least have five mentions a day. That's their fault.
Here we have Kat as Marjorie Terrell from Game of Thrones with just a really intricate design on this dress.
Yeah, look at that wig though, or is that just her hair? But
no, that's definitely a wig. But it's phenomenal. And that looks to be Anaheim WonderCon right there.
That actress popped up in a movie I was watching. It kind of surprised me. I want to
Natalie
say
Dormer.
Catch Me If You Can, but I feel like that's wrong. I'll have to figure it out. Which was also a great movie. I haven't seen that one in forever, but
no, but isn't Amy Adams in Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah, that's not.
Yes.
She had like a small. Wherever I saw her, she had like a tiny role, and it was an old movie, so it was really interesting.
Two mice fell into a bucket of cream. One of them died instantly.
Watch anything Christopher Walken anymore without both of your faces popping up in my head, and I just start hysterically laughing anytime Christopher Walken is on the screen. People are like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "It's a long story."
Then Kay, I want you, when we're done, to go to YouTube and put in "Weapon of Choice." It is a Fatboy Slim music video featuring Christopher Walken dancing, but now you're going to see Oop and Dan dancing through that video. It's great. All right, we have a fairy godmother here. I just love that. I love that she's sipping the tea and throwing the shade. This is great.
I love that.
I think someone else who like looks like her. Oh,
good job.
That's so great.
We have Marco as Daryl Dixon.
Yeah. You know what's hard about this is that you can't really see the costume, and it's like mostly tree, and it's like, but I know it's him.
So here we have, this is a whole family that got together to cosplay. It's like the two teenage kids are Rosita and Negan there, and then the parents are the Walker and Michonne, or who? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go. That's fun little family cosplay, Walking Dead style.
I love that.
Here we got the new Mandalorian edition of Boba Fett, along with a little Grogu as Boba Fett. I think that's super cute.
Bernie, have you seen the guy who dresses like the Mandalorian and like electric skateboards around LA? Have you seen him yet?
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't know he was like a thing. Like he'd been doing it before Mandalorian, and then he just added a Baby Yoda. But like, yeah, there's just like a Mando that just like skateboards around LA, I guess. So that's fun.
We have wild stuff in LA. It's just you're walking down the street and there's a princess or something. It's crazy.
No, okay, quick story. When Biden was elected, I decided, I'm in Hollywood now, so I decided to like go see what people were doing. And all of a sudden, everyone around me was just in full Harry Potter gear. Like Raven, like the scarves, wands, masks with Hogwarts or Gryffindor on them. And I'm just like, the fuck is going on? And they're like, oh, it was an interactive game or whatever. And I was like, if this is Biden's America, like I'm here for it. Like wizards everywhere. Like it was just such a weird, I don't know, interesting day already. So yeah, LA's been fun for sure. We've got wizards in Mando. So
you know what's crazy? You ever been to Portugal, Kay? It's supposedly in Portugal. JK was a teacher there, and that's how she based the look on all the kids there who actually look like they're in the Harry Potter robes, and when they go to fucking lunch or on their way to school, it looks like Hogwarts. It's hysterical.
So you do know in Portuguese, right? Because I talk about it all the time. So I wanted to go this summer, but like I don't know what's gonna happen. We found our old family. Like we went back in our family tree, so we're gonna go meet our long distant families in Portugal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. It's gonna be cool.
Guys,
amazing. It's almost my 420, by it way.
Oh, good timing.
Yeah, we are right there. So here we'll do one more costume.
1 second. Boom! No, it's now. It just happened.
Money break.
It just.
There you go. It's 420. Everyone, quick! It's 420. While everybody is servicing themselves, I will say happy 420 to everybody around the world, wherever you are. Let's celebrate 420 right here, right now on Fogler's Fiction Fest.
Take a deep sigh.
Servicing ourselves, Bernie.
Yes.
Breathe in the minute.
Is that how you own a dispensary, and that's how you talk to these people?
I'm here for everybody else's enjoyment, Dan.
Meaning me.
For those of you who don't partake, 420 is a wonderful time just to breathe in your nose and out your mouth. You know, it's just a good time to just, you know, service yourself. Breathe.
I can't stop servicing myself.
Whether you have a piece, a joint, an apple, if you have edibles, however you choose to ingest, enjoy yourselves.
Excuse me while I service myself. I'm making an announcement. I'm putting up Dan DeLorean right now on my Instagram. The Dan DeLorean season 1 on Instagram, going up right fudging now, you mother fudgers. That's me dubbing over the Mandalorian because he has a helmet on. Okay.
All right.
I know
it's so fun too. I wish we could show it. We just keep getting dinged for it, but it's hysterical. Everyone check out at Fogler's Fictions. You can follow him on Instagram and hit up that story and check out the Dandalorian. In the meantime, right here, guys. We
Instagram.
It's hard out here for a content creator. Let me tell you.
Jeez, I watched that existential stormtroopers one. If you haven't seen that, you need to watch that.
Oh, Pedro Pascal is in 84. I'm sure everyone knows that, but like, it is no Mando. Very interesting role.
Right here on the screen, guys, in cosplay, we've got the Black Widow film that we haven't gotten to yet, but Red Guardian, Taskmaster, and Widow in the white outfit right there.
Oh, cool.
It looks like Simon Pegg a little bit. Like that.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, I see it. Totally see it. Great work. The film's not out yet, so they're doing this off of the handful of stills that they've been able to catch online. I love this one. This is post-apocalyptic Charlie Brown and Lucy. Thought it was a creative take. I love the football bomb.
I was going to say the football bomb.
And then he's supposed to. He has a Charlie. He's Charlie.
Yeah. Gotta love it.
He's everywhere.
See, I think those are my favorite. Were like the crossover cosplays, like the zombie princesses. I really loved them. I always saw them. Like that shit, I loved.
And that brings us to the end of the entry. So, does anyone have any particular favorites? I'll run us back to those. Or I can just back it up and we can quickly go right.
Hey, I wanted to. Can I say something? So I put it up on and hey Bernie, you may want to take your levels down. You're distorting a little bit. I put the Mandalorian up. I put the Mandalorian up on Twitter. The Dandalorian. I put it up on Twitter because I couldn't figure out how to put it up on Instagram. Let's go back and look at what the fuck was we like that we like. Let's just kind of go backwards. Yeah.
And Dan, how's the volume right now? I turned it down a little on the mic here. We good?
Yeah, that's a lot better, pal. That's a lot better.
Great. All right, so there's the Black Widow group.
That's really cool.
We've got Boba.
I love the Boba one because the mini suit is just so cute.
Yep. The Walking Dead family.
Yep.
Daryl.
I like the godmother. Yeah, that one.
I like her too.
Marjorie Terrell. Terminator. Spidey Noir.
Yeah.
Beth.
That's such a good Beth pose.
Mm-hmm.
Bob.
I don't know how you guys got into the Magic Castle like that.
Yumiko.
Oh, Alessandra can finesse anything in LA.
Coop. Yeah, if you pop in here, I got you on the castle.
I would also like to go. So when quarantine's over, we'll put that on the
Yep. As soon as the castle is open, I got you guys.
Hell yeah.
This was a great shot and a great spot. I love Elf.
Yeah. So we got Beetlejuice. We got Doctor Strange right here.
Yeah, man.
The Shoveler from Mystery Men.
Bruce Buckley. What was it?
Buck Bentley.
Buck Bentley.
Steele.
Buck Bentley Steele.
We got Supergirl. This guy.
Oh. Sorry, I like this.
Yeah.
Like picture perfect Captain Marvel here. Silent Hill nurse. Moana. Psylocke.
Moana.
And the cute kids.
I
feel
do
being
like
cute
that
is a disadvantage. Or an
Okay,
advantage.
Bernie.
Yes, sir.
How many people contributed their pictures?
We put in 20 or 23 into the contest.
There were 23 people who put in their
Or 23
their
that we
application
showed up here, yeah.
that we showed here. Okay, everybody
Mhm.
that showed here gets a prize. Okay, can you
Oh,
gather
wow.
all these people's?
Yes,
can you
sir.
gather all their-
Give me a little time
do
on
that.
that, but yes, sir, absolutely.
No problem. Let's make sure we do that. We'll get you Fogler's fun packs. Everybody that participated today gets a Fogler's fun pack in the next month or so. So look out for that. Thank you for your participation. Everyone did a great job. Yay!
All right,
Thanks,
so I'm gonna
guys.
stop the share, and then we've got the bracket, and that's what's up. What's up next? If we want to talk about some Oscar films, before you hopped on when we were pre-gaming, Coop had a funny idea. What would have happened in these incredibly serious masterpieces if there was a whole bunch of weed in the plot?
I like it.
Probably a lot less conflict, so like maybe it wouldn't be as great, but also it might be funnier. I don't know.
We'll find out.
So
We
I'm
will
gonna go ahead
find
and
out.
screen share, and we'll whip through this bracket. We got about 30 minutes before we come up with Maz Mikkelsen.
We got this.
Great.
All right, boom. Here you go. This is the bracket.
Awesome.
I like the Godmother. Is that what we're talking about?
I liked Maui and the Godmother as well, but also the tongue, just because like you're dedicating yourself.
That was great.
Struggling,
Yeah,
whatever
whole day.
struggle, all day like that.
I
really
liked
hope
our
he's breathing through the
Spider-Man. I thought it was a great photo. It was okay. Oh, here we go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm gonna let me shrink this down a little bit just to
I
get
haven't seen
the
this
screen
most
all
of
set up.
We live right now. What are we doing?
Yep.
Okay.
We're live. Hey, everybody.
Because I haven't seen most of them.
Welcome to the Oscar bracket on pot. What are we doing? The stoned Oscar bracket,
Right? That's basically it.
The
Yeah.
Brosker Snackle bracket. Bronson tackle bracket. How about the guy's name? What the hell is it? Wait, let me turn this off for a second. Buddy Bracket Steel.
Buck Bentley, right? Yeah, Buck Bentley.
Buck Bentley Steel.
Buck Bentley
He's really
Steel.
happy. He's really happy.
Buck
He named himself.
Bentley Steel.
He's in the chat. He's just having a blast that we're having fun with his name right now.
Such a great name.
He could be a prize fighter. He could be an MMA guy. Like he could be anything with that name.
I'll believe
make a
it
song.
immediately with that name.
I'm gonna make up a song about him. I'm gonna make up a song about Buck Bentley Steel. Buck Bentley Steel. He was the fastest draw you've ever seen. He can ride a horse and swing a tree and punch through steel. That's why his last name is Buck Bentley Steel. Hey, Buck Bentley Steel. Buck Bentley Steel. Steal yourself some steel and get some Buck Bentley Steel.
Buck Bentley in the 24th and a half century. It sounds like Duck Dodgers, right? The old Daffy the cartoon. Buck Bentley, Duck Dodgers kind of goes.
Like,
yeah.
I can believe he would swing a gun like a 6-shooter perfectly, where he shoots people but doesn't hurt them, and then
Totally
he
be a
also
quick
have it,
draw. Yep.
and we'd also have a cereal. Eat Buck Bentley Steel cereal. Like it'd be.
It's the little shovels, little marshmallow
Yeah.
shovels.
Yeah, shovel your morning with awesomeness.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Buck Bentley
Buck.
Steel.
Okay, let's get through this.
All right.
Yes.
Oscar bracket time. All right, so we ranked these, got to the fans. It's so funny because you'll notice a theme for a lot of these films that get the best picture, especially when they tackle some of the tough subjects and things like that. So we've got number 1, No Country for Old Men, going up against number 16, Green Book. In circles where I've seen Green Book gets kind of panned a little bit. As maybe not so much should have been a best picture. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I didn't see that one. I didn't. Oh yeah, I didn't see that one. Yeah,
That's Vigo and Mahershala Ali.
I mean, I love Vigo. I love those two actors. Vigo and I have the same birthday, which is awesome. I didn't see Green Book. It got like it was like a kind of political thing or something. But
yeah,
I've seen No Country for Old Men. I love the Coen brothers, so I can't, it can't really compete with me. The Lone Country for Old Men is amazing. I think Javier Bardem is one of the best, creepiest bad guys ever. And I think that were we saying what it would be like if he was on pot or they were the movie was on pot? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
so let's say the hunter discovers the thing going wrong, and then there's a whole bunch of pot, and he decides to get baked.
I think if Javier Bardem was on anything, even more so, like he looked like he was already on like lewds.
Yeah,
can you imagine him?
Yeah.
Just like like in fucking slow motion. It would be crazy.
I'll be coming.
It'd be
okay.
Awesome.
So,
he had like what if he had like a joint in his mouth while he? God damn.
So I'm like Dan, where I haven't seen Green Book, but I'm gonna I get everyone always asks me why, and I always have to explain it. But I'm not a fan of the Coen brothers.
Ooh.
I recognize how great their films are, and how good the movies are, but there's something I just never quite connect with, and maybe that's a good thing. I mean, like I'm definitely affected by them, but I've just never like any of their movies. I'm trying to think of not all of them, but just a lot of them. I feel like this disconnect with them where I'm like, I don't know. And I don't know what it is. I'm sorry I said it, but I had to say it. So I'm going to go with Green Book, even though I haven't seen it.
All right.
Just
okay.
Dan, don't give me that look, Dan.
Do you have a thought there?
What look? I'm not mad at you.
Okay, you better not be.
I'm going to do No Country for Old Men because I've seen neither, and my roommate is my influence here. She said, yeah, Green Book was controversial as well, something along those lines.
So are you siding with it, or you're going with No Country?
No Country.
No Country. All right. No Country is going to move on. Our next matchup, 12 Years a Slave versus Slumdog Millionaire.
Oh, I never saw Slumdog.
Really? I really like that one.
So that's the Dev Patel film. He's grows up from in poverty and then ends up on basically the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire kind of a thing.
No, I know
I'm
what
gonna
it's
go
about.
with that one. I'm Slumdog.
Yeah, I saw 12 Years a Slave though. I thought that was pretty. Just that, even that last scene where he walks in and he starts. It's not funny. He starts weeping, with his family. He's come home, and that was such a touching scene. They figure out, oh my God, this is his dad, and they're all like fucking in their 20s, the kids. That hit me like a rock in my eye, and knocked me out to the floor. So I have to choose that movie. It's hard to say what would that be like on weed. I think that last scene would have been probably a lot easier for them to.
Yeah, these movies are.
If he came in at the end there, he's like, I know I've been gone for a long time, but I got a shitload of weed. And then the family just starts crying. They're like, I love you. That's would have been cool.
Coop, you have a choice between these two?
I haven't seen either. I always come for the brackets. I'm like, I always do the brackets. But just based off of what Kay and Dan said, I'm gonna have to go with 12 Years a Slave.
12 Years a Slave.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't see Slumdog Millionaire, but 12 Years a Slave is that movie. I was like weeping throughout.
It was really powerful. I definitely think, that's a good one to move on. So next we have Shape of Water against $1 Million Baby. This is a 5 versus a 12 seed. Shape of Water, or basically the Abe Sapien love story against $1 Million Baby.
I like that.
The Abe Sapien. Okay, what'd you say? What'd you say, Kay? I didn't hear you.
No, The Shape of Water. I was like, I like that shit. It was fucking interesting and it was weird. Yeah. So
but it was like a Hellboy story. It was like a side.
I'm just gonna go with that one just for the pure oddity of it. But
Oh, yeah.
Shape of Water got me.
I also love her because from Happy Go Lucky. I love her from that. What were you saying, Coop?
No, I just really like $1 Million Baby.
You know what? I have to say $1 Million Baby because my buddy Jay Baruchel was in that. He plays the punch drunk featherweight. So I got to say $1 Million Baby.
All right, $1 Million Baby
That's
is
such
moving
a
on.
weird pairing.
It is. It's a very
like
odd one.
Yeah.
Different
Yeah.
movies.
Guillermo
Bernie,
versus
when we get to
Eastwood.
Hey, Bernie, when we get to the end of this, we should have the audience do like the tiebreaker or whatever.
Will do. And I'm monitoring in case anything starts getting close. Whenever I hear like the first two people go to one side, I'm taking a look to see what everyone says. Everyone really agrees on $1 Million Baby, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
So very cool there.
Cool.
Next up, we have Moonlight versus The Artist. And I will say, while these are great movies, all of these are great movies, something about The Artist struck me as like it was like trying too hard to appeal to auteur cinema. Like someone was upset where Hollywood was going at the time. It was like, I'm gonna do like an old school auteur cinema and win myself an Oscar. I don't know. I did not love The Artist, but Moonlight was fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like Moonlight.
Moonlight is
Oh.
up for me.
Yeah, Moonlight was so lovely, but how it's so hard to put these two up against each other because the artist is like on the total other side of the spectrum from each other. The artist is so stylized and very strange to put these up against each other for me. And are we throwing away the whole pot theme, or we're not doing that anymore?
These movies are so intense. Like it probably helped, but like on a more darker thing.
If The Artist had some pot, his relationship might not have been so terrible.
That's what I'm saying. All the drama would be like non-existent.
But that's a sign of it. That's a sign of a good movie, though. If the characters, so in their way that even a bag of weed won't change the situation, says something. So that's how you know it should be in the Oscar bracket, maybe. Will the characters do exactly the same thing baked out of their mind?
Yeah,
exactly. And the answer is yes. Then
I'd like to see the artist. I'd like to see the artist do that dance at the end, just fucking wasted. But I gotta go with Moonlight because it's just it's such an exquisite, lovely movie.
And the chat would agree. Moonlight is getting the nod in the chat, so Moonlight is moving on. Now we end up on the other side of the bracket with a 2 versus 15. My favorite film in this bracket is Birdman, the number 2 ranked, against Crash.
Oh fuck, man! There's no competition here. I love Michael Keaton so much. He's like one of my favorite actors, and next to Jack Nicholson. So you can imagine what one of my favorite movies is. But Birdman, all the way. Fucking Birdman. I love that movie.
Yeah, Birdman.
Birdman.
Absolutely, Birdman. With
I forgot Crash. Crash would be. Did anyone go for Crash?
No. And I'm looking at the chat right now, and it's definitely Birdman.
That's correct, everyone. That is correct. Dear God, I forgot that was a movie.
Next up, we have Argo against Spotlight. This is number 7th ranked Argo against number 10 Spotlight.
Argo, fuck yourself. I haven't seen Spotlight.
The best line, Argo, fuck yourself.
And fucking I haven't seen what Spotlight. What is that again? What is that?
I haven't seen Spotlight either.
So Spotlight was 2015's movie of the year, and it was the scandal of child molestation cover up in the Catholic archdiocese. It was
that's right.
Ruffalo, right? Was it Ruffalo?
Yeah. And Keaton's in that.
Was Keaton in that? Oh, right. Okay, I only remember Ruffalo's performance for some reason.
Yep. Rachel McAdam, Liv Schreiber.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I'm getting it.
Tooch is in that one.
Tucci. Fuck. I love Alan Arkin so much in Argo.
Goodman is fantastic too. We hadn't seen him, I don't think, in a minute before Argo, and it was like, oh God.
Yeah, I gotta go with Argo.
I'm going with Argo. Carrie Bichet and Scoot McNairy from *Halt and Catch Fire* in that.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, you're with Argo.
Clean sweep.
Argo, fuck yourself is moving
Argo,
on.
fuck yourself.
Then these two could not be more different. We have Parasite, very well lauded film, against Hurt Locker. Can you imagine if the wacko bomb squad leader guy in Hurt Locker, we just gave him a couple of bomb loads and he chilled the F out?
Seriously. See, Bernie, that is a very positive influence of ganja on all of these things. That's what we've been saying, that you sprinkle a little ganja on these things and it makes it a little bit better.
100%.
Yeah, I think if that family in Parasite had a nice bag of ganja with them, they maybe would have just chilled in the basement a little longer. Let me think. Both of these movies are very jarring in their own way. The Hurt Locker, the scene, the most surreal scene is his most surreal scene, where he's looking at all the cereals in the cereal aisle, and he's back from war, and you're just like, what's gonna happen? What's he gonna do? He can't possibly stay here any longer. And Parasite is the same way in like so many different ways, when the father figure at the end is just like, he gets told that he smells bad for the last time. It's like, that whole thing where the guy who is like the other father, who is the guy with the money,
right?
Always keeps on saying like that, just to his face, that he smells bad.
He smells bad, yeah.
Yes, and then you see him say, he's like I can't hear that about myself anymore, and then he fucking snaps. Fuck, man, how can I can't choose between these. I have to say, I'm gonna say Parasite because it was most recent, and it's jarring more recently.
Parasite.
Right.
Yeah, Parasite was such. I mean, I really did like both movies, but Parasite for sure sticks in such an odd way. I don't know. It points out something. Yeah. Parasite
is moving along. Let's see the chat is going crazy. There's some European Mads fans that are typing in other languages. I can't read.
You're like, where the fuck is Mads?
Yes. That's funny.
We're warming you up, guys.
The last first round. This is Dan. I know you love yourself some Scorsese, so you got Departed against The King's Speech.
Yeah.
Also incredibly different, like Firth and all that, and a very different type of everything, versus the gangsta, The Departed.
Pretty sure Mikkelsen was baked during that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He was already there. That scene where he takes out the hand and just starts playing with it. You a fucking rat. Just a severed hand. Smells like a severed hand. So it's like when he's fucking love Mikkelsen. He's my favorite. So Departed. How can you go up against can't go up against Mikkelsen?
I will also say Departed.
All right.
King's Speech.
Yeah, I mean. Oh yeah, I'm going with I said The Departed immediately.
What is your favorite Mikkelsen role?
Favorite Mikkelsen role is Cuckoo's Nest. I mean, the fucking Joker is incredible. There's I know I'm missing something, but those are the ones.
I'm blanking on the name, but it's him, and is it
Terms of Endearment?
No, the one where he's like bipolar or whatnot.
As good as it gets.
As good as it gets. Thank you. Yeah, he's fantastic in that.
Yes, he is. He does a lot of good sunglasses work in that.
All right, we are into the Elite Eight, where we have No Country for Old Men against 12 Years a Slave.
Oh, Chinatown too, man. Fucking Chinatown. You gotta see that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, where were we down?
No Country versus 12 Years. No Country versus Old Men, 12 Years a Slave.
Oh, I mean, 12 Years a Slave for me. Again, same reason.
Right there.
12 Years a Slave.
12
I
years.
gotta go. I gotta go. No Country for Old Men. I've seen that movie way too many times, and I love that movie.
All right, Kay, you're the tiebreak right now.
I'm gonna
The
say
chat, the YouTube chat is telling us No Country, and they also love Chinatown, by the way.
Well, I was gonna say 12 Years a Slave, so but that's a tie with the audience, Dan, me, and him. So how about you break it, Bernie?
I'm going to say, oh wow, this is so tough.
It's gonna be Bernie's fault, everyone.
It is
Yeah,
my
that's
fault.
Yeah.
Bernie, y'all.
I'm gonna go No Country for Old Men.
All right.
All right,
Reading
that's
that.
moving on into the final four. Now we have $1 Million Baby and Moonlight.
I'm gonna
Look
say
at those.
Moonlight.
$1 Million Baby for me.
Yeah, I gotta go $1 Million Baby. $1 Million Baby. Fuck.
All right. $1 Million Baby is going to move on to face No Country from Old Men in a minute, but this is going to be a fun one. Birdman and Argo, probably my two favorites in this whole bracket.
Wow. Birdman.
Birdman.
Yep.
Yeah, that
All
goes.
right. It's so funny because they're both great, but Birdman is the easy choice, right?
You know what's also funny is that Affleck gets kind of fucked too, again, you know, from Batman. You know, Batman fucks Affleck again. It's like
Poor guy. Poor guy. Is there anyone more memeable than Affleck when he's just caught in the moment and candid?
There's so many photos of that man.
There are.
So many.
There are.
Like of him like leaving somewhere. I'm like, he's like leaving a house. They're like, take a photo of him.
The paparazzi just love that guy.
Get him.
All right. We have got Parasite against The Departed. I know this one's going to be tough for you guys. So Parasite and The Departed for a chance into the final four against Birdman.
Yeah.
Parasite for
I'm
me.
gonna Parasite. What you okay?
Yeah, for me.
Do a Parasite.
All right, that is a clean. Wow.
Oh, wait.
Daisy goes down.
No, I didn't. I said hold on. What the fuck?
Oh, my bad. Okay. All right.
I gotta say Departed.
Departed. All right. And who said Parasite? Kay, where were you?
Oh, I said Parasite.
Parasite. All right. In a 2-1.
Sorry,
Let's see
Dan.
what the chat. I'm just gonna see what the
Fine.
chat says here real quick. And
I stand by my decision.
well, the chat is telling us Parasite. So Parasite is going to comfortably move on to the final four. All right, we have the final four matchup here, guys. This is going to be so challenging. Great films. No Country for Old Men against $1 Million Baby.
Wow.
$1 Million Baby. And that's because yes, for sure $1 Million Baby on that one.
Wow. This is my reasoning. That No Country for Old Men, even with Javier Bardem, it's basically a Western. It's a Western. It's also got Tommy, the hell's his name again? Tommy Lee Schmengel.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones, who I also love. But God damn it. I would have to say that $1 Million Baby was directed by the single greatest spaghetti Western cowboy that ever lived. So $1 Million.
There we
Nice.
go. All right. Kay, you with the boys on this one?
I'm gonna say No Country.
No Country.
Whoa!
Okay. Let's go to the chat and see where they check in. It is $1 Million Baby for that ending. Seems to be the popular choice there. All right. So $1 Million Baby it is. Wow.
Wow.
All right. Who's going to face $1 Million Baby? Will it be Birdman or Parasite?
Oh no.
Birdman.
Yeah.
An easy one for Dan.
Both are equally surreal, but I love Birdman.
Yes.
I also
Yeah.
Birdman. I enjoyed and was confused and then enjoyed it.
Yeah. It's tough, but Birdman, yeah, I will agree. I agree.
So the Birdman.
I think what doesn't get enough love in Birdman, the cinematography was incredible, right?
It's so incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Exactly. It was
All
also
right.
That shot.
Okay. Was that it? Did Birdman win this whole thing?
We're in the finals. We are in the finals right now. I want to ask everybody that is in the Fogler's Fiction Fest chat. If you are in Facebook or YouTube and you are chatting with us, your choices are $1 Million Baby or Birdman. Please let us know in the chat who you pick out of those two, and then I will come to you three for your choices. So they're starting to pile in there. Let's see, Facebook. Okay, getting some response in there as well. So I see where they're leaning. All right. Let's go to you guys. Kay, where do you come out on $1 Million Baby versus Birdman?
I'm gonna go with Birdman.
All right, that is one for Birdman.
A few times.
All right. Coop, $1 Million Baby or Birdman?
I'm gonna say $1 Million Baby.
Woo!
But, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Daniel-san. Daniel-san.
Stop it. Look, So
right. Let's go to you guys. Where do you come out?
What was I gonna say? Where am I? What is
$1 Million Baby or Birdman, Dan?
I feel like we're making such a difference in the world. I want to say Birdman. Let's say Birdman.
All right, Dan goes Birdman. So we are 2-1 Birdman. Let's go to the chat. All right, and in the chat, they're doing the emoji of like eagles and stuff like that. It's all Birdman, but all with emoji. It's so
Oh.
So Birdman is the winner from the number 2 seed all the way to the finals. The best of the last 16 years of Oscar films. Do we even know like what is even like qualified for Best Picture this year? It's such a weird cinema year with what didn't get released, right? It's crazy.
I guess if your wrist can repel bullets. Doesn't it get didn't Wonder Woman get or nominated or
it's definitely released on time. I mean to streaming, but it's still released on time.
I don't know what it is, man. It's certainly not Blockbuster. I mean, it's certainly not money anymore. That's so fucking funny. Who I mean, hopefully it's just that it's a good movie. Maybe it'll be a resurgence of like the 70s style movies where people were just like, yeah, let's just make great movies and let's just have people judge them on the content. I don't know. That'd be nice.
It was a wild year. So you want anyone care to guess what the top grossing film of the year was, shortened as it was for public consumption in film?
Was it Soul or something?
Wait, when did Gemstones? Wait, never mind. Never mind.
So, and this isn't counting any of the stuff that was released to streaming because it's hard to quantify that, right? Because people already paid for the streaming service, all the different factors in that. So it's something that you wouldn't guess, but from the beginning of the year releases.
Was it like John Wick or something, or is it something like that?
You're in the genre for sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That would be cool if it was. I don't know. What is it?
Bad Boys for Life.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
They had the fortune of a January 17th release date. They got 2 full months in theaters before quarantine started hitting. So that is your 2020 box office champion at $206 million.
So we'll
guys, my mustache is starting to look like alive to me. It looks like a fucking caterpillar. I think it's going to turn into a butterfly.
You can see which side is the head of it too.
Yeah, right.
They do a fantastic job of making that even for you.
Yeah, look, it's moving. It's just you cut back to me. It's like a cocoon. Anyway,
so then it's like
For you, the best. Okay, hold on. So where are we at? I don't even know.
We're good. We did the bracket, we did the cosplay, and it's just us hanging. But coming up next is you and Maz.
Oh, great, guys! I fucking interviewed Maz Mikkelsen. Have you ever met him? You met him? Did you meet him?
Love his work though.
Yeah, he's been he's been in the Star Wars franchise. He's in he's in the Marvel universe. And
that Valhalla one, was it Valhalla Rising? Was that the right title? Was that the right title? But he's like he just doesn't speak the whole time. He's just killing the shit out of everybody.
Holy shit! You gotta see that then.
It's freaking
okay. I have to say that everyone should see a movie called Another Round, which is appropriate to bring up now because it's Oscar worthy. It really is. And I think he's magnificent in it. You guys, you should watch the interview. I'm very proud of it. That's probably the best interview I've ever done. He's just super cool.
That's why I got the name wrong of that. I feel like it. Why can't I think of it? Sorry. Yes, okay. I will watch it. I will watch.
Another Round is the one I'm talking about. Bernie, you did it. We did the cosplay and we did the bracket. And it's I don't know. I feel like
2 days of 12-hour streams, man. This is wild, but we're home stretch right now. This is exciting.
Are you getting nostalgic?
Yeah, it was a wild ride. We did a lot of work. It was fun. It's always fun doing this stuff.
Wait, so should we just go to Mads? Are we ready to? Or we're waiting?
We're gonna wrap this. We're gonna go to Elvin's got something queued up, and then we'll go to Mads from there.
Guys, this was a lot of fun. Maz Mikkelsen coming up. Cooper Andrews is the coolest gentleman on the face of the earth.
True story.
Kay Dinsdale, who is Ganja Girl, is the coolest lady on the face of the earth. I'll say that. I'm going to say that. How do you feel about that? You feel good?
Oh yeah, I love
it. Good. And Bernie is steering the ship here, man. And
Bernie.
Let's get Bernie around because he put this together.
Legendary host.
I'm gonna send you a captain steering wheel, one of those big boat steering wheels.
I'll do the next one in the admiral's hat. Little yeah.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try for the next one. I don't know when it's gonna be, but maybe we'll do it annually or whatever. Or I don't know what we'll do. But
we get back to the next video cast. We can do that in a couple weeks.
Well, I love. I mean, weirdly, I want to try and get. I'm going to say it right now to put it out into the universe. I want to try and get Michael Keaton for the next one.
All right, here we go. There we go.
Oh yeah, guys.
What did you say?
That's awesome. I interviewed Keaton 2 Octobers ago at down in Texas at Alamo Comic-Con.
Well, aren't you the fanciest fancy guy? What happened? What was it like?
It was wild. His the agents didn't want me to pry about Batman, so I got like a lot of my artillery cut like 2 seconds before I got on stage. But it was still a ton of fun. He's a cool dude.
Cool. We have to make sure that we auction off that painting, and by the end of this Fogler's Fiction Fest, we will send that painting to somebody.
We will put we'll put that link up, and I'm going to get in touch with all of the cosplay contestant winners as well. All the contestants will be getting the Fogler fun packs. It's going to be fun,
if
guys.
they don't, and if they the money will go to charity. I think that'll be cool. Awesome. Maybe the dogs. We'll do like a dog charity since we have like a dog theme here.
This is my Wolverine Doc Brown cosplay last second.
Yes. Yes, Coop.
Hey, Bob!
Hey, Bob! Let me tell you something. I am a time machine. The inside of my body.
Fucking haircut, all quarantine. I feel so human again. So I joined you, but I just got it done.
Right, we don't want you to fuck your hair up. But you would have done a Wolverine.
I guess we'll never know because I have an excuse not to. But
I would like to see
My
that.
Spider-Man 3, my Spider-Man 3 cosplay now.
You're actually about to be Geordi LaForge from Star Trek Next Gen right now. There we go. There he is. All right, it's been a blast, guys. So much fun.
Thanks for having me. Had so much fun.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy
Thanks
the
for
match.
coming.
Cooper's lit.
Much appreciated. Dan, see you soon, bud.
Put music here.
You
Oh, it's
guys
live.
would tell
Never
me
mind.
if I said. You guys would tell me if I said something like asinine, right?
You're good.
Yeah.
You're so good,
Oh.
bud. Day 2 here at NerdBot Media. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an incredible ride, and there's still some more fun to come. So first, I want to just look at this amazing piece, this Dan, our logo, the Super Dan logo right here. We're going to auction this off for charity. It's going to go to a dog charity. So that's really cool. And big ups to Joe Pallone of Bad Mojo Art. You can check him out online. Great artist, great cosplayer, everything. We just did the Oscar movie bracket. It is done. Oh my God, so much fun. And we still have some great stuff coming up for you guys. So we have the Hysterical Psycho panel is going to happen in about an hour. And then some Click Sport fun with Dan's character, Zach Aventus. I love me some Zach. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special panel for you right now. Dan sits down with your brand new Grindelwald, Mads Mikkelsen. You know him from Rogue One, from the MCU, from Hannibal, and now from Fantastic Beasts. Here you go, Dan and Maz. I am Bernie. It has been a blast signing out.
Did I make it?
Yes, you did, Doctor.
I did. And you know, there was more than one button I had to push, and I did it.
Hey, good for you, pal. That's
not bad. I'm pretty proud of myself.
I'm proud of you too. That's huge.
Look at that wall.
You like that?
Oh, it's beautiful. Did you bring that to London? All that stuff, or is it just a backdrop?
All this stuff are merchandise, posters, and stuff from my comic books. I gotta fix this light here. 1 second. Let people see that wall for a second. So, Brooklyn Gladiator,
which I love.
Oh yeah,
it's fantastic.
Thanks,
man.
man.
I'm so envy of you. I mean, my entire life since I can remember was comic books, and you pulled it off. Yeah, and you pulled it off. It's fantastic.
Oh, you were telling me that. Okay, so let's start right there. First of all, okay, all right, man. I'm wasted from your. I just watched your movie. I just watched another round, and I'm drunk. Yes. I'm not a big drinker.
No.
And your movie made me drunk.
Yeah.
Drunk with it made me feel like I was drunk. Made me reminisce in some of the best times that I was floating on life. Mm-hmm. And those times where it was just so, I mean, it's so, the chemistry of the film was palpable. Okay. Can I say that? Yeah. And so let's get back to that in a second. Cause I want to talk to that, but I'm serious. I'm like,
it does that to you.
I'm drunk from it.
We can get back to it, but it does that to you. We were very nervous. Not that we didn't think we had a film we were proud of. We were very proud of the film, but it came out in the middle of the shutdowns, and we made it obviously before that happened. And on top of that, it was also about it was a topic that was could be there's a lot of people out there who wants to be offended. So in a way, we're praising alcohol to a degree, not all the way. So we were like getting ready for a lot of backlash, but the exact opposite happened. And I've been in movie theaters where teenagers, people at the age of 90, people at my age just went out of the theater relieved and embracing life. And that was all we could hope for. So I understand where you're coming from.
But it was also a cautionary tale. It's just like, hey, look, there's a dichotomy here. When you imbibe certain things, you're going to have wonderful times and you're going to have dark times, and some people are going to be able to step away from it, and some people are not. And you have the whole that's the whole playing field you lay out for everybody.
Yeah.
So everyone could have their choice. I think they can say, yeah, I totally resonate with this character, and oh, that's exactly what I would have done in that moment. You know, I felt I resonated with you the whole time. You know, so many times where you're just like that moment where you're just like you've been on the ride, and it was fucking good, and you're just like, yeah, and I learned my lesson, and I'm ready to get back and get back to life with the lessons I learned from my binge. And then they make the perfect drink, or they roll the perfect joint, and you're just
I know
like,
where you're at. Yeah. I was getting out of it there. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then the cinematography was just too good. It looked good. It smelled, sounds were too good. Yeah. I mean, originally it started out with a tribute, complete as an idea, as a tribute to alcohol, knowing very well that it's been around for 7,000 years, and people have used it for we know the dark side of the coin. There's been a lot of films about that, but it's also been used, to get into the zone, to be more creative, to lift a conversation, to pick up that phone when you don't have the balls to do it. And so for that reason, he was curious in why are we always condemning it strictly? What else is why? Well, we all remember stuff when we were teenagers where it was just the best day of our lives, right? Very few of us have met our spouses without having alcohol involved.
Yeah.
So it's a strange thing to ignore. So that was the starting point. Well, and then obviously graduated to something more. It was graduated into a film about embracing life. And when you meet these characters, especially mine, he's standing on the platform looking at the train who's left him. And he's a little disheartened with his past, a little jealous on the future, and he's forgot to live in the present. And so in many ways, that's what the film became about.
Maz, you're up for awards, right? I mean, the movie's up for something.
Yeah, we're doing really well in Europe. We've won in San Sebastian. We were nominated in Cannes. That didn't happen. We won all the major awards in the European Film Festival. So we're not complaining at all. It's fantastic. But you're talking about American awards, I can tell.
You're gonna get recognized. I know it. I mean, it's yeah.
That's a different journey, right? You need to have some serious money backing you up to get into that game. That's a different thing. We're pushing it a little. I mean, it's nominated for a best foreign film, and there are people who are a little ambitious on our behalf that wants to do it as a best film, and if that happens, then we're in a good spot.
Let's talk about your work in it, though, man. I mean, you're so fucking
apple juice.
You're so real. I mean, it's so real. How much of this is improv? You said it grew, right? So it felt so. I mean, it didn't look like you guys were acting.
No, that's what we always try to achieve, right? Obviously, it's very tricky to pull off if you're in year 0 fighting giant scorpions. Then we know there's some acting involved. Right?
Yeah.
No, we're all friends, all of us. We know each other, crisscross. I think that
you knew each other in the past. Everybody.
Yeah. I worked with all of them except for one of the guys who I met and I knew personally. The drunken part is always a tricky thing to do, the drunken part, right? Because we will all approach it with that idea of like, we know it from our personal lives. After 2 or 3 drinks, to play drunk is to hide to be drunk. You're just hiding it as much as you can. The more you hide it, if you become, the more slow you become, and it's giving you away, right? So that was that approach. But then we had to go on a different level, the Charlie Chaplin level. And for that, we watched a lot of YouTube videos. And for some reason, it always turned out to be Russian people who didn't mind being filmed while they were extremely drunk. So that was very inspiring. We had a boot camp. Not that we don't have experience between the four of us or five of us. We know how that feels, but we wanted to be very exact about the levels of 005, 008. We wanted to see what happened specifically with the speech and with the movements. So we did that for a few days and shot that, and that was interesting and fun. Not super surprising. What was interesting was watching after when it becomes 0.1, a little more than three beers. That's where nobody cared about being drunk anymore. Nobody was trying to hide it anymore. That's where it tips over, right? And there was no communication. Obviously, it's like the director could shout in our faces and we didn't care. That just happens when you drink that much, right? And that was a funny and interesting lesson because we could use that in the film.
Yeah. For some reason I thought of that scene with Martin Scorsese in Apocalypse Now where Coppola's giving him whiskey. You know the scene where he's wasted in that scene where he punches the mirror and
No.
Martin Sheen. His hands bleeding.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever seen Hearts of Darkness?
That's obviously all the way. That's one of the things. I think did he suffer a heart attack right after that? That's rumors about that.
He did.
We knew from the very get-go that it's kind of low-hanging fruit to have a couple of shots when you play drunk, and I don't have anything against that. But in our situation, it was just every single day. We would have to do that for like 50 days, and a couple of shots throughout a full shooting day would become 20 or 30 shots, right? So we knew that was not going to be the case. We couldn't go down that path. Also, all of a sudden we're done with that scene, and now we do the scene where you're driving a car, which is a complete no-go, right? So there might have been, but nobody got drunk. People might have inspired themselves in the trailer by themselves once in a while, but it was. We were never trying to hit that level. We were always trying to be inspired, but it was one of those films where it was way too much if we had to do it every time. So we really, really tried to prepare ourselves and become actors instead of just doing the real thing.
All right, let's talk about just the direction is great. Everyone should see Another Round, okay? If you haven't seen it, see Another Round. The direction is excellent. It makes you feel like a kid again. It made me feel like a kid again. It made me feel just from the start of it when you see the kids running around the lake and it's
which is a thing in Denmark. This is what happens when you graduate from high school. Get the white hats, and you get wasted in that order. And because it's society today, we can say a lot about it, but one of the things that's for sure is that there's pressure. There's pressure also on young kids, and that day is like everything's gone. I got the hat. Mom and dad are out, and they just let go. And they go on this. It's either lolly or what do you call horse-driven cars that will ride around in Copenhagen or wherever they are, and they will go in every family and celebrate and have one or two drinks. So that becomes obviously a lot of things. Yeah, it's brutal and beautiful. So yes, of course, we have these middle-aged men who are teaching these youngsters. So they're actually sitting in the movie theater and watching their life just going slowly passing by, looking at what they used to have and what they made out of it, right? So that is a very strong statement and a beautiful one. And the film ends with them as well, which I think is a fantastic circle.
It's a lovely movie, and the dance sequence. Okay, so there's this dance sequence that that drew me in because the dance sequence has been floating around the internet, and it's very the whole movie is intoxicating, but the dance sequence is intoxicating too because we see how much you're enjoying it, and it's almost like an inherent jealousy where you're just like, well, shit, I want to be having as good a time as he is,
Yeah.
How many takes? How many times did you do that, or was that just like a?
We shot it over 2 days. Not the entire dance, as to speak, but there was a lot of things happening. You know, the ship arrived. We were very lucky to have this is the most famous ship in Denmark that arrived while we were shooting. So we got that in the frame. 5 masts. And then the dance, we did it over 2 days here, and it was on cobblestones, and I was old and I was rusty. And it was 2 great days. I was fighting a lot against the dance, and not necessarily that I didn't want to dance, but I had a hard time picturing how we could pull off in a realistic film that a man just gets up and dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
I always imagined it to be like a drunken man's fantasy, a heightened moment. And Thomas was very sweet, and he nodded and listened to me, but he always said, no, he's just dancing. That's what's happening. That's the end I want. And he was absolutely right, and I was absolutely wrong. So I gave in. It was a strange moment. I mean, because the character is rusty, and I'm rusty, but there was a part of me, there's a little ambitious part of me when I saw some playbacks. I was like, didn't I used to jump much higher? I got a little ambitious on behalf of my former craft. And then I had to come back and say, no, it's perfect. This is what it is. He's rusty, so am I. Let's go.
No, but life is not perfect. You know, that's why it adds character, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You ever see Bravo, man? What a great movie. Really a beautiful performance.
Thanks a lot. I had a hunch you would like it.
God damn it. You can just see everything on your face, and it's just amazing. Your face. Your face is your face is your face, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, there's not, you know what I'm saying? Like you're kind of like Christopher Walken in the way that you don't have to do much, you know? And that when you
have to have people around you who do a lot for you. You know,
true, and you're working off of them, but your fucking face is dancing, and your face is dancing.
But this is very interesting, because if they're not there with the camera, or if your fellow actors are not playing that ball, it's not there. Doesn't matter what face you have, right? And one of the interesting examples was that, and when I read the script, I was a little, whoa, that's very early. 10 minutes within the film is where my character realizes that the train has left him and he's standing on the platform. He's just been walking around like a comfortable numb. And he's not really addressed what it was, but that specific moment when he sits with his friends at a dinner party, it dawns on him. And he feels pity for himself, and he starts weeping, and he starts saying, I'm sorry, and excusing himself why he's doing it. Which is a scene you would normally place an hour and a half into a film. And it's like, that's a bold move. You know, you don't know the character, and how are you supposed to feel anything for him? But he reversed it and said, no, we don't know him yet, but this scene will drag the audience in. And the only way you can do that is if the camera does what it does. And so it's a simple trick, of course. You make a vacuum, you just stay with this character for 2 or 3 minutes, and you hear the rest of the room, you hear the friends, you have people next door singing a song, and you see the alcohol. That means that you're diving into him. And when you know that the camera is doing that, you can allow yourself, as you said, to be the face, or just lean into it and feel what's happening, and hopefully the camera will catch that. But if the camera's not doing that, we'll never get that sensation.
Yeah, but sometimes the camera can zoom in on somebody and it's a fucking placid lake. And then somebody like you, they zoom in on and it's crystally, ripply, beautiful waters that you can look at for days. You understand? Brando had that. Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about your face for a second, because
that's brutal. I don't know what to say about that. I'm very happy to say it. And there will be a different school saying, I don't see anything in his face. And other people say, yes, I dive into it. And this is the beauty of human nature. We relate to different things, right? And I'm happy you relate to my face.
You got the full spectrum, let me tell you. When I first met you, Doctor, on Hannibal, okay? So so I had, I don't know how many episodes, 5 or 6, maybe even 4 episodes, and
you had 5 or 6.
yeah, and I had a really great time, and a lot of that was because I got to work with you a lot, and here I am, I'm playing this like hoity-toity character. I don't know from Cheese and fucking Opera, you know, I don't know that, but here I'm playing this character, right? And I got all these lines. And I'm just trying to make it sound like I know what I'm talking about, and it's a lot, and I'm at least 50 to 60 pounds heavier, and I'm just trying not to fucking sweat. And I remember, I'm just sitting there in my 3-piece fucking sweater suit, just like talking about fucking, Pavarotti. So then.
But you were lucky. Your character was actually.
I got to sit a
lot of shit about things you didn't know shit about. He was big mouth New Yorker, right?
Yeah. So I get to the point where I finally finish a take. It's like the first day because I was like, they had to keep stopping because I was sweating. I get through a take without sweating, and it was good. I felt really good about it, and I spontaneously.
That was the goal. The goal was to take a take without sweating.
Yeah. And you're just sitting there, watching the whole time. Just watching, and I'm just doing my spiel. I get through the take, this cut. He's like, he goes good, and I just spontaneously do I just go yeah, and you're just sitting across from me like this, and you lean in and you go, wait a minute, what was that? What did you just do there? What was that? And I go, oh, I was like the kicking. I was like the jumping and kicking. And you were like, yeah. What was that? What was that kicking and jumping? And I was like, I don't know. I just got excited and I got through the take. And you were just like, I like that. And I was like, I like this guy. This guy is cool. And I noticed that because you're silly, man. You're a kid. You're a kid at heart. I see that in
you. Yeah.
And I'm like a fucking connoisseur of comedy. And you said Chaplin earlier, but you're fucking Buster Keaton, man.
Yeah.
If you
okay. Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay,
Buster Keaton is by far my hero. I grew up with two things. I mean, grew up with a lot of things, but the ones I always went back to was Bruce Lee and Buster Keaton, and I still do. Yeah.
So many people appreciate Bruce Lee in this podcast. I mean, on this Fiction Fest. So let me, and I say Buster Keaton because go back and watch Hannibal. Those scenes where you just open up the refrigerator and it's just your face and you're looking around and you're just looking at all the fucking meat, it's sitting in just the frame, boom, just looking. You don't have to do anything. I'm just fucking on the floor, man. It's hysterical.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I've always been intrigued by. I do realize when I watch Bruce Lee again in my later years that he's in his early films there was a lot of like wow, master, freaking out things, but he also had that the bridge between the Asian cinema and the American cinema. He always suddenly found that. Like he would just lift his hand and go,
yeah.
And it was like, and you can say, yeah, that's just a gesture. But there was something in his face, Bruce Lee's face, when he was doing it, that was like, God, he means it,
Yeah.
And the same with Buster Keaton. He sucked me in. He was one of the early days. It's hard to say, but he was almost like a theater actor who said, I will make a close-up now. The audience will have to come to me.
Wow, yeah.
As opposed to me going to the audience and to the back, to the furthest away row, and they can hear me. No, come to me if you're intrigued. And I obviously I didn't put any words on that when I watched him, but I was always fascinated with Buster. He was like a clean sheet, right? He was like, whatever situation you were in watching him, you could do the painting because something was happening in there, and it was you. And that's what I found beautiful about Buster Keaton.
So now you got the. So here's the thing that I'm just so impressed with is that you have the Buster Keaton where you're just you read what you want to read, and then what you're doing in this another round, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful work. Have you ever seen a movie called? You ever seen a movie called Way of the Peaceful Warrior with Nick Nolte?
No, maybe not. Elaborate a little.
Okay, you got to check it out. It's about a gymnast. Okay, because I know you started out doing that, and what happens is the gymnast has an accident. He loses his confidence, and he finds Nick Nolte as this kind of Yoda-y kind of teacher. Yeah. And Nick Nolte is brilliant in it. He teaches this kid about chi, about finding your inner strength and like Zen and he gets this kid back up on his feet. I just thought of it. I think you'd think it was interesting.
I will definitely look it up.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Nick Nolte. What was it called? The one he did the TV show where he was playing the evil brother, and there was a nice brother, and there was a guy called the guy with the scars.
Right? Was it? Well,
boxer. He was a boxer, Nick Nolte.
I didn't see that one.
It's called Two Brothers in Denmark, so I don't think that's the word in English.
Oh, okay, cool. I got it. Oh! It was about UFC Warrior. You talking about Warrior?
No. That's not the one. It's an old one. It's the late 70s, early 80s. I don't remember it. And the bad guy was fantastic. Falconetti, he was called the bad guy.
Oh, cool.
No, but since then, I've always been a fan of Nick Nolte. I think he's an amazing actor.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, I'm sure you've gotten this a billion fucking times. Hamlet? Or your version of Hamlet? Or Tarantino? Yeah. Tarantino directs you as fucking Hamlet? Something like that? You know what I'm saying?
Now we're talking. No, yeah. I did theater for a long time when I graduated from drama school. And obviously I had been on stage before that as a dancer. So I did love the magic about, doing something now that was in the moment and you could only share it with your fellow cast and the crew and the people watching it that day. And you might be talking about it when you were 80, that specific day, but nobody else saw it, right? Which is obviously super magical. But then again, there was also like, out of 100 days, there were 90 that were shitty days, and the audience didn't really like it, and it was just an uphill battle. So I loved theater, but I was never in love with theater. And Hamlet has been done to perfection so many times, and I was like, why would I want to do that? I'm not been asked anyway, so that's an easy decision. I did Romeo in Romeo and Juliet when I was 30, 31, and that was difficult. I mean, I am
30, 31. Wow.
I'm a mumbler. I'm a serious mumbler, and they picked.
I would love to see your Hamlet, something like that on film.
But I think Hamlet is interesting, very interesting. I think Richard III is very interesting. I think Macbeth is super interesting. But the way to handle the language is a big thing when you do Hamlet, right? And that was never my strong side. I was insisting on the audience in the beginning as a theater actor as well, that the audience came closer to me. And I could pull that off with rooms of 300 or 400 people. But when we were doing 800 or 1,000 people, it was a little more tricky. So I abandoned it and I went to the place where you can actually do that, which is in the movie world.
It just got in my head because I was researching and I saw that you have you've been knighted. You have the equivalent of the Danish knighting.
I'm double knighted.
You're double knighted.
I'm knighted in France and in Denmark.
But you've
always been hoping for the chance to meet Sir Ben Kingsley, because I hear stories about him taking it very serious. And then I would just love to say, and before we shook hands, just for the record, Sir Ben, stop, get on your knees.
He has to bow before you.
Absolutely, double-knighted. I don't see any way around that. I'm knighted. Yeah, it was great. It was fun. I mean, I'm a working class kid, and it was like it doesn't happen that often when you're a working class kid. And it was also like in my business, you know how that is. It's like a lot of actors would refuse to get knighted because that was just like, what is that? What is that? It's You know what? I really love our royal family. I think they're fantastic, and I met a few of them, and I was really honored, and I was proud of it. So yes, I'm knighted.
That's so fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'd usually do on my podcast is I basically I'm sure you've done this, or I don't know if you have. I basically break down what people's names mean. So you want to know what your name means?
I would love to. Jesus, I'm gonna get this for free now. I've been looking for that for years.
I just did the the Google.
What is it? Is it Matthew? Matthew?
Maz?
Or is it just a peasant?
No, dude. If you got a great name, Maz means gift of God.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a little much to handle.
Okay, but now hold on a sec.
Now it's out. Now it's out.
Now it's out there. You know what your last name is? Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen.
Yeah.
Son of Michael. Michael is a question.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, who is like God?
Who is like God?
Okay, so your name is Gift of God. Who is like God's son?
Okie.
Okay, man.
You're advising me to start a cult? Is that what's happening?
Say anything.
Well, you're giving me ideas now.
My name is Daniel.
I knew it. I had a hunch.
You knew it, man. You knew you were a cult leader.
Crazy. That's. Where do you find that?
Okay, it's because everyone's name. I mean, if you go on, you just type in name meaning, and it came up pretty quick, man. Matt.
Hey.
And what's crazy is that everyone's name is kind of, it's derivative of the Bible a lot of the time, and God is just embedded in everyone's name. Daniel means God is my judge.
Which is not the same as being very close to being God. It's not exactly.
No. You're double knighted and you're double godded.
Oh, the pressure is on. All right.
That's a lot of fucking pressure. I don't know, man.
From now on.
I would look into your DNA. I would just see if you're, I don't know. Maybe you are like a magic.
If it goes straight to Nazareth.
I mean, excuse my language. Okay, so I mean, all right, we talked about Hannibal. That was all. Before I forget, we talked about comic books. You have to look into The Killer. And people that know this graphic novel are being like, holy shit, yes, because you would be.
I will have to look into it.
This should be your next TV series if you do it.
Oh yeah. Okay, not.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing with it. Maybe they are. Maybe it's in the works.
Right.
But you're the guy.
I will look into it.
Yeah. Okay. Casino Royale.
Yeah.
I was terrified of you in that.
Why is that? I'm not doing anything but playing poker. I've heard that before. I'm just like the most physical thing, and you have to understand. I came with a very big ambition of like doing crazy stunts, flying off a helicopter, and just being physical. And the most dramatic and physical thing I did was like folding 2 aces, which was like, don't they know I'm a gymnast and an awesome stunt guy? So I wasn't that terrifying. I think that the Bond franchise became a little more humanized at that point, and maybe that's why we relate a little different to him.
I think for me, what it was I felt like the thing with the eye, I was like, what I was thinking was like, oh, he's got some kind of bionic eye. He's looking through everybody's cards.
And then you start to tear up with the blood. I was like, I'm right. I'm
Yeah,
right.
you
You know, I was like, no, you just have a thing with your eye, but that's your tell, you know. But that made you kind of like not human, you know.
Yeah, it was a little odd thing. I mean, it was Martin Campbell, director, who he was just going through all the Bond villains. And he was like, "We've got to give you something. I mean, can't give you a third nipple. That's done." And so he came up with the eye thing, and I'd already done 2 different things where there was something wrong with my eye, and since then I've done 3 other things. So
everything's with the eyes.
Guy with the eye, yeah.
What
but this is funny because I've also driven a car in at least 30 films, and nobody mentions that.
Well, okay, hold on. So, wait. I got to talk about the eye thing because that's a thing. Because in Doctor Strange, you got the thing.
Yeah.
Fuck. How long was that every day?
That started out with like 2.5 hours, and we got better and better at it. Not we, but they did, and so I think we could pull off in an hour and 15 minutes. But you know how that works. You come in early, and this is your extra spare time of going into meditation mode, and everybody's chatting around you. There's some music, and you just go somewhere else. It was actually, I mean, you can look at it as being annoying, but for me, it was kind of a warm up for the day. I enjoyed it. I thought it was very 80s and very Bowie kind of feel.
I really want to. Oh, Bowie. Well, would you ever play Bowie, or would you want to?
Oh, I wouldn't dare to play Bowie.
No?
Speaking of, it's very interesting. The director of Another Round, years ago, he was supposed to have an interview with someone, and that someone didn't show up. And he did a film that was, a major success in Cannes. Dogma and 95 Rules, and he became this superstar young kid with blonde hair, good looking. And then they came up and said, "Listen, can you do an interview with Bowie? You should interview Bowie. He's over the moon with that. He's seen all your films. He loves you." And he said, "Yeah, okay." And he was a major Bowie fan. And he went in there, and Bowie had never heard of him, and he didn't know what was going on. That interview is on the internet, and it's super cool. It's such a great interview. There's 2 artists just sitting there sparring. Thomas is obviously very young. Not every day he speaks English, but he's very natural at doing it, and it's very interesting. No, I would not play Bowie. I think Bowie has played Bowie his entire life, and nobody can pull it off like him.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying. I'm just brainstorming.
You're trying to cast me. You want to be my
so you did a thing with my buddy Norman Reedus, Death Stranding. What was that like, man? Did you have fun doing that?
Yeah, it was surreal, and it was fun. It was surreal. Obviously, you come in, we get dressed in these track suits, very tight, all green. Get a lot of dots on your face by the makeup people, and then you get a camera, a helmet on your head.
Yeah.
And then you feel like an idiot if you're all alone. But what do you know? There was Norman Reedus looking exactly like me. So there were 2 of us looking like idiots. And that made it easier, right? It was weird because as actors, we always wanted can we do it again? It didn't feel right. And cameras coming into each other when we hugged, and we just had Hideo Kojima looking at us. No, it's good. We fix it in post.
Right.
So that we wanted so hard to make the scene perfect from A to Z when we did it. And in Hideo's world, he was just so grateful that we wanted to show up and give us something, and so he was a great, he was just full of love, Hideo. And for us actors, we were not used to not nailing it perfectly every time that we could get away with not doing that. So yeah, and Norman is just a fantastic, cool guy. I really enjoyed spending time with him.
Yeah, okay.
What do you know?
What?
What do you know?
So I'm on. I do a part on The Walking Dead. I play Luke. I'm on 9 and 10, and I'm gonna be on. I just learned I'm gonna be on the next one, which is awesome.
that's why I haven't seen it, because my son and I, we went to Canada, my son was with me the first year, went to school there, and it was a little brutal for him. He was only 14, 15. But what we did, we were bench watching Walking Dead.
Yeah.
And obviously Norman was his favorite character. And I stopped at 8. So I'm gonna pick it up again.
Yeah. You check it out, man.
I love that show.
Cool, man. Yeah. I like being on it, because it's the opposite of what we're doing on Fantastic Beasts. You know, it's just like Fantastic Beasts. We get the sets and the romantic Hollywood, giant, everything, and then The Walking Dead is still global, but it feels like a Western. It's like gritty outside. It's the elements.
I mean, everybody loves it, and the thing is that my son, he said the magic words. He said, "Listen, I really wished I lived in a place like that, in a world like that." It was like, this is a horror world. But as a little boy, you imagine that you're Bruce Lee, that you can do whatever. And this time, it was like, they are so slow, the zombies. I can pull this off. Give me a cool weapon. You know that if it's a close-up, you're in danger, because if it's a wide shot, you can see the zombies, right? And he was just like, give me any weapon. I would love to be part of that,
Yeah, man, it's cool. It is fucking, excuse me, it's fucking cool to be bashing.
You can say fucking cool, because it is.
No, I know. I just, ever since I learned that what your name was, it's like a double god, double knighted. I feel like I can't curse around you.
God, double knighted. This is brutal. Okay. Can I run for 1 minute?
Yeah, we can edit, whatever.
I gotta be honest, I have to go to the bathroom.
Go, please. Okay. Go.
You talk about my double knighthood.
I'm not sure what he just said, but I'm going to talk about it. Everyone should definitely see another round. I'm not kidding. I'm not a big drinker, but I understand what they were like. They started out doing this for science, where they were like, let's reach that bliss. That's what it is. Everyone knows that moment. Like, the reason why people start drinking and stay drinking is that moment of bliss, and it's fleeting. But the zone, yeah, where it's just like, life is beautiful. Everything is one. It's like those kids at the beginning of the movie, and they're all lying on each other in the fucking subway. They don't give a shit. And then you guys reach that same moment where after you're playing soccer, and you're all lying on each other. You're like, slide tackle, baby, slide tackle. You're just like, you guys are suddenly kids again. And that's
the thing. It feels like being back to those days, but when you look at it outside, it's not as pretty.
No.
The zone is interesting, right? Because whether you play pool or you play darts, 2 beers, you're just nailing it. You're just hitting bullseye. 8 beers, kind of missing the board, right? And 0 beers, you don't want to play at all. So there is something about the zone. There is something.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There's being able to be loose enough to surf the wave. It's like you're too tight, you'll fall off the board. You're too loose, you'll fall off the board. But if you're right with it, keep the equilibrium going. All right, so everyone's just like, are they gonna talk about Fantastic Beasts? Yes, we are.
And are we allowed to?
No, we can be vague. Well, this is what I
started it out. I'm just a rookie. Tell me, what can I say?
We can't say anything, but I'll allude to stuff. So what I will say is, and I think that we shouldn't say much more about it, is that I want to mention just Johnny for 1 second.
Go for it.
I don't think you should say anything. I just wanted to say this as a preface, and then, but feel free, whatever. But it's such a nitroglycerin thing. I obviously, people can see I have such a huge appreciation for you. I work with you. I have such a love for you, man. And after seeing,
likewise, my friend.
I just think you're an over the moon fucking actor, and I'm so pleased to be working with you. And
you know, sometimes the universe comes in and removes something, and what is put in its place is often for the best, because I think that having you there has in this chaos of of trying to make this movie at all angles, you know, it's just fucking chaos a lot of times, and just on a baseline level, just trying to make it during COVID. You have been this an anchor. This is what I've noticed.
That's insane. That's because I'm a good liar. I have not. It was brutal for a lot of reasons, and one of the reasons is obviously.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish the thing about Johnny. This is how I perceive it on my end. You seem like because you're so fucking calm, man, and you're just such a smooth. You're just smooth, and it just, you know, we're all on this ship. We're all steering the ship, and it's really appreciative, and you're bringing it, and you're awesome. Johnny, for me, I've been watching him since I'm 18.
Me too.
Right? Fuck, it's making me sad.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't want to get sad. Okay.
But that's
okay. Just think about. I had this moment coming into this movie where I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna get to have this amazing. I've given a little bit away. I'm gonna have a moment with Johnny, and I was so excited about that because I was getting to work with someone who I've appreciated for so long, and I'm really sad about it. That's all I'm gonna say about it. I can't say much more about it. But I'm really happy to have you on set, man. You're amazing.
And I'm ditto happy to have you on set because very much like Hannibal, I might come across, I might be lying, I might be cheating a little just to take the space and not, make a complete blunder out of everything. But obviously I'm also just a kid, you know me. So that's all cheating. So most of my scenes in the beginning of Hannibal was with you, and it just felt like, oh, great, there's a guy who wants to just accept me and act with me, and we will play this game together. And then you were in this film as well, in a similar circumstance of like me feeling a little far away from home. And so I was just so pleased to see you there. It just felt like I got one anchor as well.
Now you just made me a little misty there, man.
Yeah.
I am having people that are watching this. This is going to be a great movie. This man who has been playing characters with eye situations doing it again, and he's doing an excellent job. And just like your movie, Another Round, life comes with the dichotomy. There's beautiful things that happen along with sad things that happen. And that's just life.
That is.
You got to steer the ship, And we're making this movie during this crazy fucking chaotic time. And there's something that's for me is very admirable about it. It's like, yeah, we're just telling stories, but we make people happy. We make people feel better about their situation sometimes. And the fact that we just keep on going. It's like we're heading to the North Pole through the ice. Keep going.
And still we go into a heated trailer after.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and we have our cappuccino. We're lucky, man.
We're the lucky. I mean, we can't complain at all. There are people who have lost their businesses, their livelihood, can't pay their mortgage. So this shutdown is tough on our business, but it's even tougher on every other business in the world. So just have to cross our fingers and hope that we'll come up with a solution that is not what the one that is right now.
let's keep, knock on wood. Let's keep telling stories. Let's keep telling stories. I got a million stories, and let me tell you something. I'm just gonna keep on. Anytime I have a script or anything, I'm just gonna keep on throwing them at you and say, "Hey, I got a part for you."
Yeah, do it.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll see you on set tomorrow, man.
Absolutely. That was a great conversation, I believe.
Yeah, I listen. I knew it was gonna be great. You're great, man. I mean,
yeah.
You're a great guy. You really are. I really appreciate you.
Tito, I'll see you tomorrow before we become big romance here. See you later.
Yeah. See you, buddy. Thanks. Bye. Hey, so I hope you're enjoying Fogler's Fiction Fest so far. Here's something crazy. Asha Lorenz is my upstairs neighbor, and her band is called Sorry, and she'd like to perform for us. So, Asha, take it away. Wow. Holy crap. Welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest Hysterical Psycho Reunion. Who said that this would be easy? I didn't. Okay, let me start admitting these people. I went to college with 99% of these incredible people. We have a lot of people coming in here. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What?
Welcome.
What is up?
Yeah. Who we got here? We got Randy Brew. We got Noah Bean. We got Kelly Hutchinson. We got Sarah Salzberg. And who's down here? Well, I don't see anybody now.
Kirsten.
Kirsten. There she is. Well, she's not there yet. We got who else is coming? Who's Claire Siebers? Are you hey, Ariel? Are you Claire Siebers?
That funny?
Your name is
change it.
Oh, I gotta change my name. Hold on. I'm making fun of you for being named Claire Siebers, and I'm Jody Fogler. Okay.
Hi guys.
Wow.
Hi.
Okay.
Or some of you guys, some of you said it's like 9 a.m., right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool. Good morning.
Hey, Kate.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. Everybody looks wonderful.
Oh, so good.
Who's in LA? Who's in LA? We got Kate and Kelly are in LA?
Yeah, we're in LA.
Okay.
The COVID capital of the world.
Hey, Randy, why is your tiger spirit coming through?
No.
I don't know. It was probably left from an old Max thing.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Noah, how you doing?
He's the guy who uses Zoom the most.
I'm in Canada. I thought I was going to make it very clear. I'm in Canada.
Good. In case you get lost. Yeah. Sarah, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm in the Catskills.
Nice.
Oh.
Where are you in the Catskills?
Lovely.
Livingston Manor.
Oh.
That's right. We have a house right next door in Hensonville/Wyndham.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all the beep.
We're just here. We're actually here on a Christmas break that turned into an extended stay because we all have COVID.
Who's
So
dinging?
Oh my
now
God.
Oh, is Sharissa dinging? Letting Sharissa
I know
in.
Sharissa's trying to come in.
There
Yeah,
she
we-
is.
There
There
she
she
is.
is.
Did you just
Hey,
say you all have
Sharissa.
COVID?
You all have COVID?
We all have COVID. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh, you really? Sarah, you got COVID?
Yeah.
I wasn't even listening.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Is everybody okay?
We're fine. It's it hasn't been like the most fun of a winter break.
You look
Like
really
we got
healthy.
here, and then
Okay.
well, I put on some concealer. We got here, and then like 2 days later, my
Amazing
Ori
concealer.
started coughing, and so we're like literally like didn't even think anything of it. We're like, he's got like a little cough, and our pediatrician was like, well, you should probably get him tested, and so we got him tested. And then we all got tested the next day, and the boys came back positive, and David and I came back negative. But then we all started getting symptoms, like just David and I. And then we went back and got tested and came back positive. So
Wow.
it's like,
Oh my God.
it feels like a bad cold. That's what it feels like.
Do you have your sense of taste and smell?
Yeah.
You still have your sense of taste and smell? Yeah.
So there's like a sequel here or something. Everyone's cooped up. It's cabin fever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Everyone's
And then,
locked
but
down.
then like, you really cannot leave. Like that is truly like, there is something very like creepy and panic inducing about that. When you're like, I can't leave the fucking house. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
just cannot even leave,
It's like The Shining.
It is.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange.
but I think we're on the mend.
Everybody's in their separate cabins, though.
Yeah, exactly.
The killer is just going from cabin to cabin.
That's right.
Infecting everybody with COVID.
Did you ever see that? Did you ever read that Edgar Allan Poe short story? The Mask of the Red Death.
Oh. I can't believe you still have that fucking hat.
I know.
Man.
How do you still have that hat?
But I wouldn't. But I fucking wouldn't.
You're in wardrobe.
Unbelievable.
I saw.
This is my first Comic-Con, so I wanted to make sure I.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if any of you guys saw that Princess Bride staged virtual reading that they did.
No,
With
but it was
all
awesome.
the original
wanted to
cast
see
did
it.
a Zoom reading of the Princess Bride that was amazing.
Wow.
And Billy Crystal had his hat from Miracle Max.
Oh,
So everyone was
Oh
there,
my
but Billy
God.
Crystal was there with his hat and all of the props that he kept from the show, like
my
right
God.
there in the background. So I appreciate your
Wow.
commitment.
That's
Ariel.
impressive.
So let me
Yeah.
give a like a
Never been dry cleaned.
That's awesome. let me give a history here, okay? Just to give a setup of this. So this is our 13-year reunion of Hysterical Psycho, shooting this movie. I mean, it's essentially 13 years, which is amazing. So basically, the lead up is this. Most of us went to college together, and then out of college, we would do plays and work together, write things together. Sarah and I, we did spelling bee together, and so there were all sorts of different productions that we did, trying to make our way in this business. And so one of them was Voyage of the Carcass, which we did with Noah and Kelly, okay, and Randy Baru directed. And this was written by Daniel O'Brien. 3-person show, really cool show. And at the heart of it is this story about these clowns, essentially, that go to look for the North Pole. They get stuck in the ice, and they go nuts and basically start killing each other. And then the other half of it is, the actors playing those parts. Anyway, so during the course of this play that we did several productions of, which is a great fucking show. If you're an actor, you should do it. And so during the course of the show, I got called to do young Hitchcock in a movie. And I thought, and nothing ever came of that movie, but in preparation for the movie, I thought, well, shit, I should direct something. Black and white, maybe something scary. And so while we're doing the play, Randy would sit out in the audience, and he would be listening as the director, listening in the shadows and mouthing all the words, because he's also an actor, so he'd be mouthing all the words in the shadows while we would be on stage, and we'd hear him like kind of whispering in the darkness. And then if we did something he liked, we'd hear this laugh. And then we hear this tittering. Every line, everyone's fucking lines, and then you go. So if you're an actor in your middle of doing this and when you hear that in the audience, you're like, what the fuck is that? Is that a serial killer? What is, And then the light bulb went off in my head. I think Randy would be a great serial killer. And, he's so, he's not, play him in a movie like that part. It's so like the movie Psycho, it's you have that clean cut look, man, and no one would ever suspect, but then this clown, this psychotic clown underneath, this Jekyll and Hyde story. So I thought, okay, and then let's use the crew, just like the Mercury Players, we had our theater crew, Stage 13, and so this Hysterical Psycho was our first venture into film, so it became Studio 13, and then here we are. So I made this movie with these wonderful people, and we'll talk about it for a second. But why it's so special to me, and it's so special to Fogler's Fiction Fest, is because Hysterical Psycho was the first story that takes place at Moon Lake. And then after I did the movie Moon Lake, I thought, well, man, if I can tell a story about a bunch of friends that go to Moon Lake and one of them goes nuts and starts killing everybody, why couldn't I tell a bunch of stories of, that happened at Moon Lake from prehistoric times until, now and way into the future. And that's my comic book, Moon Lake, my graphic novel, my first graphic novel that's out now. And now it's a big celebration of all of these works, and so I have you guys to thank for being part of the very first production that spawned all these amazing ideas in this book here, man. So thank you for that. Are you guys ready to reminisce, to go down the rabbit hole and remember this movie a little bit?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah.
So how, have you guys seen it recently?
I saw it semi recently and was like, and showed it to someone who, who had, so it's kind of fun to watch it with someone with fresh eyes, knowing, knowing all the little levels that we've went through. And I was just like, they were like, wow, this is so much better than I was expecting from what you told me. Like, this was like amazing. And then I really got a chance to really appreciate all the performances and the humor and all the little moments in a way that the time and the distance from it, I was like, oh my, really enjoying it, even though I knew what was going to happen every second. So that was kind of fun.
I showed bits of it to Max, like the trailer and the part where I pulled Noah's heart out. Just little bits, not the whole thing.
Randy, are you partial to the color or the black and white version?
I have the black and white version. I think the black and white version is the one on iTunes. I have a DVD of the color version, but I haven't really seen it that many times. So I mostly have watched the black. And I love the shadows, just like the scene where Kelly wakes up with like blood on half of her face, and where Sarah and Kelly is there, and then Sarah opens her mouth and like throw up comes out when I'm sleeping with the axe. I love just
so did he like it? Did your son like it?
He thought it was really funny. He loves all that stuff. I put him in all my weird real estate videos and stuff. So he likes making videos. He makes his own little YouTube videos. They don't go on YouTube. He'll just like talk into my phone and be like, hey guys, this is Max. I'm gonna do 100 push-ups. Check it out.
Okay. So so Hysterical Psycho, I have to say, I kind of visit it every once in a while and watch it, and I'm so proud of it. I really am. And like Ariel said, I think it's a really great first endeavor, man. I mean, if you look at first endeavor, if you look at like Coppola's first film, he made a horror film, and it's like there's one like really good scare, like someone gets dragged across like the lawn or something, but compared to ours, like we got some amazing, we got laughs, we got some hysterics, we have some great scares, we have animation, we win, with our budget, we went all out. If I had more, I think it would have been really.
How long, Dan, do you remember how long did we shoot that for? I don't even remember.
I think we shot it for like 2 weeks and then like another 2 weeks of pickups or something, man.
I think maximum. I was like,
I think it was 10 days.
Yeah,
me too. I think it was 10 days.
Because we were living in the house that we shot in.
That was so awesome.
That was so awesome.
We drove there in the RV. That was just actually leaving New York City in that RV, and we shot all that stuff. And then we just lived in that house, shot in the house.
Yeah.
We had that chef. Remember?
We had the chef. I was just thinking about that chef.
Yeah. He was good. We had great meals. Remember that long ass table we would have meals?
Yes.
Yeah. It was.
I think that's one of your best shots. That shot that pushes in, it goes past Kelly.
Jeremy. Yeah.
Jeremy.
Oh God, I love that bit.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
I called Jeremy, man. I reached out to Jeremy, but I didn't hear back.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I would have
He was
loved to have
really
everybody.
amazing in the movie.
Yeah, his
You know,
Oh,
the other
committed.
thing,
very
the
committed.
other thing I was just thinking about was how there's like, it was like a movie within a movie. Like we were all living in the house, right? We were all really good friends. So there was like that element of reality that we were then like making into a movie. And then there was also this like very real, like I was talking to Kelly about this the other night. I was like, remember how cold we were? We were like cold, and we were like constantly filming about how cold we were. And do you remember the scene when Charissa goes out onto the ice?
Oh my
And
God.
You guys,
Yeah.
and you were shooting it with these like multi-$1,000 cameras, and the ice was cracking, and there were like water pools, and we were all like, these cameras are gonna fall into the lake.
What about the people?
What about
the people?
Yeah, that was one of the.
No, the people will be fine. But no. But yeah, like the people and the cameras falling into the lake. It's freezing cold out. There's nobody around for miles. There's no cell service. Like there was an element of like.
I thought about that recently.
Real.
Yeah.
And we're just filming it.
And even like when we found that
scary.
house.
Yeah.
Remember that dollhouse that we found that was discarded? And I mean, it was that element of like improvisation. Like you just find things. You're like, let's do that. And
You
that
guys
scene
were-
where
you
Ariel's
guys were
eye like
improvising.
goes in the house is
Man, you guys, that was Noah's eye.
That was Noah's eye.
That was Noah's eye. You guys were improvising.
Yeah.
Some of the best lines and most of the best lines. And we were improvising shots, like you're saying, the dollhouse. It was a fly by the seat of your pants, real independent film. We didn't have a lot of money. Like Noah said, we were literally filming in the vehicle that we were using to get there. We were filming in the place we were staying at. We were using everything we had, because I think it's because when you're making your first film, there's like the universe conspires in your favor. It's like you get these little miracles that happen. Like it was like, yeah, let's shoot in this amazing RV, and yes, let's shoot in the place we're staying at, like the Christmas Tree Hotel Inn Lodge, whatever the fuck. I was like, that's better than any location that we found,
and who was that lady who played like the dead aunt? Like, where did she come from?
I don't know. I think she was already there.
What?
The dead bot that was there.
Yeah,
no, the woman.
That was a miracle. That was a
like
little
some
miracle.
lady that was there, and you opened the door, and remember she was like dead, but she was like a woman from the town or something. Like, where did you even find her?
I think, right. She was like, there were people that, because it was a small town kind of thing up in Maine, people came out of the woodwork to help us out, man. I think she was one of the people that like was a curator for that motel. I remember the kid that plays the younger you in front of the pillar. That was like,
oh yeah,
remember that kid?
The bonfire, that crazy giant bonfire that we had.
Oh wow! People from the neighborhood, they were like, "What are you doing?" We're like, "Making a movie." We're like, "I want to be in it." It was like people. It was a join the caravan production, man. It was that kind of thing. And I love that kind of. Next time we'll have more of a budget. But
well, I have a house that's in the middle of the forest that is free. You use it, make it free. We'll hook you guys up.
I want to say one thing about everyone's real quiet. We're like, I don't know if I want to do that. But
we have a lake. We have 2 little ponds.
I want to say something about what Sarah said. So it was the kind of production where Mario, who was the fearless cameraman, and he's out on that ice lake shooting Charissa, who's walking out onto the ice lake as well. But we're giving Mario this. He's like on his belly, and we're sliding out this heavy ass camera. And I throw a rope to him, and he's all thanks, and he starts to put it around himself. I'm like, put it around the fucking camera. It was like, that's like the most expensive piece of. I was an asshole, but like I should have said, put it around the both of you. But here's the thing: is like we didn't put any fucking rope around Charissa. She was doing her own stunts. Everybody did their own stunts. We didn't have stunt people. We didn't have fucking. There
was no insurance.
No insurance. We had a very little insurance. But I think we blew that on the first day. So let's go. Let's do like a pop quiz here. See how much we remember. I mean, it's fun. Just have fun. We have fun, don't we? Okay, so first of all, okay, how many of us went to college together? Okay, Noah, Kelly, Sarah, Sharisa, and
Sharice was
Aria.
like not raising her. He's like,
I know. I mean, we all know.
I thought it was a quiz. Somebody had to answer.
Right. That's the first quiz. How many? And then, Kate, I met Kate very soon after, and we've done plays together. And then Randy too was one of the first shows he directed us in. So I've known these people for a long time, man. We've all known each other for a long time. And okay, so here we go. Here's the first question. Do you guys? This is one of my favorite scenes. The scene, which is like the first kill moment, with where Kate is in the. Her name is Sarah in the movie. Okay, it's hard because I want to say that Sarah's name was Sarah, but no, it was Kate. Okay, so Kate plays Sarah in the movie, and there's the scene, the shower scene, the homage to Psycho. And so the question is, do you guys remember when she's in the shower and she gets lifted up and the blood starts coming down, whose legs represented the killer? Remember? Was it Randy? Was Randy playing himself?
I want to
I
say
don't think
no.
so.
Was it
No.
Pepe? Was it Anthony Pepe?
It was Anthony Pepe. Anthony Pepe.
Wow, that's his legs.
I don't know if I
don't remember that. That is
You didn't remember that, Kate? You were standing in front of.
I don't remember
I was
that
like
at all.
practically naked in front of me. He was like hoisting me up to grab onto the bar so I could kick my legs. That was
Yeah, I just remember Kate kicking her legs.
Yeah, Kate kicks her legs, and then the shot is his legs are in the foreground. So
Right.
we had him do it because he had to operate the blood squirt.
He was awesome. He was great.
He was great.
He was so good.
That was
Excellent for
so
remembering
much
his
fun
name,
doing
Ariel.
that
With the
scene. Wow, good
Yeah.
job.
I thought he does all the makeup
Blacklist.
and the horror stuff on Blacklist. Yeah. So,
awesome, does he?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Anthony.
He's like the
man.
head makeup
Yeah.
artist on that
Yeah.
show.
Somebody
Wow.
gets killed on that show every
And he got his start here.
week. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
That was
Okay.
really-
That is awesome.
What is so when I go to Comic Cons and stuff, and hopefully we'll get back to actual being in person Comic Cons and stuff. But what is the most quoted line that people say when they when they have seen the movie?
Mm.
The people who have seen it.
Can I guess what I think it is?
Yes.
Is it that's not funny?
Oh.
That's a
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Randy that's what Lenny's character says at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
After I kill Lennon.
Right, Lennon Parham. Holy crap.
I mean,
Yeah.
I always take away the incredible talents who were all of you guys and Lennon and everybody behind this movie just went on to such incredible success. And whenever I talk about this movie, I'm like, I did this movie with these guys who are all so incredibly talented and they're doing these amazing things. And of course, everybody's like seen all of your shows and films and stuff like that. And it was amazing to be part of it. And just, you know,
Was
it was
it
a
I
great group.
Fuck Chuck? Was it I Fuck Chuck?
Oh, that's a good one.
Ariel, that's 2 for 2, pal. 2 for 2, Ariel.
Is it really?
Yeah, people love that line. People are like, man, what a great line.
Wow.
I forgot about that.
I fuck Chuck.
Fuck Chuck. Yeah, because it kind of sums up that character arc, and then it's like a lot of information just as shit is about to go down. They love that bit. I fucked Chuck.
That just
rhymes. It rhymes.
Nice little
I like the part when
Was that an improv line?
Wait,
that just speaks also to the flexibility that Dan had, because we sort of came up with that idea while we were there, living there, that there was this whole backstory, and then it sort of like changed everything just slightly to have this backstory.
And then when we went back and we shot the reshoots in Manhattan, remember, we added that whole thing.
Yeah.
When you were just like, you're talking on the phone with Noah, and you're like, we have to act like there isn't a relationship. You know, right?
Because we already shot the movie and there wasn't one.
Hey!
But it was all worth it for the most quoted line.
Exactly. I mean, people love that bit. Okay. So speak along the same lines. So one of the another parts in the movie that people love is Sarah's character Joe, who I named after my wife, which is like, whoa, man, that's crazy, because she meets a horrible demise. You know, I was like, fuck, that's crazy. Now why did I? So, but I'm saying no. She's named after Joe from The Facts of Life. That's who she's named after. And there you go. So Joe, so Sarah comes up with the idea of she can't stop throwing up. Okay. And right. So which is like hysterical. It's like she's so, and this is something, because when I was a little kid, we had a seance, and I was like fucking 10, and I got so scared that I couldn't stop throwing up. And I was just like, it was serious. It was serious for me, but it was hysterical. It was hysterical in the moment, because I was just like, oh my God. They were like, there's no ghost. I was like, oh my God. And I would just throw up on somebody. But so that scene reminds me of that so much. So it's very close to my esophagus. So I want to say, and then there was so how many times, the question is, how many times does Sarah or Joe throw up in the movie? How many times?
7.
5.
Yeah, I would say about 5.
Okay, fine. No, okay. So I mean, Sarah wanted to constantly be throwing up, but we settled on 3. We settled on the magic 3.
Oh, wow.
The magical number 3 for comedy.
They just had such a big impact that it felt like more.
It seems like so many more.
You did so many takes, right? How many takes?
Yeah, maybe it was the takes.
What was the three? There was the
I just remember.
Banana Gerber?
Yeah, no, it was like a mix of like all sorts of shit. It wasn't like one thing. It was like mixed up shit. And then I would have to drink it and hold it and not make it look like it was in my mouth. And I just remember maybe like, I don't remember who, maybe Marco or Mike, being like, actress in distress, come on, let's go. Cause I was like holding in my puke. So like, you know how like they use that line where it's like, come on, we got to shoot, actress in distress. She's holding her puke. But like in reality, like it didn't taste bad. It was just like, it felt disgusting because it was like chunky and, you know.
You were good. You were good at not looking like you had anything. And I remember before Randy does me in, Dan loaded my mouth with like hot fudge.
Right.
I hold it. And it was the whole scene where I'm very emotional because I just killed my fiance. I couldn't move my room.
Right.
And Randy took forever to come up behind me. And I remember just thinking, I can let hot fudge out of my mouth. But yeah, Sarah, you were much better.
No, that's one of the pop quiz questions. What did we use as an homage to Hitchcock? Because it was black and white, what did we use as blood? We used chocolate syrup. And Randy gained how many calories just from chocolate syrup, eating chocolate
Oh my
syrup?
God. It was crazy. The craziest was like the croissant that was all dipped in chocolate. That was used as Noah's heart. It was like a wet croissant covered in chocolate. And then I was like dripping it on my head and stuff like that. And so it's like food. The props that were used in that thing were amazing.
Some of those shots. I mean, listen, I don't want to toot my horn, but look, okay, why the fuck not? We're here. I love that shot. I love that close up on Kelly. That super close up when he first sees. Oh my God! Look what I've done.
That was incredible.
Yeah. Then there's a kind of mirror close up that is a mirror shot where when Randy kills Noah and Noah's on the floor like a fish. And his reflection is in the blood.
Oh yeah,
you shot that. We shot that at the
studio.
Like
really?
Yeah. That was a pickup.
That was a pickup shot.
I have like a shaved head in it, but you can't tell.
Yeah, we got real close on his face, and we just put blood on a table, and he just lied on the table.
Yeah.
One of my
that was great.
I want to say one of my favorite shots was when my hand was in the foreground covered in blood.
I love that.
Everybody comes in and Sarah throws up, and that was just and everyone's reactions with the hand in the foreground.
The timing on that, like when your hands jumped up. Yeah.
That was one of those moments.
Wasn't that one of the first shots?
And then you puke, and it was just like bump, bump, bump. It was just choreographed perfectly.
That was a moment that was a lovely combination of the comedy and the gore and the horror that we were trying to capture there. I thought that was lovely, man. There's a lot of great in-camera shots, you don't, that's like old school in-camera effects where a lot of people are doing, listen, we did some special effects with CGI, but a lot of it was just, we were just there on the day and improvising, like we said. Okay.
Dan, you didn't do much coverage too. You were doing those big, I remember we were doing like big tracking shots that you'd have these complicated moves that come and get people's faces and right. I mean, there was a lot of like these huge shots.
I remember, man, you guys are such badasses. I just had a flash of that shot where Lenny has the gun in the foreground and he's going from Noah to Kelly and it was so fucking cold.
I was like, ooh.
And Kelly did not have a jacket on, man. Kelly did not have a jacket.
I was like, I'm okay.
That was the
continuity. We can't put the jacket on.
That's the real story of the hat.
She's got 7 toes.
Yeah.
Oh,
we had those heaters that smelled like you were literally huffing gas. That's all I remember that day.
Remember we called it the ass blaster.
Yes.
That's good.
It was like a rocket. It was like a rocket.
That's the real reason I used the hat because I saw that all my scenes were outside. And I need the hat.
Yeah, there you go.
I decided that my character was warm.
You were like a rooster, I remember.
No, let me tell you, you were kind of like an homage taxi driver, right? With the fucking, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
and the mohawk.
Travis Bickle thing, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So do you ladies remember? I'm sure you do. Do you guys remember the "Taking It Down a Notch" song?
Yeah,
taking it down a notch.
Getting in bed. Taking it down a notch. I got my jammies on. Yeah. And then it just kept going. Remember, guys, we had a humidifier. We like needed the humidifier on. We had like a little travel humidifier that we turned on.
Nice.
And then Kelly and Kate's like, yeah, at the end of the song.
That made it into the movie. So what's amazing is because we were all living in this fucking house, and it was like I remember it so fondly. Like I remember with like having just freezing my balls off, the royal balls off,
collective balls,
and I'm standing on this pier over this frozen lake, and just smiling up at the moon, and just being like, man, I just felt like it was such a blessed first experience, and it felt like camp in that way where we were all, in the same place and like camping together, and you guys were all in the same room, right? Everyone was like, all the ladies were in the same room. We're like, what?
We were split. Kate and I shared a hallway. And did not know each other before that.
We were the only two that like didn't really know each other, and then we became best friends.
Oh,
that hallway! It was a miracle
because we lived in that hallway where the people were just constantly running lighting lines and electrical lines through the hallway to get shots. The doors actually never closed because there was equipment running through the hallway.
In our hallway.
They never left holding.
Would you guys, if we had the budget and better accommodations and it was easier to get there, would you guys do it again? Would you do a sequel?
Yeah.
I mean, I know everyone's dead, but we played different characters.
Yeah, I would do anything with all of you guys.
Oh,
yeah.
Totally.
We got to get Nikki D back. He's still walking back.
I'm still walking backwards.
That was awesome.
All the way to Mulberry Street. That's a great fucking line. That's a great fucking line. What do I do?
How do you bring everybody back to life?
Sure, everyone can be zombies. Holy fuck!
Or we could play our own.
Yeah, we can play our own
children years in the future.
Yeah, the kids.
Yeah, like the new Saved
Oh
by
no,
the
but we all
Bell.
died before we had kids.
We play the parents. It's like the new Saved
play
by
the
the Bell kickoff.
Sure.
Or everybody's just possessed by the spirits of the people that died, and then you kind of like start looking more and more like them.
We can do whatever. It could be a parallel. We could do like like a Christopher Guest thing, man. We could just come back and play different characters and different ensemble, and
another group of people go to Moon Lake.
Totally.
Christmas Tree Lodge, and
we get to play
20
different.
years later.
Yeah, we could play different characters.
Love it.
It was like camp, and it did have that sense of theater of like, let's just make something. You know what I mean? It wasn't like so regimented. It was just that feeling of creativity, like who has some ideas, let's throw it in there. And it was just like throwing everything up against the wall, and then you kind of chose all the key moments that kind of worked, and that feeling of play that you really don't, or at least I don't really experience that much in life, but I think anyone rarely experiences it. You got to be with the right
people. My memory
people.
of it, Dan, was that it just ballooned. Like it just started out like, oh, maybe it'll just be this little sketch. I mean,
we will shoot it on our cameras, and
we all met at Central Park
on our
to kind
phones.
of do like, right? Yeah. I remember meeting at Central Park. They're just kind of like riffing, coming. Oh yeah, maybe we'll go up there and improvise a couple, and then it just ballooned into like an actual movie. And then it ended up at the Tribeca Film Festival. None of this was like planned. It took on a life of its own, which was.
And we were like a theater company. It was a theater that played a theater company,
right,
in a movie. And then I remember when we were shooting and did pick up things in New Jersey, which had some weird prostitute and some gangsters, and then how the end of the movie,
they were
actors, right? And then at the end of the movie, it got like really meta, where I was like freaking out. And then Dan, like you like walk into the scene and you're like, okay, that's cut. And then Bjorn was there, and I ran off and like tore Bjorn's arm off and started beating him with it.
Love the ending.
And it's just like all these different crazy levels. It was like
yeah, totally. It's like a Mel Brooks ending. I don't know, or like in Blazing Saddles when they keep crashing to the walls.
Yes.
I thought like, wouldn't it be a great ending to have the killer? He's running off into the sunset, but then we hear cut, almost like in Apocalypse Now when Coppola's like, "Don't look at the camera," walk past the camera, do a little cameo like that, except and the killer stops for a second to take that kind of breathing, that you do at the end of a show. You're just like, and then he like goes back into character, rips my heart out, and then he runs off into the sunset.
Right.
That's fun.
Wouldn't it be amazing to have everyone come back as themselves?
Oh yeah,
as the actor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the ending lends itself to everyone actually being alive, including the killer.
Yes.
Only the
and we're having
dead.
a 13th anniversary retreat to have fun You know, and we go back to where we made the movie because it's now 13 years later, and we have kids and we have a whole different life, and you know and that, and
so everybody plays.
And it's like, let's all get together.
That's right, because we're all alive. Although, didn't you rip out Dan's the director?
Well, that's what I said. The only person who's not alive is Dan.
So we'll get Tarantino to direct it. You guys aren't. You're not going to complain about that. What about? Okay, what movie was Randy's mom in?
What?
Remember your
Real life?
not your real mom, the mom in the movie that plays Lenny's mom.
Oh yes,
What
the
movie?
actor.
Yes, not your real mom.
Oh, she was great. She was so great. She was a fantastic actress.
Do you remember what movie?
Oh, yes. It was like a It wasn't it like It was a Scorsese movie, right?
It was.
It was like Goodfellas.
Yes, it
She was in Goodfellas. Yeah.
Fucking Goodfellas.
Yeah.
You guys didn't realize that, did you?
Who was she in Goodfellas?
No.
She was like a neighbor. She was like a wife of one of the gangsters or
one of
something.
the wives. Yeah, she's one of the wives in that scene where everyone's putting the makeup on and
Right, they're at the salon or whatever.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
Angela Pietropinto.
You got it.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Great actress.
We got about 10 minutes left here. I have a few more questions. This is the most important question. Ariel, what is a shrimp boat?
That's when you stick the toe thumb of the foot up someone's ass, and then you slowly massage their balls with the remaining toe fingers. And then it sails down the bathtub. It has to be in a bathtub.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Well, I don't know, it's just.
I thought it had to be on ice.
It's inferred.
I thought it had to be on a big bowl of ice. Hold on. Did you know about this prior to shooting, or did you improvise that in the moment? Is that a real thing?
You know, people don't know this about me. I do a lot of research. A lot of research.
It was for the character.
So this happened to you?
What?
Or did this happen?
No. This is all academic, Dan.
You read about it. I got it. You did microfiche. Okay. What's the full name of the resort that we all get murdered at?
Moon Lake Inn Motel.
That's right.
Yeah, the Moon Lake Inn Motel.
What is it?
Or is it a motel?
Okay, so I want to tell you guys that I love you and that I miss all of you and that I think I'm going to.
Are you in London right now?
I'm in London right now, and I'm going to organize another movie just so we can fucking hang out again.
Yeah.
And I want to take this time to just to give to you guys, and then let's tell the audience what you're up to, and then we'll say goodbye. But not for a while. You know what I'm saying? So Randy, what are you up to?
I'm working in real estate, selling properties here in New York. My creative outlet is making silly real estate videos, and I put them on my YouTube channel, and that's really fun. So we make a lot of fun stuff and do a lot of fun things, and living in Brooklyn.
Would you
and selling properties?
Would you play Lenny again? He's run off into the sunset. So would you?
Would love to play Lenny again. Absolutely. That's my dream.
Is it? Because you swore to me. You swore to me that you were like, I'm never putting that much fucking chocolate in my mouth again.
Dude, I will eat the chocolate.
All right. All right. I don't think
Anytime.
we won't do chocolate next time. We'll do we won't do chocolate next time. We'll do
real
any of your
blood.
clients, do any of your clients say, "Hey, I looked you up online"?
No, but coworkers have. Like a guy in my office, like, last year or something, I'm like literally in my office, like doing work. I have a real estate team and we're kind of all there. And literally I was talking to this guy and I'm like, okay, cool. So I'll see you later. And we had a whole conversation. And I'm like, all right, man, I'll see you later. And he's like, all right, see you later, Lenny. And then he like walks away and I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, I watched your movie. And I'm like, cool. I've done, yeah.
Oh, hostile.
Yeah, he's like, see you later, Lenny.
That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Noah, man, what are you up to?
I'm living in Canada, up in Vancouver, being a supportive husband to my wonderful, talented wife, who's shooting a series adaptation of everyone's favorite Tom Hanks movie from 1989. Pop quiz. What is it?
Turner and Hooch.
You got it.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
For Disney Plus, right?
Disney Plus, yeah. But
Nice.
Is it a real dog?
Real dog. Same
breed.
But other than that, I'm happily unemployed, looking for. So let's set that pronto.
Yeah.
Well, look up Noah, man. He's been on TV and film, and check him out, man. He's an excellent actor. And
I love the part in the movie when suddenly like you look like you're a mid-transition werewolf. You like get the bat and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Nichols.
Yeah, when you're just like,
Yeah. Suddenly you do your hair like this, and suddenly like you look like Mikkelsen from The Shining, and like you kind of look like Bruce Banner, sort of mid like half tilt. That's a fun little transition there. I like that bit.
I think you grabbed that. I think that was it.
That was you just fixing your hair.
Yeah, that was really hysterical. That scene just went on for so long.
You were. I remember Randy was terrified because I think there was like a sandbag that was did like forced perspective. So we had a sandbag like 3 feet away from Randy's head, and it looks like I'm bashing his skull in.
I think Dan was like pissed off at me or something like that. He was like, hit him again, do it again.
Nah.
And it was like getting your frustrations out, just like that scene was amazing too.
Yeah, that was the way you jiggled your legs.
The sound.
Kelly, what are you up to? You're writing with Lizzie Feldman, right?
Right with Lizzie Feldman, our old friend, on a TV show called Dead to Me that Lizzie created, and that I've been writing on for. I'm writing our 3rd season. We're writing our 3rd season now.
Wow.
Yeah. So doing a
Amazing.
lot of Zoom.
Love that show.
Thank you.
Liz Feldman is another college. It all goes back to BU, another college. Friend.
Well, Liz and Dan went to high school together.
Yeah, known Lizzie forever.
So
yeah, check her out. She's on the podcast. She's been on my podcast a couple times, so she's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that show is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Sarah, what are you up to? What are you doing?
I'm like Randy. I'm also doing real estate, and I have a company called Bohemia, and most of the agents there are artists. And many people on this Zoom we've all done real estate together. Randy and I have worked together.
True. Sarah gave a lot of us our jobs.
And Ariel.
Kate. Yeah. Oh, and Ariel. Wow, that's true.
And although I never did real estate with you, I must say that you also helped start my career, Sarah. Because we did Spelling Bee together, and it's because of your relationship, your relationship with Wendy Wasserstein.
Wendy.
And so My God.
Well, that was also another, Spelling Bee was another very fortuitous, lots of things coming together and people in the right place at the right time and just the right, I remember it was very similar to this where we were like, hey, it was Liz's older sister that was like, let's put on, a show about a spelling bee. And we were like, okay, that sounds fun. We're, don't really have anything else to do. And yeah, those are the best projects.
Yeah.
They just come from love.
That was another kind of project where it was a bunch of friends coming together for the love of the game. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it becomes something, but here we are. We're just going to do it with blood, sweat, and tears. And that's some of the best stuff comes out of that, Yeah. Kate, how you doing? You're writing too, right?
Yeah, I'm a TV writer. I've written on Mozart in the Jungle, The Good Place, and there's a new show coming up called Schmigadoon that it's coming to Apple TV sometime soon. That'll be really fun.
Did Jeremy do a production of Brigadoon?
Jeremy Silver? Yeah, he did do Brigadoon, didn't he?
Like a tour of like a national tour of Brigadoon.
Yeah. If he was here, this would have been insane. This would have been just crazy.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine him and Nikki D? Oh, that would have been.
That's a spin-off.
I missed the guys. Although it would have been awesome to get everybody, but it's just hard to coordinate everybody. But
Jeremy's doing the he's the frontline worker, emergency medicine with curing people of COVID. So he sends his regards, I'm sure.
Yeah, he plays Woody, one of the he
was amazing.
Intense performance.
Oh yeah.
Real. What are you up to, brother?
I'm doing I'm working on a writing project, but I'm also I did a Audible recording of Streetcar Named Desire opposite Audra McDonald.
Nice.
And we recorded it in our closets in the peak of the shutdown in New York in August.
Oh, okay. Crazy.
So that just came out last month. And so, just it's all freelance. Lancing and styling.
Screaming Stella in your closet.
Oh yeah, it's something.
That was amazing, Ariel.
I haven't heard it.
That was so great.
Did you hear it? Did you listen to it?
Absolutely. It was so phenomenal. So good.
Ariel, can we still hear it? How do we hear
it?
It's on Audible.
It'll live forever on Audible.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's kind of in the vault of theater history that way, because I looked and the only other high profile audio performance of it was that they have on Audible is from 1975 with Rosemary Harris, and now there's this, so it's kind of like it'll just live there forever now. So it's cool. Yeah, check it out. It's hard to sit and listen. It's hard to sit and listen to an entire play in one sitting, but you can listen to a couple of chapters.
But when I'm driving up to the Catskills, I'll throw stuff like that on. And to be honest, with the shutdown of everything, I think even better than a lot of theaters tried to figure out how to create theater in this environment. And listening to an audio performance like that, I think is the closest that you feel, at least that I feel, to a production of theater.
It's nice to engage the imagination that way, because you're
exactly.
The way they did it too is they can play with the surround sound and put things around, so you can really play. You feel like you're inside that house. Cool. So you can put a conversation in the corner of a room, in the next room over, out in the alleyway, in the staircase upstairs, and so you can kind of orient yourself weirdly visual by how they do the sound design. So it's, if you're up for that level of sort of audio virtual reality, it can be cool.
Sharissa, what are you up to?
I am a PhD candidate in clinical psychology, so I'm just about to enter my residency year.
Yeah.
So I am Dan's character in the movie.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
Wow. So how far are you? So how long are you? Are you just starting?
No, I'm almost done. I'm entering my residency year, which will be in a Manhattan hospital, and then I'll be done. So,
all right. Well, we have to virtually celebrate, when you graduate, right? Is that what?
Dr. Shimuro.
Dr. Shimuro.
Wow.
Amazing. Listen, people, check all of these people out. If you're watching this panel right now, very talented individuals. And everyone looks amazing. Everyone looks great. I mean, it's like 13 years have passed, and everyone looks better, I think. So let me tell you something. Check out Hysterical Psycho. Everyone just saw the black and white version. The color version is out there. Check that out. Stay tuned. We're gonna do a radio play reading of Moon Lake, my graphic novel that's coming up next. I love you guys so much. Thank you for doing this. I'm going to set up another situation, another sequel, another Moon Lake something, so all of us can play together again if you guys are down.
Well, thank you, Dan. Thanks for bringing us all together. It's amazing to see you guys.
That was really great.
Great to see all of you.
Us together.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. Take care. You're the best.
Love you.
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
All right.
Fuck Chuck.
Wow. That's so wild, man.
Thank you, man. Everybody. This was awesome.
Thank you, Randy. See you, brother.
See you, man.
Wow. That was great. What a blast from the past, man. Stay tuned. There's more to come. Fogler's Fiction Fest is just getting started. We got a whole day tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, hi. It's me, your pal Zoc. Let's be frank, shall we? Some of you viewers have been very concerned about my bulge. Well, I want to be totally out in the open with you about all of this bulge business. Here, let me show you. See? It was here when I got here. Totally innocent. A true companion. My loyal bulge. He likes it. Scratch him. And of course, it is my duty to derf my bulge, which I do regularly with my specially patented Doc Zoc's new derf powder. Good for all your bulge needs. See? There you go. It's nothing to be alarming your filthy minds about. You should all be ashamed for assuming this was anything but absolutely pure, family-friendly entertainment. Isn't that right, folks? More powder, you say? Okay. I am Zoc Eventus, and my bulge approves of this message.
Previously on Malarkey.
Oh, I'm going to get to the bottom of this missing money.
We can't let that dry fruit get to Malarkey before we can coffee.
Man, it's that fool that got my cousin killed.
Shot another flashback.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You gotta get that under control.
I'm trying.
Here, have some more of these.
Malarkey!
This is a cop show about a city full of wackos. The one with the big gun was trained in a top-secret military experiment to be the ultimate killing machine. When the mission was aborted, they wiped his memory clean and dumped him in Vice Squad. You don't assign him cases. You just give him booze. The Force calls him dangerous. He calls himself Malarkey. Malarkey.
Time to make the donuts, bitch. Malarkey was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Ugh. Will Malarkey be able to make it out of this gauntlet of gonorrhea alive? Find out next on Malarkey. All right, excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Look, I don't have correct change for your toll. Ugh.
like you haven't tasted this before, Malarkey.
Piss off, Reed, I'm concentrating.
Ooh, Malarkey got Rita. You better get a blood test, Malarkey.
Oh, now I'm gonna have to piss on my hands.
Detective Malarkey finally shows up.
Yeah?
And here I was about to take lunch.
Good. Take it. Shove it up your sloppy, stretched out O-ring.
Excuse me?
Who the fuck is this tard breathing down my neck? Listen, guy, my asshole is airtight. A one-way street and an exit far from you, Sheila.
I have never
seen a vagina up close. I believe it. Just look in the mirror, pal.
You know what? I think it's time for an introduction.
I thought he was going for his All right, whoopsie daisy there. Listen, son maid, you can't be humping on my leg like that first thing in the morning. You understand me, doucheburger? So this time I'm just gonna let you off with a warning, okay?
I am taking this to the captain! Maybe even to the mayor! You might as well clean out your desk right now.
Yeah, well then I guess you'll ask me to clean out my car too then, huh? Because my desk is my car, Rimlicker! My desk is my car!
You reek of booze!
That's because I'm drunk. I'm completely irrational 24/7.
And I'm here to find out why.
Oh, shit.
I have the results of your psychiatric evaluation! All right!
Is it always this exciting here?
Whenever Malarkey's late. So yes. Detain that officer. He poses an extreme threat to society. Pervert.
You got this? Really got something too, Marky. Shut up, shut up.
Oh God, I just shit my pants. It's fucking exciting.
See, forget it. Nobody likes you. No one at all. You're just not a likable person. Let's be honest. You're like an irritating, but you're like someone who would make a European 7. I mean, it's not a big thing, but you'd make a 7 and a cross through it like, oh, like, look at how smart I am. I just made a European 7. And you're just someone... No, you really are an asshole. You know, just look at yourself. Just go off and look. I'll wait here. I'll hold the gun. You go off, look at yourself in the mirror. You'll see what an asshole you are. I'll wait.
You are.
Me, an asshole? No way. I'm not the asshole.
You're the asshole, Malarkey. I have substantial proof here, Malarkey, that you are a complete and utter asshole. An asshole who thinks that life is a video game.
Just tell the douche, asshole.
I got this. You know, you call yourself a cop?
Jeez, thanks a lot, Cyclops.
Go fuck yourself, Malarkey.
Not even Cyclops likes me.
Well, maybe if you didn't call him Cyclops, he'd like you. I mean, after all, his name is Stan. This is why people don't like you. This is like the 10th time I've been thrown in the air today. That's the problem with being so petite and small-boned. Hey, what are you assholes looking at? Bunch of slack-jawed shitheads? Well, anyway, come back next week for more of fucking malarkey. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah.
Malarkey!
Predicted by the theory of general relativity, a wormhole is a theoretical passage through space-time that can create shortcuts for long journeys across the universe. But be wary. Wormholes bring with them the dangers of sudden collapse, high radiation, and dangerous contact with exotic matter.
Damage report on this asteroid field.
Our defense shields are down to 10%. We cannot take this any longer, Captain.
10%, damn it!
I gotta get to the engine room!
What is it, Red?
Big son of a bitch, I can't stabilize the stabilizer!
We need those stabilizers. Slothy, what the hell's going on down there?
I'm working as fast as I can, sir!
I just want you to know you were always like a father to me.
Damn it, boy, sit down! We're unstable!
Captain, I strongly suggest we turn around. I don't see any good in the future.
What are the statistics of us making it through this asteroid field?
The math doesn't compute, sir. We've got 0.00001%.
Don't tell me statistics.
Sir, just let me do this. I can get us through safely. Don't do anything drastic. Captain, we are gonna die!
I'm going to initiate the wormhole device. Well, I guess it didn't work. This is Captain Mitch Fuzz Landstrong of the SS Krauss, sending a distress call. Oh, thank God, the Hawk folk.
Mitch, we heard your distress call. What seems to be the problem?
Our engine core is down right now. Can you help us, Hawk folk?
Oh, Mitch, we're not here to help you. We're here to laugh at
you. We laughing at? We're part of a Space Command interstellar journey. Stop mocking us.
They were in Astrid, and then he went into the wormhole, and then
That's it. Landstrong out.
Captain, this is the planet where the distress signal came from.
You guys would survive. You gotta trust me, damn it. Seems like there's breathable air on this planet.
Captain, I've detected life forms on that vessel. Looks like Star Command could be friendlies.
Captain, I'm picking up on some negative energy in space.
Seems like an old 23rd century Space Command vessel.
Captain, this ship is so antique.
It looks familiar.
I've slept here before.
I don't know, Cap. Slothy doesn't like it very much here.
It's gonna be all right there, Slothy.
Cap, what do we do?
I think we can take them.
Take them where?
Out.
Well. Down good. Good boys.
Ron! I thought you were dead.
Hey, Ron.
Mitch, my old nemesis.
He jettisoned you to save your life, Ron. I've got you outgunned and outnumbered.
Yeah.
Oh, we shall see. this I smell?
Sorry.
A little fuzzy sloth. A cute little sloth.
Enough! This is between you and I.
I think you're right. This riffraff is getting on my last nerve. Send in the bouncer.
You heard the guy. You overstayed your welcome.
Ron, leave my crew out of this. Between you and I.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You heard the guy. Get the fuck out of here.
Leave them out of this, Ron.
All right, quiet. Shut up.
Ron, let's settle this like men.
Fine.
Mano e mano.
I don't speak that language, but I will start with a hearty human Enough with this bullshit. Get me my special weapon.
Bitch, I'm hungry.
Do you know what this is? I had it made special for this particular moment. I call it my Schwarzenegger ray. No. And now you will see why it's called that.
Who's your daddy? What did he do? California! Help me back!
Meanwhile, circling the outer rim.
This is Captain Mitch Fuzz Landstrong of the SS Krauss, sending a distress call. We just went through a wormhole, and we are lost.
Soon I will have a Schwarzenegger ray big enough to jiggle an entire planet.
Isn't that a good thing, Father? Why are you still so angry?
No! 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 Down! Bad girl. Bad. Oh, all right. Here. Good girl. Good. Now we're in for a real dogfight. All K9 units attack! Incoming vessel! She's as defenseless as a pussycat.
finish you off doggy style.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight! Ultra Blast! Dodge! Ouch! Super Split Kick! Teleport!
Ouch!
Ultra Blast! Finishing! Impressive!
Get behind me, guys. I got this.
I will return after these messages.
How are my nipples? Are they in the shot? I wanted to make sure that the viewers saw my nipples. Yes? Good. Oh, well, thank you for asking. I was floating through the 6th and 7th dimension, as digigods do, and I was just surveying the star planes for a succulent planet to eat. And I was sucked into a blasted wormhole. I set up the Clicksport-1 because I was bored. I was so damn lonely in this wretched wormhole. And I like to play with the lives of lower dimensional beings. Don't you? No, I do not pee. Thanks for asking. My favorite game, of course, is The Wizard and the Princess. Oh, my Jacques. I play that game night after night, and my digigod parents would say, go to bed, and I would say, shut up! Anyway, you do realize that if I just spend a few more hours outside of this damned wormhole, that the cosmic rays will imbue my pectorals into Schwarzenegger level of pectorality. If I am to hold my breath, which I can for several hours, I will get to a point where I become Schwarzeneggered. Watch. Yes. Yes. Wasn't that good? Crown channel, yes. This is a fitting channel for me. The Crown channel. This head fixture, it's soldered to my brain. It's immovable. So if you are going to crown me, it will have to fit this headpiece. Might be too much, a hat on a hat, I don't know too many. Quiet! What shall we expect from Clicksport-1? Well, there will be gaming, The usual streamers streaming. There will be tanks, there will be warriors wearing exoskeletons, fighting each other, praising me, worshipping me. There will be people turned to pink goo. I will disintegrate them molecule by molecule. Don't worry, we count all the molecules. Once we reatomize a person, we send them home, and they usually are fine. The rest of the goo, there's usually a bunch of goo left over. We sell it to Frankfurter companies, and we also like to swim in it. I love swimming in goo. It's good for your skin. Look at what it's been doing to my face.
I used to talk like this, but after being in the wormhole for a long time, I just decided I'm just gonna
talk like this because it makes me feel better. Was that TMI? I will name you Fred. I keep the goo. I always keep the goo. Salutations, flesh robots. It is I, the Infinite Zoc, coming to you live from my wormhole deep in space. Today's sponsor is dark matter. We all know the feeling of drifting through interstellar space at speeds incomprehensible to your naked human feeble eyes, and then bam! Straight into a strange cloud of weird vibes. No good, right? Until you toss it in a blender and bam again! The best meal replacement shake you've ever had. And get this, no calories. Because it's unidentifiable, unquantifiable matter that may only exist theoretically. Sign up now, and we'll send you your first week of dark matter shakes absolutely free. Or we won't. There's no way for you to be sure it exists. Dark matter. Shut up! You're not a scientist. Bam!
And I was wrong to let you go. And now we'll never know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm taking off till you're right. Till you're right. Till you're right. Drifting through space. All I feel is cold. All I want is the power of the night. And you to hold. And I was wrong to let you go. And now we'll never know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm taking off till you're right. Till you're right. Till you're right. The darkness of space. I've lost track of time. But now that I've found the knife, I'll make you mine. I will return to us. Find you, girl, and make you one of us. I'm taking off till you're right. Till you're right. Till you're right. Time to fly. I'm taking off till you're right. Till you're right. Taking off. Time to fly. I'm taking off.
Oh man, that was fun, guys. Thanks for checking out Fogler's Fiction Fest. I had a blast. Man, that was a lot of planning, but boy, that was some of the greatest interviews I ever had, and I'm so glad I did it. I hope that we were able to distract you from some of the insanity that's going on in our very strange world. And let's hoping that we get a lot more joy and love and peace and harmony in this year. And I really hope you enjoyed all of Fogler's fictions. Check them out now. Moon Lake and Fishkill and Brooklyn Gladiator are in stores as we speak, and or you can get them on the Heavy Metal website or at www.foglersfiction.com. I am now going to hibernate until 2035. Okay. Bye, everybody. Love you.